Yo. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Around the World special in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Hope you're all doing good, having a nice Sunday. I've been rushing around trying to get going as fast as possible, and this is the best I could do. Honestly, I think it did pretty good. We're gonna be flying out of Texas and going into Mexico, heading south. For once, we are not going directly east into the sunset. However, it is 5:15 local time, so we're gonna just get as much done as we can. If we only do a couple flights, that's fine. People arrive plane. See a bunch of POG planes in chat, a bunch of waves, and a bunch of Italians in the chat as well. Hi to each one of you. Where are we at? How we feeling? There's Midas in his usual haunt. I swear he's there in that same spot every single stream. What? Do you hear me talking about you? What of it? What of it? Are you bored or something? Were you playing with your bone? Where's your bone?
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
Howdy, everybody. Yeah, I got the Twitch merch repped. I'm an official Twitch broadcaster now. I expect to be on their front page now that I'm advertising for them. Hello, Queen of Spiders. Gamers for Midas. It's a good cause. Thank you for 7 months. Good to see you again, Queen of Spiders. Hope you've been well. Welcome back. Sim has you beat there. That's true. Sim is the Twitch ambassador, which is awesome. I saw that the video from the official Twitch Twitter, and it was actually just like legit really, really well put together, edited, and I watched it and I was like, yep, these are some good times, dude. Especially the chair in Fall Guys is my favorite. It reminds me of when I broke my chair, except mine wasn't on video, which is unfortunate. I wish it was now. Hey, check it out. Where are we starting today, chat? Guess what I got? That's right. We're flying out of Texas, the land of boots and barbecue. And we're going to Mexico. I'm gonna have a little bit more spice. This is just a mug, but I'm gonna have a little bit more spice for the next stream. There wasn't really a lot of time between today and the day before yesterday to get some gimmicks, let's say. So you can expect a little bit more spice on the next stream. So go ahead and people leave now and just come back on the next one and we'll be here for you. I'm just kidding. Welcome everybody to a video game that you can definitely see. There we are. Hi everyone, what's up, Secret Warrior? Wow, chat, you guys just left immediately. Do you have the entire flight planned out already? Or are you sort of winging it little by little ahead of time? Nope, we painstakingly have routed the entire course around the world. And we are taking the scenic route. So we're not going for efficiency, we're going for world exploration. I want to get like a good sample size. I had to make some hard skips I had to pick some places and be like, man, it sucks, but I really just can't. I can't go everywhere. I can't go to every country in the world. So some people get more detail than you're expecting. Some people get less. It's not really based on anything other than I wanted to make just an interesting and varied, detailed flight path that gets out. The point is not necessarily to circumnavigate the globe as much as it is to, like, sample size the entire world to some degree. You know what I mean? We're literally flying around the world, but also we're flying around the world. So, little column A, little column B there. Trying to 100% the world. Is there anywhere I can look at the flight plan? No. It is a secret. You can look at it as we fly it with the exclamation plane command. That is not a secret. And that flight plan will show you where we have been so far, current flights, as well as a log maintained for every plane that we have flown up till now. The theme, of course, being that we are going to fly all 30 planes in Microsoft Flight Simulator in some capacity. So we're going to fly a couple different ones today. And pretty much all of them will be flown multiple times. So we're doing a lot of flights. Yes, the plane log is also keeping track of errors, and I believe we do have one such error in need of accounting for before we do the next flight. ETEL did a great job of finding lesser-known places that have turned out to be really interesting. It's a neat route. We got the Acetech stamp of approval for the route. I basically chose all of the stops and made the route, and then Acetech went in and chose the individual planes and calculated kind of estimated flight times and found a few more points of interest and stuff. And Kyrotopia is helping with the plane log. Liuta's made some art. I've been really, really happy and proud of you guys, so thank you for making this even more fun than it already was going to be. The last two flights have been certainly interesting. We had a few struggles. But welcome, one and all. Let me scroll up in chat real quick. Hey, Pilot Man and Alex, someone's kicking my seat. It's probably Kairotobi sliding convenience. Hi, Bubs Kabulba, Trombone is here. A wild hippo appears. Hello, hippo. What's up, 101? Kyoko. Useful Idiot, we will be going to every single continent on the world. We gotta go around the whole world. So that much is not a secret, because we gotta get the whole world, you know? Howdy, Potato Elijah. What's up, Cucumber Pickle, Jason, Lucky, and Evanito's back. And hi, everybody else. What's up, Ira Kendon? Good evening, ETEL and chat. You guys are here just in time for the first flight. Okay, so I got to set this up because I didn't have time to go ahead and pre-plan. Actually, maybe I did pre-plan this one. We're about to find out. Let's see. Because let's get into it. I want to go a little bit faster than last time. So, we flew the Beechcraft Bonanza. That was my first time flying it, and I know I had an error. So, before we launch the flight, we'll handle it. Don't worry. A really cool plane, but it apparently is bugged in the game and doesn't fly with as much power as it apparently is supposed to. So it was a little tough to get lift and to climb with it. It was flying about 40 knots slower than it is rated in the game. And then after looking it up, we did every combination of RPM lever, fuel mix, throttle, and just couldn't get it above, I think it was at 140 or 150 knots. I think it was like 140-ish. So after looking it up, it seems I'm not the only one to have problems with it. Are there helicopters or gliders in this game? No, it's focused on civilian aircraft. As it has been throughout the years. I think if you really got a couple minutes, there's a really cool video that they put out. It's only 4 minutes long. I think we watched it on stream, actually. Chat, did we watch this on stream? But, check it out. No. This chat, I think we would have watched it on the first or second stream for this game. I don't know. Well, we can just watch it. We can have that be the in-flight entertainment then, okay? I mean, you can watch it now if you want to. We'll just watch it when we're up in the air. That'll be one of our in-flight videos today. Okay, so today we are heading out of San Antonio, Texas, as my mug has indicated. By the way, there was another coffee nat today. I don't know where they're coming from, and also I discovered that it has nothing to do with coffee because I didn't even have any coffee in my office. There was no food, no cup. I turned on my lights, and then the gnat just was flying around. Nothing's in here. I don't know. Now that I have coffee, I don't even see it, but it landed directly on my nose as soon as I turned my lights on and then flew away. It's the same gnat, just reincarnated. I don't know what's attracting it. Did you slap your nose? No, I was just like, get off of me. Has anyone had issues with planes becoming unresponsive when they turn off autopilot? One thing with autopilot that I've noticed, Hippo, is whenever autopilot turns on, it changes the trim. And it seems like when you turn off autopilot, your trim is probably extremely changed. I don't know if that's what you're talking about or not. But if you have your hotkey set to change nose up, nose down, and then aileron left and right, you have to do some big recalculations to fix your trim once you turn it off. But I haven't had any planes become totally unresponsive after turning off autopilot. Every plane that I've flown has a slightly different configuration for autopilot, so turning it on can look like it's trying to kill you. Yeah. Okay, today we're going to be jumping up in technology a little bit. By my calculations, we are actually going one to the right. We're going to be flying the Beechcraft King Air, which is a significantly faster plane. We've flown this a couple times on stream. Even though it doesn't have a ton of extra details like some of the other planes do in the cockpit, I think that they're going to come back and do another like polish pass over the King Air to try to make some more of the buttons work inside of it. It's still a really fun plane to fly, and I still enjoy it a lot. So if and when they do come back through and kind of tune this up a little bit, I'm going to be really looking forward to that because I've really enjoyed flying this plane. So we're hopping into a little personal favorite. Not my number one, but still, just the Beechcraft King Air 350. 244 knots true airspeed is its cruise speed. Max altitude, it can go way up there, 35,000 feet. 6-hour endurance, and can go up to 1,800 nautical miles. So that's what we're going to be starting with. And we got so many other cool planes. Dude, Icon win. I unironically really enjoy the Icon now. I'm looking forward to the 930 as well. This thing is fast, turboprop that goes 330 knots. And then, of course, we got the airliners, the stunt planes, and the regular jets, the private jets, are in here too. Okay, Beechcraft King Air. Let's check the liveries. Ooh, we do have one livery in the pack that I downloaded, so of course I'm going to take the yellow and black one. Of course I am. Goes without saying, I think. Hello, Shabir. Welcome to the ETAL Alien stream. For those who weren't here, the alien is just a meme from the last flight sim stream. We went to Roswell. And we learned a lot about a whole different bunch of places last time. We went from Tucson to Roswell to San Antonio. And honestly, there was some really, really cool places in New Mexico. We found the Hatch Chili World Tournament. We, was it Weed, New Mexico that we flew over? Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Learned a lot about that. Some really just neat places. Don't forget about Cloudcroft. How could I forget about crash landing in Cloudcroft? So, one thing I am interested in is just I kind of want to leave it at 50% default, and if I need more fuel, call fuel services. The problem is I can't do that unless I'm flying IFR, I think. So is it a bad idea to have extra fuel in my auxiliary tanks here? Should I dump this and put it in my wings? Or does this keep the plane more balanced? It seems like it balances it towards the back if you do this. Yeah, what I was saying, Ace Tech, is if I'm flying IFR, I'd like to use the fuel truck for RP purposes to top off. And actually do pushback, since we're going to be flying high. Hi, Talon Chat. Please don't crash. I'm playing RimWorld. Okay, love you. Bye. Alright, she's the worst. I'm refunding your beans. Are you excited for Twitch's Money Timber? Not really, Snoopy. It doesn't seem that useful. It's kind of not a great September. Talking about September? Hey, Tal, how's your day today? Pretty good, Shrew. Just getting started. Just woke up a couple hours ago and about to hit the air. So anytime I'm about to fly, I am excited because it is going to just be a pleasant experience until I crash. All right, passengers. It does default to passengers. If I got rid of you, I could probably fly faster, but the max payload for this is like 5,000 pounds, so it's probably fine. This thing can carry quite a bit. So let's just leave it at default. If they defaulted you to 170 pounds each, you guys can stay in the back. Okay, at 170. That's what the game defaulted, so we're gonna leave it at that. Now, we then need to choose. Oh, this is gonna be rough. Here we go. It's time already for the Wheel of Disaster. I have to spin the wheel. Hello, Bukomiai and Short and Saucy. Does anyone else refresh streams so you get a 15-second ad instead of a 30-second one? No, if I get an ad, I just leave. I have long said, Short and Saucy, that if I could just turn off ads entirely, I would. I get like $5 a month. Don't ban me, Twitch, because I didn't actually reveal my income. But it's like such an insignificant amount of money that the inconvenience it causes to people who won't ever come back because of the ad. I'm obviously exaggerating, but still, it's like, God. That like 2 cents I'm getting for one ad view is not worth that person never coming back. Some people show ads for good causes, so I'm not saying that if you show ads, you're a bad person, okay? You should definitely do it. I ran ads on all YouTube videos, obviously. That's how I made money for like 8 years, so I'm not being a hypocrite here. Like I know I have some stream friends who purposely show ads to take care of their family members to try to make some extra money for them, and that's totally respectable. So if I know why it's happening, but I'm talking about if I check out like a new stream that I've never been to before, I'm like 85% likely to click off as soon as the intro ad comes on, which they have no control over, and it's not their fault. You know? I don't watch anybody that, if somebody, like, okay, I don't know, you know what I'm saying. I don't need to really clarify that anymore. Now, let's spin the wheel. I'm not even talking about ad breaks. I'm talking about when I click on a new stream and there's an ad and that they have no control over showing, I leave because I'm just too impatient. Oh, how do I even spin this? Like this. All right, Wheel of Disaster. Away you go. Hands off. No manipulation or adjustment. Wherever it lands is what we gotta do because of an error we committed on the previous flight the day before yesterday. Oh, thank God it's not no ATC log. Thank God it's not no ATC log. That's the worst one. Especially if we were flying IFR. So, there was the potential for an oil leak. We're going to enable the oil leak failure on the screen that you can definitely see now. According to chat, I have to arm it, but I can't just leave it enabled. And then I have to give it like a window. So it can activate 30 minutes, and I have to give it a long enough amount of time so it can RNG. So what's like how long is this? Well, let me just pick a time, okay? Because it can't be a guaranteed leak. It needs to be possible. As we saw last time, that even though chat got mad, they're like, no, I don't want it to just be possible. I want it to happen. Well, it still kind of did in its own way, right? Just the knowledge that it can happen is sometimes enough to cause a disaster. And that's really all we care about, is the knowledge that it can happen. Okay, so let's say... I'm just going to give it like a huge number, because it can't even be a 50-50. How about just 420 minutes? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 42. That's like 7 hours. Because if 50-50 is like, that's almost guaranteed. That's basically guaranteed. Okay, so that's the oil leak potential. Good. ATC options. We're going to go tail number around the world day 3, flight 1, call sign, Midas Air, which I'm not even doing as a meme anymore. I literally listen for his name and that cues me into ATC. Like I recognize the call sign now. Flight number. We're flying out of like Stinson Municipal, so let's just pick chat first number I see. What about engine 2? What are you talking about? This is an oil leak. Oil isn't fuel. Wait, there's 2 oils? There's 2 different reservoirs of oil? Well, that's double jeopardy. One oil leak would still be pretty damning. I think the only way we should do the second engine is if I had to spin the wheel twice and it landed on oil leak twice. That's 2 failures, chat. So that just doubles my odds of actually getting 1 failure. That's 2 errors. Making up the rules, like always. How many times have you peepo-leaved in this stream? All right. Flight number. Somebody, what did you guys write? The first number was 1. Okay. Well, I stand by what I said. I took the first number from chat. All right, flight conditions. Give me live traffic, live weather and time. We are going to be taking off from San Antonio, specifically Stinson Municipal. I think I might already have... Oh, yeah, let's just go ahead and set it up ourselves, because if I reload, it might change my... I don't think it will, but it might change my settings. So we'll just set departure. And we are going from KSSF. We're going on a really long flight, because we're going to try and cover some ground, but we're going to zigzag across Mexico. So we get to see quite a bit of it. And we are heading to... MM40 Isla Maria Madre. Isla Maria Madre. Okay, let's check it out. I was close. I was close. I knew it was over here. Okay, so this is going to be kind of fun. So, number one, I want to learn about this little series of islands while we're on the way to get there. So that's going to be one of the things we learn. And then we can just kind of see, as we pass, we're going to get like a really interesting change of scenery and topography. Because we've got, I mean, you can just see it from here. We got the green of the bottom of Texas over what appear to be either mountains or maybe just segues into a desert over Torreon International. And then we're going to go off the coast of Mexico onto a series of islands here that I don't know a single thing about, but I think it sounds cool because this is about 4,600 feet of asphalt runway, so it's going to be not a huge runway landing. And we're going to get to see a pretty big chunk, not quite getting to Baja, but we'll be able to see, you know, the Baja area outside of our passenger window while we're on the way. Get that Baja blast. Excited to land on that tiny potato chip. I know, I think it'll be a fun landing, hopefully. Looks like flight conditions are pretty cloudy in Texas today. It is 4:41 p.m. I say let's go ahead and choose and get the ball rolling on this so we can try to get started a little faster than last time. I think we ended up parking somewhere over here around like ramp 26. Doesn't have to be exact, it just needs to be close. There we go. And we're going to be not flying VFR, we're going to be flying IFR, high altitude, right? But I guess we could go low altitude so we can see a little bit more of the land. IFR, low altitude airways, this basically just means that ATC is going to be guiding us the entire way and helping us to get a good approach, which is something that I'm going to go ahead and configure now. So it looks like the wind is at about 299. So we probably want to land at 19. It just says approach automatic. Can I not change anything about this? We might have to just do it manually. Unless I can set, I guess I could try setting 19 specifically, but I don't think that actually helps. Because I still don't see any change. So I can choose my departures all day long, but I'm not getting anything here. Yeah, 1 knot, the winds don't really matter. I just wanted to land from the water instead of doing a full run around. Kind of a lot going on here. In terms of lines, we should be taking off going this way. What are the white lines for? We're following the yellow one, right? Yellow around Laredo, and then into Mexico, and then pretty much a straight drag. We're not going to align perfectly. I'm going to have to go around. There's no vectors. I don't know, chat. I think we just go. And the reason why this is important is because normally I would say that a go around is an error, but if there's no approach, I'm going to have to go around. So we can't count that as an error if there's no guidelines, because it's going to be totally up to me anyways. To do, because it's just, here's what's gonna happen. It's gonna take me directly into the runway, and we need to be coming from above, so I'm gonna have to just make a course correction towards the end as we descend. Are we good? Everything's nice. Let's make a save here just in case we need to save the flight plan. Around the world, day 3, flight 1, plan. Okay, check, go. Yeah, I don't think they have the approach procedures for that particular airport. It's probably just an obscure airport. I wanted to do a go-around. It's not an error. I wonder if this will ease my plane anxiety. Do you have plane anxiety? Well, I'll tell you when to close your eyes if we're gonna go down for another emergency landing. I'll give you a heads up. You'll know because I'll start panicking. Chat, how you guys doing today? How you feeling? Got some fun Crusader Kings 3-time yesterday. Gonna pick that up again. I know it was originally in the schedule for today, but I thought it would be nice to kind of play a little catch-up with our flight plans, and also we're gonna play some more Crusader Kings on the next stream, so it didn't get bumped that far. Wow, it's nice to see San Antonio with the sun up, because we came in at nighttime and barely saw anything. So, ooh, look at the King Air, dude. That's a sexy plane. I biked for 2 hours so I can barely move. Well, plant yourself in the chair and get ready for takeoff. I don't get plane anxiety, but if Talix were my pilot, I might just take a train or something, so you wouldn't know that that was the case. Obviously, I wouldn't do anything dangerous with Lorag in the plane. I would just take the only parachute if Lorag was in the plane. My $1 Game Pass is expiring now. I have to decide if I want to buy all these games on Steam or in my playthroughs. Well, I guess when the rubber meets the road, you'll know if you really liked those games or if they were just convenient. So when is someone going to make a skin for every plane that is Etalair? I saw one Etalair skin that actually exists. Why does the feet cam only show, like... Is that better or worse? Basically, it's just here to show my pedals for when we're turning. That's probably a little better. Okay, Textron Aviation Beechcraft King Air 350i. And Stinson Municipal today. Welcome to San Antonio, Texas. Visibility good, over 10 nautical miles. Time local 4:48 p.m. Wind, not too bad. A little breezy. Missing something? Indeed. We are the head tracker. And I'm just taking a little nap on the instruments. Don't mind me. Little pre-flight nap before all the passengers arrive. You guys know how it is. Okay. Welcome back. Taking a look out the window. Dude, every single flight sim stream, I forget to download the maps into the cache. It's okay, it should be fine. But I should have done it. It's driving me crazy. I forget it every time. I need someone to, like... Oh, look, they got my... Is that green or yellow? Mine is yellow, but theirs looks green. Is that a different plane? That one's cooler. Give me that one. All right. Well, we're going to need to top off on fuel for sure. So step one is going to be just get the battery on and avionics so we can contact ATC, because I see they've already got the fuel truck directly in front. So let's check the parking brake. Okay, right there. Check. Power lever's idle. Okay. Prop RPM should also be idle. Left engine propeller RPM is negative 25%, which I assume is as good as idle, but I think that's... Is that for, reverse thrust? I should be able to try that out when we land. Condition levers at fuel cutoff. That's you. Okay. Battery switch on. Been a while since I flew this, so I don't remember where any... I see avionics right there. And I can see external power reset.
Engaging autopilot.
Oh yeah, this is the plane that immediately Microsoft Sam's the autopilot as soon as you get in. Right ignition and engine start. Okay, so it's fine to turn on the right engine, or could I do should I do avionics via master switch and get fuel first? Because the battery should allow you to use the avionics. So let's tune ground services. Oh, there it is.
Ground -1, could you please send a fuel truck? -1, a fuel truck is on the road.
Where did he go?
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
He's here.
Ground generic November 655 Delta Sierra.
A passenger's wallet has just been discovered in the cockpit. If you believe this is yours, please contact the nearest flight attendant. But note, there is no longer any money in it.
The fuel truck's here. That's like, when somebody... I don't even know how to... It's like when somebody asks you to do something and they don't know that you're right next to the thing that they ask you to do, but for some reason the fact that they ask you to do it makes you want to do everything else except the thing that they asked you to do. You know, like, hey, I need a fuel truck. Okay, he's right there. I see him right there. Actually, I had a few errands I needed to run today. That's really, listen, I'm really busy today. I've got 3 other planes that I need to fuel up. I was just on my break. He had to teleport from 5 feet in front of me to 2 miles down the road. And then, like... Okay, well... Like, I saw you. You're just acting busy. Why is the fuel going down? Actually, I don't know. Why is the fuel going down?
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
Okay, so we want the max amount of fuel, apparently. Which is... Like, is this fine? We're at the maximum. So this should be fine. He's stealing the fuel. All right, hang on. There we go. Why does it say request fuel supply? Is he gone already? How do I make him leave now? Let's go ahead and get clearance while we get the engine on.
Ground -1 ready to copy IFR clearance to Mike 40. -1 is cleared to Mike 40 airport as filed. Takeoff runway 14 climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure frequency is 125.7 squawk tree 122. -1 cleared to Mike 40 airport as filed. Takeoff runway 14 climb and maintain 9,000 feet. Departure on 125.7 squawk tree 122. -1 readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.7 when ready to taxi.
This is the condition lever, right? ITT and N1 monitor. No, this is the condition lever. ITT and N1 monitor. Okay, so now N1 is going up and it should stabilize. ITT is going into the green.
Oral warning, okay.
Generic 5 Delta Sierra, hold position.
All right, right oil pressure is 125. Right ignition and engine off at 50.
Generic 5 Delta
That
Sierra,
dude, okay.
taxi.
Right ignition and engine. Start.
Roger, generic 5
I turned avionics off. How can I still hear him? All right. I don't know, dude. I thought that was the thing that let you hear them or not. Right ignition and engine start off at 50% N1 or above. Right ignition and engine start. Okay. Right condition lever to high idle. Right generator should be on.
Pause system test, okay.
Boom, system test. Okay. And then I should be able to turn off the battery if we got a generator, right? Let's do the other one first. Left engine start, repeat procedure. Okay, so set left engine starter to on. Spooling up. Then once we get to 12% in one, check. We do the left lever to low idle. And then we monitor the internal turbine temperature, which is why is the internal turbine temperature at like 1500? That's not good, chat. I don't know what's causing that though. So I can't fix it. Pitot, no HT, ignition, and bat amp. The RPM levers? They're at negative 15%. Oh, they're not supposed to. Oh, because they're in reverse. That makes more sense. Okay, so that's literally trying to make them spin in reverse. We want them to be actually at 0 and not go backwards. I got it. I got it. It's been a while since we flew this plane, chat. So, okay, for those of you wondering what that means, you actually will throw these back into the negative after your wheels touch down. And that helps you slow down. I didn't realize this game was so intense on the runway. Can be. It can be. Alright, we solved that problem. Now I'm not done. I need to turn off the ignition. I need to turn on left gen. After we get the condition lever to high idle. Okay, you can hear it spinning up a little bit. Then the gen comes on. Then... well, we can just turn this off whenever. Okay, that's off, and then battery's off. Battery off is fine, right? Do I need a warning about that? Avionics master switch on. That's on. Lights on. Okay. Good call. We got taxi, nav, beacon, strobe. May as well turn on logo lights. I don't know what recog recognition lights are. And do you need landing lights when you're about to take off? Parking brake, release. And then we're good to go, I think. Does the checklist say turn the battery off? No, but,
Engaging autopilot.
the checklists aren't exactly the most complete. Like, you couldn't... I don't trust the ones that only have, after starting engine, 3 things, okay? Because if that were true, then anybody could be a pilot, and it'd be no big deal. Like, oh yeah, that's my pilot checklist? Alright, I got the engine on. What do I do? Release parking brake and just go forehead is what it says here. Okay, that's easy enough then. Yeah, I should be a pilot. Hello, Sad Otter. How's it going? Talix, I've been flying south to Peru and Guatemala now. Amazing country. Nice, got nukes. Let's set the... That reminds me, thank you. I'm gonna update the title for anybody who comes in and wants to know where we're going. We are gonna go to... I'm gonna figure out how to say this now from the official source. All right, the Spanish word for island, isla. According to Google chat, please correct me if I'm wrong. That's what Google says. Isla. Not Isma. Isla. That's what it says. It says in English, it'd be Isla. In Spanish, it's Isla. And we're going into Mexico, so I assume that the second one would be correct. That's why I Google it before I ask chat. Because you guys are all writing the American English pronunciation. We're going to Mexico, so we will pronounce it as they say in Spanish. Alright. Title is updated. Chat, we're going to Isla Maria Madre. That's how I think you say it in American. Close these. Let's request taxi IF.
One with Mike ready to taxi IFR.
Chat, I didn't get pushed back.
One taxi to and hold short of runway 14 via taxiway Bravo. Contact tower on 118.2 when ready. Taxi to and hold short runway 14 using taxiway Bravo -1.
I gotta do it, dude. I gotta do it. What, did we even switch anything, really? Not really. Okay. I think I can do this without even looking now.
Ground -1 requesting pushback.
I was just making sure, that the engine worked. Alright. So. I'm gonna disengage the parking brake as they hook us up with pushback here. I love that the, fuel truck has reappeared at its normal spot. Pre-flight power runs. Yeah, I wanted to make sure everything was good to go, dude. That was just testing the checklist. I literally did this flight in this aircraft from Albuquerque yesterday. We were in New Mexico the day before yesterday. Can I help you? Ghost Airport, dude. Alright, and the gas truck's gone. I can't tell them to correct while he's talking to other people, dude. They're just gonna push me back wherever. Shh. Help.
Ground -1 requesting pushback tug to steer the aircraft to the right. -1, your request has been transmitted to the operator.
You push me into the dirt.
Ground -1 requesting the end of pushback.
You're gonna push me on the runway.
1 request to end pushback received.
I was trying to make her turn me so I was facing the right way. But you can't talk while they're talking.
Taxiing to general aviation parking by taxiway.
Like, she would know not to push me off the runway, but she did it anyways to spite me. Alright, anywho, back to where we were before. Let's see if we can get this going the right way. Okay, Chad, so here's how it goes. You go engine starter on, correct? Spins up. Wait for N1 over 12%. Then, mixture control. I guess I did the left one first last time. I don't know, does that actually matter? Okay, watch for stability here. I'll open the checklist one more just to be 100%. Monitor, check oil pressure, which is at 124, is about 125 normally. Then ignition engine start off at over 50% in 1. Then the generator on. And then just repeat. This is actually really easy. I love watching the turbines start spinning up anyway, so this is just fun for me.
Generic 5 Delta Sierra, hold position.
Okay, we are over 12% there. Also, I was supposed to go to high idle here, right?
Hold position, generic 5 Delta Sierra.
Okay, we are well over 12% in 1. We can turn you off. Turn the right gen on, or left gen on. And then high idle this. Pitot, no heat, left, right. Do we need heat? Is it just a good idea to have that on anyways? I thought you were supposed to leave that off unless you needed it. Can you go rogue in this game? No, you can, but nothing will happen. You don't have to follow any of these rules. I'm just choosing to. At high altitude, yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not like San Antonio, Texas is gonna freeze our Pitot. Are you going to argue with the blinking indicator? I guess that's why I just capitulated and agreed to do it. All right, this actually sucks because I think it's gonna cut the. We did this before, because here's what's gonna happen. The game, I'm gonna show you. There's a push right here on the side, right there, that I need to match to this. The problem is, since this is on 0, I think as soon as I move this, it's gonna cut these both to 0 and then cut the engines off. So I'm gonna try and, like, pause the game, then move it, then that way it doesn't cut to 0. Okay, saved. Because if it cuts to 0, we have to turn the engine on a 3rd time. Now, I think we are just good to go because I already got taxi clearance. I have no idea what he told me. Of course, you interrupt as soon as I go to look at the log. Taxiing to General who? Bro, I don't know.
Roger, generic 5 Delta Sierra.
I don't know who he's talking to. Certainly not me. But we are on our way now. Bye, everybody. Thank you for all the good services. The push back into the dirt. The teleporting fuel truck. Just well done. Okay, let's go ahead and start hitting the brakes. Wish I had toe brakes. Okay. Stop just clear of the runway. We're going to tune the tower and request takeoff clearance.
Tower -1 ready for IFR departure runway 14. -1 cleared for takeoff runway 14.
Okay. I think I would try to play this with ATC, but end up ignoring it. Yeah, you can just turn off the ATC and fly GPS the entire time, and you never even have to listen to them. Does it not look like that guy's coming in for a landing? I guess he's not.
-1, did you copy?
Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking to see whether that guy was coming in for a landing.
Runway 14 -1.
All right, runway 14. That is where we are at. Oh, that guy wasn't on. He was just clearing the runway, I think. I think he was on the runway, because now I can see him, like, going to parking. Is it just me, or is this, like, a really short runway? Doesn't look like a lot of space, but we'll make do, I guess. Peepo, I love that the response to, is this a short runway? Is Peepo comfy? Okay, so that's so funny. We got a couple things we need to check before we do this. I'm assuming, like other planes, it should be full rich on takeoff. That's usually what happens. Okay, flaps. I always check those two things. We got flaps up, approach, or down. Okay, well, I'm gonna go with down to try to get the most lift. And as far as I can tell, chat, I think we're good to go. Both engines looking solid. Internal turbine temperature is fixed. Do I need to change the propeller, Alright, this is a genuine question because it's not on the checklist. Do I need to change the propeller RPM to 100? Claypool, you kind of had the same idea. Alright, not in the checklist. This is why I don't trust the checklist. This is why I double, triple check my stuff before I take off. So probably just don't leave them on idle. Because we got, I got my brake held right now. Okay, deep breath, everybody. All we gotta do is clear these trees. The checklist told you to put max RPM and you missed it. High idle is not... That's condition lever. I don't think it does, Jeff. Before start checklist said it? Oh, you got me. Prop RPM to max. And the before starting the engine. You win this time, Jeff. But I still asked myself before takeoff and solved the issue. All right, let's go. You know what? You can have one of the front seats and look over my shoulder, okay? How's that sound? Flight crew in the cabin, prepare for takeoff. I feel like we're not getting a lot of speed here. The trees are coming at me quick, chat. I'm getting some turbine heat issues. We're getting some turbine heat issues, and also we just hit a bump, and the trees are coming actually really fast.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear. Stall. 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 Stall.
Why is this airplane, like, fighting me to go down? Bro, why is it, like, forcing me down? Don't say, chat, if you're writing flaps, I just didn't announce that I've already raised flaps. Look. Do you see any flaps? When I started getting nose down towards the ground and it was saying stall, that was when I raised flaps. And I already, when it started chanting landing gear, that was when I raised landing gear.
-1, did you hear my last transmission?
No, I was fighting with people in chat.
125.7 for -1.
Chat, you debated me. ETAL, gravity pulls things down. You need to reverse gravity. That is true. Why are we only getting 28 frames per second here? Best part about this game is when we distract him, he gets yelled at by ATC. I do, yes.
San Antonio departure -1 is climbing through 2,800.
Where's the city of San Antonio?
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
We got some water here. That is where a T-Rex stepped like a million years ago. Continue as planned, altimeter 2996. Did they even give me an altitude? I don't even think they gave me an altitude. Is that I have to scroll up? Oh, 9,000 feet. No, I'm the one. I announced 9,000 feet. They didn't even tell me. Maybe just that's in my flight plan? I don't know. Plane takes off, the entire passenger complement starts chanting flaps, flaps, flaps. Flaps! Flaps! Dude, this is very stressful. Like, I can't even, focus on whether you guys are being funny or not. Because I was absolutely mortified at the fact that I was gonna clip those trees on the way out. And or burn through the engine, because I was getting like red line engine. So at what point do I need to turn the RPM down? I guess once I get more to cruising altitude, because right now I need to just fix trim, because it's really fighting me. Go to about 10, what I'm looking for is 10 degrees, right there. So I want to try and break even around that 10. Around a 10-degree climb is nice. We're heading back towards our GPS waypoint. And I'm going to trim to the right a little bit so it stops taking control over my plane. And I want to take a little look around too. I can't read chat right now. I gotta focus. You guys might have had the comment of the year. I don't know. I doubt it, but it's possible. And I wouldn't see it. This takes like a way more concentration than it probably looks. There's just so many things you have to keep track of simultaneously. Number one, I haven't flown this plane in a long time, so I don't remember what its tendencies are. Number two, we've got to manage speed, so I'm trying to maintain the knots on the left, which we've got a steady clip right now, 188 knots. We're already going over. We're already going over 200 knots true airspeed. I gotta listen for him. I gotta listen for ATC. I want to look out the window before we go above the clouds and like see a little bit of San Antonio, which is surrounded by countryside, because I didn't get to see any of this during the day or during the night the day before yesterday. I have to talk to you which I don't even want to do. I'm just, I gotta talk to chat. Ew. Dude, it was so funny. Top comment 2020 Omega lol. I gotta try and turn into my GPS. I gotta watch my height. He wants me to climb and maintain 14,000 feet. So I'm watching that we're just ascending over 10,000. And then eventually, I gotta turn on autopilot too, which is gonna be its own challenge to remember, but I feel like I remember vaguely doing this before. Oh, this is the one with the happy face. This is the plane with the happy face, dude. This plane's about to drive me crazy, though, with its constant turning to the right. I mean, left. And also, I'm still shocked that we did not hit the trees. That was more of a pog moment that I couldn't pog because I was too busy listening to landing gear, and like trying to figure out when the best time to put flaps up was. Because as soon as I tried putting flaps up way too early, apparently, we almost nosedived back into the trees. So I was trying to fight that and look over at chat for some reason, which I'm still doing even now. Yeah, and I've got, it's okay to be a little bit over torque when you're on a climb, right? Well, we're about to level out at 14,000 feet anyways. You just don't want to be cruising over torque. Hey, it's Alex. Not to sound needy, but can we please get back on topic of reading our hilarious comments? Really? You have hilarious comments? Let's see. The next one under you. He's so blind. Who said that? Outgillis? I'm not surprised. Etal Alien didn't laugh. Outgillis. -2. All right, let's also zoom out on the map so we can see a little bit more of what is coming up ahead. And then, oopsie. Stop looking at chat, dude. Stop looking at chat. They're throwing me off.
Houston Center -1 is at 14,900 feet, descending 14,000 feet.
We're fine.
-1 Houston Center, continue to mileage as planned. Altimeter 29.906.
All right, the trim is freaking out. Trim does not like anything that's going on right now. What? What? It's because we're gaining speed by leveling off, I think. All right, we really need to get autopilot on. We're approaching some dangerous speeds, so we're gonna just go ahead and throttle down. And notice how, like, I'm not doing anything, and it's like, yo, I'm going up, dog! Here I go! I'm gonna climb to 15,000 now! A little bit to the left. Try to get lined back up. It's still climbing.
-1, please expedite your descent to 14,000 feet.
All right, listen here, buddy. Listen here. I don't have time
Houston
for this.
Center -1, requesting Victor to next waypoint. -1, continue to mileage turning and following heading 140, proceed on course.
Okay, acknowledge.
Continue to mileage turning
Slow down.
and following heading 140, proceed on course -1.
Hit trim left a little bit. Okay, keeping our speed out of the red here so we don't get into the danger overspeed area. Noticing that we need to counter our trim because as soon as I let go, we can just kind of see what happens. See, it's turning to the right. Don't want to spin too fast because you can hear it shudder as I do, but we're also, the more I allow it to just go wherever it wants, the more off course we get. We're approaching 14,000 feet, so I'm going to go ahead and nose up again a little bit. Wow, just barely any trim, and it just skyrockets. Chat, does this even have left-right trim? Because I don't think it does. If it does, it's being very annoying. Why did I ask you? I'm not even gonna look at your answers. Okay, you guys aren't saying anything useful anyways. I bet if I look over it wasn't even helpful. Let me see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, someone just wrote center console. As I expected. Let me guess. You abbreviated the following statement into center console. Hey, Italics, there is an autopilot system on this plane that will enable you to stay on a heading and a course without you having to input any controls. Yes, I am aware that autopilot exists on airplanes. Thank you.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors visual runway tree 6 right approach generic 1 hotel Papa.
On second thought, don't look at chat anymore. Well,
-1 you are 300 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 14,000 feet altimeter to 90.
I am 300 feet under my assigned altitude, ATC. All right, you understand how hard this is to balance in a plane? I think chat will get a lot better if we time Lorag out for about an hour again. It usually works pretty good. In general. Time for emote. Is it already time for emote only, Kairotobi? I don't know. I haven't seen enough of chat. Chat, do you guys want emote only for some reason? Expert level, turn off the screens. No, it's already hard enough to like use the screens, much less turn them off. Okay, so let's start setting up autopilot now, and that's going to, the fact that we were doing this manually is just good practice. I've almost got it where I want it. It's just an issue of slowing down our descent. So now we're climbing. I barely did any nose up trim. Barely, dude. The problem is that, as I pointed out before, trim is not linear in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's like exponential. So the longer I hold up or down, the faster the trim wheel spins, which is super annoying. And that's what's leading to this, like, inability to find a middle ground. Hopefully that changes to a linear system, because I absolutely cannot deal with this right now. I've gotten used to this tapping it a bunch. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm trying to do right now. And I've almost got it. And that was one tap, by the way, that I just did. Okay, that's fine. Let's go ahead and get autopilot set up. So here's what I want. I want altitude hold mode on. It's going to show me 600 feet, which I absolutely do not want. How do I get it? How do I get it to not 14,006? I think click, right? Okay, click. And then we have to click the middle of this wheel, okay, to set that. Then we want to turn to GPS instead of VOR or FMS, right? Yeah, we want to go to FMS. Okay. That's basically going to tell the autopilot to follow. God, why are we still climbing so much? That's going to tell the autopilot to follow the pink line, basically. And then I think we should be good to engage autopilot. Let's see. Why is it going... All right, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Hey. Why is it? Hang on. Always, every single time, bro. Houston, we have a problem. I had to say it, all right? That was the only opportunity in this entire flight sim I was gonna have to say that. All right, autopilot's off. We're not gonna die. It's fine.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, generic 7 Papa Yankee. Climb and maintain 14,000 feet, -1.
So I have altitude hold on. I can even synchronize to current altitude, which is what I did. Turn vertical speed mode on. God, every single plane. Why can't I roll this up? I'm actually getting stressed in real life. It's supposed to be relaxing. Vertical speed mode on. It won't turn on. Do I have to be in auto? Because you are at the altitude you set. No, I'm at 13,100. Hang on. Okay, 14,000 feet. Vertical speed. Vertical speed, 500 feet per minute. Autopilot. Engage. Do the thing. Okay. So, now we got altitude hold on, then we just need to go nav. But I'd like to solve altitude first.
Please expedite your climb to 14,000 feet.
We're doing fine. There we go. Hello, I'm new. Let me save you some time. You don't want to be here. Okay. You know how I know this? Because you have a Rick and Morty PFP.
Generic 1 Hotel Papa contacted Houston Center on 127.8.
But I'll allow you to stay.
Generic 1 Hotel Papa.
Whew. Okay, well. Another near-death autopilot experience in the books. The King Air is unique compared to all the other planes we just flew because its altitude hold mode dial requires a different caress than the other ones. Namely that a scroll wheel here is 1,000 feet at a time, a click is 100 feet at a time, and you can push the button, which... There's another plane... Okay, the A320 is the one you have to click to confirm. This one you click to synchronize to your current altitude. Most of my stress comes from ATC just chirping in my ear all the time, so if you guys are new to the game, I'd recommend just fly GPS for a long time. ATC bitching about being 300 feet under my altitude is what actually gets me. So I'm just gonna find the volume and turn you down. I don't know, that's intercom. That may not be the radio. Where is, like, the comms console? I mean, I know we got this here. It's inoperable. I don't know. -1, you are 10 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain 14,000 feet. I do need to double check my altimeter, but I think I already corrected it. Yeah, it's basically correct. Okay, well, that feels good. Whew, take a deep breath, Chad. Reset, take a deep breath. We saved it. This is my first Italic stream too. Uh-huh. I'm sure. Now I'm scrolling up in chat, so I want to see what you guys were talking about when you thought I wouldn't know. Yeah, okay, so when I turned on autopilot, how come it was set to 600 feet? The first thing I did was turn on altitude hold mode and chose I synchronized to my current altitude. So how come it, like, what do I need to do to prevent it from being automatically set to 600 feet? Because that's literally what I was trying to prevent, and it did not work, apparently. What is my warning here? AP on, YD off. Oh, yeah. I remember this last time I got chewed out for it. Autopilot on. Yaw damper off. So we'll turn yaw damper on. Is this the second or third delay in the series? Oh, day. Sorry, I thought you said delay. I was like, we're flying it right now. This is the third day in the series. Hi, Neilori. We started in Vegas, and we are now leaving Texas, heading towards Mexico. If you want to see the up-to-date flight plans, you can't see where we're gonna go, but you can see where we've been with exclamation plane. There's a default the first time you use an autopilot, and I cannot tell you why. Toggling it will reset it to your altitude bug. Okay, so am I understanding you correctly in that there is a default of 600 feet on this plane no matter what I do, and I have to basically turn autopilot on and off really fast in order to erase that default? Is that what I'm understanding? Or did I misread that? The head thing is interesting. Yeah, it's a track IR. So it's supposed to go on a hat or a visor, but this is what I got. All right, we're at 14,000 feet. Let's take a look around now.
-1 contact Houston Center on 127.8.
Every time, dude.
127.8
Oh yeah, I was gonna like look around. ATC had to make sure that I had the full attention.
Houston Center -114,000 feet.
We're gonna go visit NASA, dude, in Houston.
Center continue to Lima Romeo Delta as planned. Altimeter 29.904.
Could you enable and configure autopilot on the ground, then disable before takeoff? Possibly. I would need to know what to configure it for in terms of height, but yeah. So if that's how it works, you have to clear the default, then I didn't know that was the thing. So I'm going to say not my fault that we almost crashed and died. Basically, yes, it ignores your altitude bug the first time you enable alt hold. That might be an issue with the game. Never seen that in real life. Happens on a lot of planes. Okay, well that makes me feel better. Because I was just really frustrated with myself. Because I was like, man, I've flown how many hours now, and I don't even know how to maintain an altitude hold on an autopilot system? Like, how many autopilots have we done? So I got a little pissed off at myself, but that makes me feel a little better. Because it's like, I know that I double, triple checked the fact that we were at or around the altitude that I wanted when I enabled autopilot. So when it started nosediving, I was just in disbelief. I was like, what did I possibly forget?
Generic 1 Hotel Papa descend and maintain 4,000 feet.
Because, I mean, you can see the number right there. And we spent like 5 minutes setting it up.
2,000 feet generic. 1 Hotel Papa.
To figure out what your autopilot is, look at the green text.
Maintain 2,500 feet.
On what? The only green text on the screen is COM 127.8.
Descend and maintain 2,500 feet generic. 1 Hotel Papa.
Or 3122 Alt. Oh, this one? 14,000 feet? So this is autopilot then. I had no idea that was like specific to the autopilot. Chad, unfortunately, these planes don't come with manuals. It's called the scoreboard. It's so funny. But yes. Alright, how do I turn you down some more? If you're talking to generic Hot Pocket, I think this is just the intercom. I don't think this is actually going to help me. Green is active, white is pending. Oh, that actually is his voice. Fantastic. Still talking to the Hot Pocket. Oh, yeah. All right. You guys don't need the foot cam on anymore anyway right now. Let's get some nice scenic views as we get ready to head out of Texas. And then we're going to adjust our speed and the RPM throttle as well. Kind of play with that stuff. Got some clouds in the sky today. These, I believe, they kind of look like the oil fields. Can't really get like a good zoom of them. But the oil fields in Texas look like a checkerboard circuit board. It's really interesting how they have them set up. All right, do we have a Kyra Toby plane log photo yet? What should we do? You want one flying into the camera? Flying, ooh, the clouds look good. Hold on, let me get like a... That's not a good shot. Dude, where's the sun? Oh, there's the sun. I think an underbelly looks kind of weird, though. Too much empty blue above? How about we get more ground? Something like, well, now that the plane should probably take up a little bit more. Photography's hard, chat. Probably like right in there. Final offer. Mid-South 320, you are 600 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet. Mid-South 320, coming in. Well, it is a beautiful day to be flying. The Looks like good weather. We are flying just above the clouds, which is always nice. Still get to see the formations down below. Where is the Rio Grande? That's another plane, dude. Do you see those 2 pixels? There it is, N821HP. All right, looks like autopilot is just picking up another route. Let's zoom out and kind of get a lay of the land. Actually, are we crossing into Mexico now? Is that the Rio Grande? It is, dude. Right there. That's Texas. So we're right above KLRD and LRD. Google says that plane landed 10 minutes ago. Yeah, all the live data is about 2 hours behind permanently. Kind of like a live stream is 2 hours behind. I mean, like 2 seconds behind. Definitely not pre-recorded. So we should be over Laredo now, right? No, I didn't, because I muted you.
125.6 or -1.
Yep. KLRD is Laredo. Right there on the border. We're tuned into Monterey now. All right, I gotta... Sorry, I had to look behind me. I need to tuck Midas in. He's just always under the maps. He's gonna end up bumping something and hurting himself. He doesn't like his bed anymore. I'm worried about it. All right, Monterey, what do you want? I can't press number 1.
Monterey Center -114,000.
His bed is too wet. From all the licking, probably. I wouldn't doubt that. Okay, we're good. Let me tuck him in. Okay. The camera bounce. Dude, this is nice cockpit view right here, dude. Hey. All right. I feel a lot better now. I mean, in general. I felt like that takeoff was just really tough and stressful for some reason, but I feel good now. I feel confident now. Let's go ahead and set up some stuff inside the plane. Also, how can you be mad at these views? I think I just gotta stop taking, like, I know this that we're simming and we're role-playing, but I think I just gotta stop taking some things that I do right or wrong so personally. Because it's just like, even I feel like because I've played for 125 hours now, that it's like, you're better than that, Italicz. Stop making these rookie mistakes, like almost crashing on takeoff into the trees. But it's like, planes are hard, man. And flying a different plane every single flight is just, I'm putting unreasonable expectations on myself to be better. And it's like, the whole reason we're here is for fun, exploration, learning, and adventure across the world. So I gotta put that first. And just enjoy if there's an accident or an error or a crash, then don't get mad that the error was made. Use it as a learning opportunity. Get better. And if you have an interesting takeoff, then that's just free content. I guess I was a little mad because I couldn't even respond to questions and stuff in chat as well. Because I was just so, I had to be so focused. All right. Speaking of, does the game do win conditions? It does. Right now they're a little bugged. There's a lot of things that are a little bugged in the game, but I think that they have already identified many of the issues, and I didn't get to read their blog from the other day about what they were going to patch, so I'm curious to check that out. Is there an outline of what the next destinations will be? No, you just kind of have to enjoy the reveal one at a time. There's a couple reasons for that. Number one, keeps the mystery alive of the adventure. Number two, humans are weird, and the way that anticipation works, if I tell you that something is going to happen, it's kind of like it already did by the time it comes around. So...
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
So if everybody already knows everywhere that we're gonna go, it kind of kills the adventurous vibe of the trip, in my opinion. And also has the potential for people to go to the places that I'm planning on going to that I may not be able to get to until a month from now, screenshot it and post it in the Discord before we even get a chance to go there. So, could have something like that. Next time crashing a plane, I'll tell the person next to me, relax, bud, it's free content. Yeah, Ace Tech. I was just spending some time with chat for a minute, and I was gonna do some reconfiguration in the plane after I kind of caught up. I feel like I've been ignoring you guys. Relax, bud. It's free content.
The seatbelt sign is on, which means the 5 of you lined up outside of the laboratory will be presented with a cup. Please return to your seat and use it at your earliest discretion.
Dude, we never talk these days anymore. Just ignore chat, they'll be fine. But also, I felt like I was doing a poor job of explaining what I was trying to do, because I was just compensating so much for trying not to crash and get on course and solve autopilot. So now we can chill. Now we can relax a little bit. I really do like this plane, but there's still obviously a lot to learn, which is good. It means there's more stuff for me to do. Every time I do something wrong, it's like another chance to feel the drive to do it again, you know? If I did everything perfectly, the game wouldn't be very fun. Because it'd be like, I already know everything, I'm already good at everything. So like, what kind of ceiling do I have to obtain, you know? I like when things go wrong because it means that there's more gameplay to come. All right, let's try and work on resetting some of this. So I don't know what the general RPM is that you're supposed to shoot for here. I can see though that we are at about 1700 on the prop. I think this is RPM, right? Because torque is not RPM, correct? Or is it? Yeah, how does torque relate to the actual prop RPM itself? Hello, Practica, what's up? In your defense, they did give you a short-ass runway for a full fuel load. Yeah. I'm still in disbelief that we cleared the trees at all. I was watching the speed climb just above that, like, candy cane, and I was like, all right, I guess I gotta pull back or we're just gonna slam those trees. So, anyway, what I was gonna say was, the goal, I think, for us is to max the throttle, but reduce the prop RPM control, maybe. Does that matter? Or does torque always go up if the throttle is maxed? Because maybe I'm applying the wrong lessons from the previous planes. because that's what it looks like. I'm just gonna try and figure it out myself, because it's fun to experiment. So torque is at like 99, which I probably don't want to ride. The throttle itself is only at 72%. But if we increase the engine propeller control, this is basically changing the angle of the propellers, I believe. So I don't really know how to tell what the best angle is, or if you're supposed to leave it at 100 while you're cruising, because it doesn't seem like we're getting any issue with the RPM. And torque is only 1 under the threshold. Now, fuel mix wise, I think at turboprop, we just leave it on 100% mixture control for the entire duration of the flight, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since we flew one of these. Now learn to fly and live stream via Twitch. Yeah, I don't trust myself for that. Torque equals 63,000 times horsepower divided by your RPM. It's basically just how hard the engine is working, right? So that's why you don't want to overwork it, because you're going to end up just burning out the engine. What's up, Casey? How's it going? All right, we need to slow down a little bit. I actually don't know how we picked up this much speed. Oh, it might be something to do just with the ambient air outside. We're at what's the recommended cruising speed for this in true knots? Or true airspeed, rather. Sorry, knots, true airspeed. Because we're at almost 300, so we're booking it a little bit. And I see some mountains coming up on the topographical map. I don't know if we can see those though. Dude, it's awesome outside. Oh yeah. That looks good, dude. That's a pretty good photo. King Ed 350i. They have a lot of good camera angles on this one. Ooh, right there in the window. It scares me. I don't like looking at that. I love these clouds, though. First time on the Around the World tour, we're getting a nice bit of weather in the clouds. Can kind of see the ground below a little bit. The mountains right there peeking up. We should probably just stay at 14,000 feet so we can get a little bit more speed. If we went lower, we get to see a little bit more of the land, but this is a fairly long flight. Is it stock or add-on? I think it's stock. Is that live weather? Yeah, this is live weather, live time. So, I guess I should mention it again, because probably new people kind of arriving. We're doing a trip around the world a little bit at a time. It's going to take a long time to get there. So we'll just be kind of playing Flight Sim off and on. This is not a full-time Flight Sim stream, but I just really love this game, and I love seeing different parts of the world. And we'll do some learning here in a minute. We've got plenty of time on this flight. But we're doing the whole thing real time, no skipping. If we crash, we crash. I'm going to make some saves every so often. In fact, I'm probably going to go ahead and make one now because I'm going to be doing some alt-tapping soon, so I'd really like to not lose all of my progress in the event of a game error. That would be nice. Real time of day and real weather the whole way, whether good or bad, whether daytime or nighttime. I'm going to try and get that's why we try to start early for some of these, because the sun is going to be going down sooner than we're ready for just because of the time zones. I'm in Pacific in Las Vegas. It's 4 o'clock p.m., but Central Time it's now 6. So we kind of have our work cut out for us in terms of getting the best out of time of day. But I'm going to make it work. Even if we have to cut the streams up a little bit smaller and start at some weird times, I'm going to try and get as much of it during the day as possible. Where are we headed again? We are crossing, we just crossed over Texas through Laredo and are heading towards Isla Madre in Mexico. Isla Maria Madre, excuse me. Which is a small island just off the western coast of Mexico with a pretty small runway. About how long are each of the trips? They vary in length depending on usually the plane we fly. Like, one good thing about this one is that it's a fairly brisk turboprop, and that speed is going to cover a longer distance than any of the previous 4 flights. So we are going this is probably the longest in terms of just sheer distance flight that we are taking so far to date. But like, it really just depends on what plane we're flying. You could be flying the slowest plane in the game and the shortest distance in the whole flight plan, and it might still be the longest flight, even though it's the shortest distance, because they vary so far in speed. Does the King Air have a weather radar? I believe it has a few options that I don't know exactly how to enable, because there's different screen per plane, and usually these systems operate a little differently. We might be able to scroll down here and see some options. I know we can split this into 2 different heights, and then we can hit map, maybe see something. This is how you would change your flight plan in the plane. That would be fun to learn. Maybe not this trip though, and that's okay. There may be some weather in here somewhere. I don't know how to access it off the top of my head. I know that we can change our PFD options for autopilot. That's the most important thing that you can change here. And this is just GPS to the next waypoint, I think. So Taguib is about 5 nautical miles away, so it's kind of telling us how far until our next little waypoint. And the autopilot will adjust and kind of change our heading a little bit. I don't think the King Air does. Okay. Yeah, I don't think the King Air does either. Let me slow this down a little bit. 247 was fine a moment ago, but basically this little red is going to adjust depending on the conditions outside. So it's not going to always stay at the exact same calibration. So we're kind of riding this a bit fast, but that's okay. We got places to be, chat. That's me.
127 decimal 4 minus 1.
I thought we were already tuned to Monterey.
Monterey Center minus 1.
But yeah, we're going almost, even though we're going slower in indicated airspeed now, we're still going faster in true airspeed. Just due to the conditions. So right now we're heading up, we're going about 290 knots true airspeed. So if we look that up in miles per hour, it's about 333 miles an hour right now. This is how fast we're going. So sometimes I get asked, is this faster than driving, Italics? It doesn't feel like we're going that fast. But I assure you that we are. Glad I decided to pop out for a little view right now, huh? We fly in the shade. Game looks awesome. And then poof, we go through the clouds. So let's check the outside temperature. Where is temperature listed on this? Usually it's at the bottom left. On some planes, you don't turn on de-icing unless you actually need it. It gives you a warning. I don't know if temperature, I guess the oil temp. Bottom middle. Oh, right there. 7C. Okay. So still above freezing. I believe the pitot heater is on anyways, because it did pop up with a warning to that. So we don't have to worry about the pitot freezing. And then taxi lights can go off. I don't know what wing ice light actually does, but all of our other lights are already on. And then we have an engine anti-ice if we get into freezing conditions here. It's nice to look at some of the other controls and kind of see if we might need any of these in the future. Landing lights for when we get ready to land. These are inoperable, I'm pretty sure. There's a lot more inoperable switches in the King Air than on some of the other planes. Oh yeah, and I want to look at the map, like the real map, and see where we are. See if we can guess where we are. You need some RGB lights and trim. Depending on your scenery versus time preference, you can gain speed up to 330 true airspeed at 30,000 feet. Yeah, I selected low altitude airways for this so we could get into the, like, even if we can't see the ground per se. Hey, there's some ground. This is just such a perfect height. And we've really been missing this combination of weather plus scenery. Because that's awesome. So, if you were outside in northern Mexico, maybe 30 minutes southwest of Laredo, you might look up and see something like this from the ground as of a couple hours ago. I like that we're right in between these cloud layers too. This is so mesmerizing. I'm just like mouth drooling. All right, we gotta go faster. Somebody open the door. Kick Chad out. Wow, the zoom on this is crazy. All right, what are the, I want to see like the fixed camera angles. Well, not these necessarily.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
Oh, speaking of, thanks for subscribing. Thank you for the gift subs, Golden Fishy. Welcome, Zelter Gisei Frunze Apparat. Wispy001, Robot Kitty, and Nom Nom Maki. Hi to each one of you. Thanks, Golden Fishy, for the big gift sub drop. December Mist says it's 11 months spread out over 3 years. I appreciate it, December Mist. Welcome back. Glad to have you today. Do I get a parachute? You do now, with your 5 gift subs. Siwara with the heart and the party in the chat. Hi, Siwara. How you doing today? Thank you for 15 months of sub. Power Tech party time with the fresh Prime sub when I was like taken off, I guess. Hi, Power Tech. Wink sharing the 14 months if you're still out there. Sup, Wink. Lorag, of course, dumped 5 gift subs on the community, like it or not. OJ Mango, Pomput, Sinkridge, Katui, and Grinnin Fossil. Literally all 5 of you are first-time subs. So glad to have you on board. Traumatic is also back for 16 months. What up, Traumatic? How you doing?
This is your captain speaking. It appears that we've run out of gas. I need you 5 to go below and start pedaling.
Well, you heard the man. You heard the man. It appears we've run out of gas.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on. How come I can hear myself now?
Here's my question. Do I need to do anything with the crossfeed? Like, the quantity on the left and the right, how do I see my ox fuel? Dude, plain pong, dude. So, like, these are the ones in my wings. We got an ox transfer override, but I don't know how to see the ox fuel. And we got a fuel quantity test. Monitor fuel quantity in ox tanks. Is that bad? Well, I figured out how to monitor it. Main tanks are fine. Yep, just let all the fuel out into the air. That way you go a lot faster. Ox is ox, so not main, so less. Okay, I gotcha. I think Microsoft Flight Sim is my favorite thing you've played since RimWorld. I'll text my husband timestamps of your crashes for fun. All right, well, that started off very nice, and you had me in the first half. Thank you for, I guess, getting me a few more views. At least it counts for something. Well, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, I guess. Do what you gotta do. Okay, I think we're comfortable to check out the map now, because I want to see exactly where we're going. I want to show you guys where we're going. And let's learn a little bit about this area that we're going to. And a little bit about San Antonio, too, because we really didn't give it much time. There's some big mountains down there. You can see this is why we're not flying super low, because the clouds are basically kissing the tops of those mountains. So we are going to steer nice and clear of some unexpected bait. Does that plane have weather radar? Somebody else asked, and I think the answer was no. Dude, this spot looks really cool. I was trying to figure out if somebody lived there or if there was like a river coming down from the mountain right there. Just being able to kind of like see that ridge peek up through. That's got to be at least 7,000, 8,000 feet. Because we're only at 14,000. It's just a beautiful day outside today. All right, let's see. Got some rain down there, maybe? Some dark and spooky clouds. Maybe they're just really dense. I don't know. Okay, take a look. The weather in Isla Maria Madre. 82 degrees Fahrenheit today. Precipitation, 70%. Humidity, 67%. Partly cloudy. Weather forecast is... wind 5 miles an hour from the west. 84 with a few clouds. Looks like the rain was earlier in the day from 10 to 1. And we'll be getting in at... is it Central Time? Sunsets at 8:10 p.m. there. It's 5:16 p.m. It's Mountain Time. Nice. So we're kind of going southwest. So we're gonna get an hour back. That's kind of cool. And then we're probably gonna lose it again because time zones in from Mexico down to Central America are just like all over the place. Let me show you. Check this out. Get a little quieter first. Lorac chat is online. Is there global chat or voice chat at all in this game? No. But you can see other planes if you have online enabled. And you can see them on the map first as well. Get the speed up just a little bit. Kind of gonna watch the torque as well. So what I just did was basically move it to the 96, 97, which I think is fine. Just pick up a little bit of pace. All right. Yeah, local chat in this game would be miserable. Also, I think my tiara needs some fixing, dude. There we go. Okay, so check this out. Time zone map from time and date. We are in Mexico, which is in Central Time, but we're actually going to an island just off this little orange slice right there. See, this is Baja, and then we're going to an island right there, which is in Mountain Time. But here's what's curious. Once you get to Central America, so this is Central in the yellow, therefore this is Central. Wait a second, no, that's Mountain Time. So they go Mountain Time. Yeah, this is definitely Central. That makes wait a second, Mountain Time's back again, dude? And then you go a little further, and guess what? You're back in Central Time, even though you're directly under Eastern. But if you want to go Eastern in South America, you got to go all the way to the middle of South America. Which almost none of North America is in Eastern Time there. So I don't really understand how this works at all. China is best time zone. Were they just like, time zones suck, I'm done? Hey, where's Suckberry on this map? Yes, actually? Oh. Yes, actually. All right, let's look at speaking of maps. So here's the actual path that we're charting. Been in the air for about an hour. Would have liked to have seen that first. So we were on board with Houston. We were talking to Houston on the way out of San Antonio, which is pretty cool. And we didn't take as direct a route as I thought. We ended up going through Laredo. So this line's a little bit off. We went through Laredo and Nuevo Laredo. So It's interesting that they have two different cities basically named the same thing on different sides of the border. The Republic of the Rio Grande Museum chronicles the short-lived independent nation. This was an independent nation at one point? Lake Casablanca International State Park has trails and a fish-filled lake. The Imaginarium of South Texas is a children's museum with hands-on exhibits. And Nuevo Laredo has about 373,000 people living there. So what's the population of regular Laredo? New Laredo. I don't need no regular Laredo. There's Laredo International. Decent looking airport. And we headed out there. We didn't get to see a lot of the ground, but I definitely saw all this. This looks very familiar. We saw this while we were flying up. And then out of San Antonio. So we missed the city of San Antonio, but that's okay. Honestly, the city of San Antonio is pretty flat. They do have a downtown area. Looks pretty nice. But there really wasn't an opportunity to do a flyby here. Tower of the Americas. Well, maybe San Antonio would be cool to do a little flyby for a different plane, but we just didn't have an opportunity because we came in at night and we left in a turboprop, so not a lot of room there. We can always come back. It's not going anywhere. We can't do the full tour on literally everything. Okay, so this is what we've been flying over past Laredo. These kind of interesting changes of topography and scenery as we go past Torreon, then Durango, and then here's our destination at Isla Maria Madre. And this is the airport that we're going to. It has a 4.2 review. Nice. So we got Isla San Juanico, Isla Maria Magdalena, and then Isla Maria Cleofas. And then we also pass Isla Maria Isabelita, which is very small. Has like a lake in the middle of it. National Park. So, let's, what do you guys want to... I'm kind of interested in learning about the islands, because just northwest of that, this is Baja. And they have some cool airports here, too. One review, 5-star, by the way. But if I zoom out, you can see the path that we're kind of charting over Mexico. We are going to the westernmost, well, besides Baja, we're going to the west coast of Mexico. And this is the path that we've charted so far from Vegas. So this is probably the most direct route that we have taken. And probably also the most distance as well. You can see how big of a course we're charting there. So I'm curious, we gotta find at least one hotspot here to get a little bit more detailed information on. Also, I need to drink a little bit more of this coffee. And then watch our speed, because we're starting to approach dangerous levels. 297 knots true airspeed, though. Pretty good. Making pretty good time for 14,000 feet as we take a look out the side windows. What coffee you got? I've been really into the, I think it's the same, I don't remember what's the original brand. Counterculture Coffee. These are, I got a 2-pack because She's the Worst recommended the hologram ones. And I don't like the hologram ones, but I do like the Big Trouble ones that came with it. He hates my beans. I don't hate your beans, Kairatobi. They're fine. Okay, your beans are nice when I don't feel like grinding the beans. Your beans are nice when I just want to get the scooper in and just get some coffee out of there. I think here's the thing, I'll get used to it over time, just like Folgers. I just compared your beans to Folgers. No, like I just gotta drink it a few more times and then I'll like it. I think I just need, I'm gonna try a different coffee setting. And because I can brew rich. I think it's just normal brew is not as powerful of a punch. So if I do like the setting on the coffee maker for like rich brew where it steeps the coffee a little bit more before it releases it, I think that's gonna turn out better. Dude, these mountains are awesome. All right, let's try and figure out where we're at here if we take a look around. It'd be pretty funny if there was a 14,000 foot mountain up ahead. Yeah, this is a full-scale range. I think I know where we are, because I see a lake. I think this is the part where I was like, remember when I was like, this looks like there's a desert on the other side, kind of, and, we're gonna see some changing from the green that we've kind of been flying over. From up here, this looks so detailed. Oh, we're flying over like a proper city right now, huh? Can't find a great angle of it, but it's down there. Oh, yeah. This is hitting the spot. Look at those bumps. Remember when Walmart had bean dispensers and you could get your own bag? I do. I remember when grocery stores had that. My grandpa would get coffee bean bags, not from Walmart, but from the local grocery store. Ooh. Ooh. This deserves its time in the spotlight for a second. Man, it's just so immersive and enjoyable. It just lets my, like, I don't know, I feel like I can breathe deeper. You know what I mean? I'm getting like simulated outside vibes. We're numing so fast. This is the fastest plane we have flown to date. Almost 300 knots true airspeed at 14,000 feet. They really nailed the increase, decrease of the plane sound. Yeah, it's almost got that Doppler effect going, doesn't it? Like, listen to how that sound changes over time. And then as we get closer, this is Big Peepo comfy. That felt good. That, like, actually, if we were playing Crusader Kings, that was like minus 10 stress just doing that. This is beautiful. I don't know, this might be like tied for my favorite flight now with the one where we flew out of Tucson through that mountain range where we barely climbed over the tree and then descended into the like valley right after that. I think I just really like this geography a lot, plus the clouds. This flight is cheating because it's actually, I love the clouds. All right, let's figure out where we are, dude. We got to, dude, the gnat just flew in front of me. We're right here in the Sierra Madre Oriental Mountains. HP Sierra San Marcos. Monterey would be right here. However, we might have, it's where we flew over. We flew over Monterey. All right, let's do some Monterey exploration. And Saltillo. There's Puebla. There's a little desert. Where's the lake? We're Newman fast, dude. All right, where's the lake? Well, if we flew from Monterey, it's got to be like right around here. I feel like it's that. That was probably the most identifying characteristic. Now it's kind of gone. I think we are south of Torreon. Likely. Trying to look for some more landmarks. But yeah, the Sierra Madre Mountains are gorgeous. Yeah, that's a big body of water right there through the cloud. I know it's hard to see now. Let's look again. Okay, so we came through Laredo, saw Monterey. Monterey was a while ago, though. I don't see anything that's that big. Big enough to be that lake. It's a pretty hard to miss spot. There's actually the city of Rio Grande. It's a salt flat northeast of San Pedro. Salt flat northeast of San Pedro. Right here? That's what I thought it was, but so it's not a lake, but it looks like a lake in the game. It's below sea level. Oh, okay, so it can gather water and then evaporate. On normal maps, it shows a lake. I gotcha. Okay, well, I want to learn a little bit about Monterey. But I'm scared I'm going to miss the scenery. This is actually a very scenic trip. I thought we were going to have a lot of airtime to fill, but I'm just enjoying looking around, like the topography here. Because, like, the way that these hills are kind of, like, dimpled. Is it a seasonal lake? Maybe. And then if we look ahead to where we're going, see a couple more, maybe bodies of water. We're really not that far away from our destination now. I think we're just making good time. But yeah, that's definitely it. Back there behind us. We love mountain erosion. I love mountain erosion patterns and clouds. I've got both of them. And good time of day. What was the flight time? I don't know. I didn't even pay attention to it. I've learned to ignore it because it usually lies. It usually tells not the truth. So I don't even pay attention because sometimes we have a delay, sometimes we crash. Which reminds me, sorry to interrupt, but I'm going to make another save because if I'm going to be alt-tabbing, I ain't going to let this crash. Day 3, Flight 1 in Prague. I ain't going to let the game crash ruin my experience if it does. In Prague. All right, I'm going to look up some info on Monterey. And I'm going to look up a Yelp review as well. All right, Monterey. First of all, let's get an actual from the ground picture. Dude. This is not the city of Monterey, but this looks like it'd be really cool to go visit. Look at this. Look at that, like, carved chunk of rock. Climb that for fun. Here is possibly a shopped pic, but we will display Monterey in its most glorious possible. Let's just pretend it's a screenshot from the game. Those clouds honestly could be. Buried right there next to the Sierra Madre Mountains, dude. That's a cool place that we just flew over. Got to see it from the air. All right. So, let's find out some information about it. 9 fun facts about Monterey. First is the capital of the state of Nuevo León, the capital and largest city of the northeastern state. I don't even think about Mexican states, so that's just something that I don't really consider on a daily basis. It's Mexico's 9th largest city, and the 3rd largest metropolitan area in all of Mexico. Here is a shot of downtown. Well, you gotta take it, you gotta take it via Instagram. Oh, God. Instagram sucks. I can't even show it to you, chat. Here. There you go. Downtown. Downtown Monterey. I see a McDonald's. There's a McDonald's right there. Take me to McDonald's, dude. Also, egg building. The egg building is pretty awesome. What else we got? Has a rich indigenous history. Basically, Before it was founded in 1596, a semi-nomadic group known as Chichimecas apparently occupied the lands before the Spanish arrived. The FIFA World Cup was played here in '86. Goat meat is a local favorite. The deeply traditional and most popular dish of Monterey is cabrito, kid goat cooked on embers. Based on the founders of the city's Jewish cuisine, it says. Again, I'd show you a photo, but it's on Instagram, so here you go. When I heard kid goat, I was questionable, and then when I saw that, I would totally eat that. That looks like a nice table of food there. That's some good-looking guac and some good-looking chips. Number 6, it has the highest bungee jump in Mexico. The Cola de Caballo. One of the most popular, exciting attractions with a height of 230 feet. This jump is ranked as the highest bungee jump in all of Mexico. All these Instagram photo tours. I can't just pop them. You can't save Instagram photos. So here you go. I know the image is a little small, but you get the idea. Go into this box and take the leap. Oh man, let's take a second real quick. I know you guys have been able to see this. But this is just a nice area right here. So, I'm just gonna check the temp again. It is 14 Celsius. Now, fuel-wise, we're still doing good on fuel. The lighting in this game is something else. It is, yes. Totally agree. See little holes and pockets in the clouds. It's actually a pretty good angle right now. But we could get that angle in a different way. Ooh, what are we flying over here? What is this? What are these, like, craters in the ground? Clay, maybe? All these, like, white patches across the, squared off fields and stuff. Dude, we are right in between. Looking like some storm formations. We are a couple hours behind on live weather, and I know that it was raining where we're going earlier in the day, so it's possible that we might just be heading into a storm, which would be pretty cool. I did check the weather and the temperature. Oh, has ATC contacted us? No. We're good. I knew that. Maybe change the altimeter. Update the altimeter. It's like the Halo dive scene from Godzilla. I'm still pissed they put that in the trailer. That was the best scene in the whole movie. By far. I couldn't believe that they... to be fair, though, did it work from a marketing perspective? Yes. I went to the theater to see the movie. Would I have gone to the theater to see the movie if they didn't put that scene in? Maybe. Probably. Is Godzilla an underrated movie from 2016? Yes. It is. I still haven't seen the sequel, though. 2014? Wow, it's older than I thought. I liked King of Monsters quite a bit. I didn't see King of Monsters. Also, my bad. I had to drink some coffee. I haven't seen Shin Godzilla. But I've heard it's really good. Because you're older than you thought, I'm older than I've ever been, Lantern. Can't just write spoilers and expect to be left alive in my chat? I agree, 2014 Godzilla was a refreshing surprise after, in my opinion, boring Godzilla movies. Yeah, I think anybody that complains about the main character being uninteresting and the screen time that Godzilla has are probably the same type of people who have trouble concentrating on things for more than an hour and a half at a time anyways. Because listen, I'll tell you what, there was a lot of King Kong in Skull Island, okay? But that didn't make the movie any better. That movie sucked. One of the most overrated monster movies I've ever seen in my life was Skull Island. And there was a lot of King Kong in that.
Going to 124.2 -1.
The Jack Black one? No, that's, that was the one that...
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
The Jack Black one was from 2006? That was just King Kong by Peter Jackson. I don't think it had a subtitle. Which was a good movie on its own. I don't think it would hold up now. It was a little... What's the word? Not dated, but like... From a thematic perspective, it was dated. But intentionally so. It was trying to be like kind of tongue-in-cheek is not the word I'm looking for, but it's the closest thing I can come up with. It was like a nod, like a heavy nod to like classical old movies. I enjoyed it when it came out. It was very stylized. Let's put it like that. Yeah, homage to the point of being like campy and not it was trying to be like the movie, the way it was shot and filmed and edited was very campy, but it took itself very seriously. I don't know what that juxtaposition would be called.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
I will say, listen, you can moan about Godzilla, not Godzilla, King Kong being too long. It was a very long movie. But that movie had the single scariest scene of any other contemporary movie in that whole decade. All right, the scene where they're attacked by bugs. Those were some nasty, stanky, scary bugs. And definitely scarred me when I was like 17. Or however, 18, however old I was. It was a very long movie, but I think the pacing was good. They had a really good balance between action scenes, like gore, where you don't expect it, and dramatic, like tension, while still kind of following the trope of King Kong itself. And it was shot really well. That was probably the last Peter Jackson movie that I actually care about. Well, thanks, I'd forgotten. It was a terrifying scene, yes. All right, let's see if we can zoom out and see what our ETE is. Looks like about 43 minutes till we hit our destination, so we are well over the halfway point. Because this was going to be about a 2.5-hour flight, I think, and we'll be seeing the coastline before then. So we'll be seeing water in probably like less than 30 minutes. Keep in mind, we started way up here. Flew through Laredo. So we are making great time right now, to be honest. But it's going to be low visibility probably from this point on. Somebody said, can you look above the clouds with the drone cam? Probably, but it's kind of like... not really worth it? Maybe it is? So there's me. There's me, the little baby. With the action cam Neum, and then... well, we were coming out of the clouds anyway. Yeah, we were coming out of them anyway. Still a good time to come out of the clouds. This is a cool plane. It is a cool plane. It's fast, fun, enjoyable to fly. Apparently can take off in under a 5,000-foot runway. Let's see if it can land in under a 5,000-foot runway. Probably. Yeah, we're at the perfect elevation, honestly, for this. In what appears to be some kind of storm formation from earlier in the day. Yeah, the wing views are probably the best ones here. All right, let's learn a little bit about where we're gonna land while we still have time. Okay. Collectively, they are called the Islas Marias, an archipelago of 4 islands belonging to Mexico. They're about 230 miles southeast of Baja, the tip of Baja. Oh, I had no idea about this when I picked this. The islands were used as a penal colony until February 18th, 2019? That was last year. President Andre Manuel Lopez Obrador ordered the closure, I butchered that name, sorry, ordered the closure of its operation as Islas Marias Federal Prison. The first European, wow. We are... We're landing at Mexico's Alcatraz. Oh, wow. I just thought it was like, wow, there's a cool island with an airport off the west coast of Mexico. Let's land there, guys. I had no idea. Well, that just made this a lot more interesting. But this is what I mean, dude. You can just pick... This is what's so cool about exploring the world. Now you know that this place exists. Lol, this whole time, Ita, I thought you knew and this is why you picked it. No, but like, cool stuff exists everywhere. You just have to go and look into it. You know what I mean? That's way cooler than just a random island. But yeah, that's what I mean. If you just do a little bit of minuscule, this is just like cursory background information that I'm getting here. I just wanted to go because I thought it was a neat path over like a big, cool chunk of Mexico. And it has been. The scenery's been fantastic. We've had mountains, deserts, salt flats. We got fields, crops, mountain cities. We're gonna see the Pacific. We're gonna land on a Mexican island prison. I'm sending all of you to Jeff jail. Exactly. Now you've got it. Thought I heard a warning, which didn't make any sense, but I was just trying to double check. No, I'm innocent. Let me off. Etel's had enough, and he's gonna lock us up. This is definitely the most beautiful flight that we've taken to date, even though we're not getting to see anything from below. I think it's just we're Numenon past. Good time of day. So local time should be about 6 p.m. We should have another couple hours of sunlight, and we're gonna land. So chat.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
If we're quick enough about our business, we should be able to take off during the daylight for flight 2. Because ET is only 36 minutes. We should have another hour and a half of sunlight after that, roughly. So that should be cool. Cockpit view is really nice here too, dude. Mostly Law says until 1950, this prison colony was known as a feared detention center due to violence, disease, and forced labor. It is calculated the total number of prisoners to be housed there is above 29,000. It's a lot of Jeffs, yeah. And they only closed it last year. I think that's the craziest part to me. It has a neat history, and there are some good summaries online. Well, we never finished our fun facts about Monterey. Okay, hang on. Real quick. There's only 2 more. Check out this canyon. You can go climbing here. Beautiful little river running through the canyons in Monterey. They have an old steel foundry that got turned into a museum where you can do a zip line route that goes through the entire length of the steel facility. Dude, they've converted Monterey into like a thrill seeker paradise. Go climbing in the canyons, biggest bungee jump in Mexico, zip line through our old steel factory. They also still produce a lot of steel. 25% of Mexican steel is produced in Monterey. So there you go. All right, now, what you guys are really interested in Isla Maria's penal colony, dude. Let's see what we can find. I can't even... I can't even show this stuff because there are actually, like, lewd advertisements on this page. Hold on. Sorry, you have to look at the chair for a moment. Alright, does this work? There we go. Okay. Anyways. This is what it looks like. Over 100 years ago, they built a Pacific Archipelago prison 8 hours from the mainland. I had no idea this is what it was. The new government deciding to shut it down caused problems for the inmates. Oh god, is this like a pro-prison article here? Some prisoners do not want to leave the tropical jail. The inmates and the guards of the prison had stayed put even during Hurricane Willa in October 2018. According to NDTV, the president decided to close the prison, saying the islands known for their beauty and biodiversity should not be a testament to punishment, torture, and repression. It's held about 64,000 inmates since its inception, according to this. Last month, 584 were sent back to the mainland. That's a lot of barbed wire, dude. According to reports, this was not a welcome change. Speaking to reporters, prison guards said it's a drastic change for some here. They were used to living in semi-captivity. They were calmly serving their time, living happily with their families. The change took them by surprise, and they were definitely sad to leave. Well, I guess if you're living on a tropical island as part of serving your sentence and you get sent to a regular mainland prison, then that's probably like a downgrade. I don't think that's a stretch of the imagination. Surrounded by calm waters, inhabited by pelicans, iguanas, and other species of fauna. In a tropical climate, they had access to an open-air gym, a garden, a woodworking shop, and music classes. Well, there you go. That's exactly where we're headed, apparently. And now we learned a little something about it. I had no idea. So. Hold on. I gotta reset. This thing keeps falling off my head. There we go. I just read this article. It seems a bit more in detail and brings up some more of the controversy. Well, let's see. How we doing on speed, by the way? Still good? Yeah. Okay. Of the 600 prisoners on the island, 200 will be released, while the rest will be relocated to prisons on the Mexican mainland. The former prison will be turned into a cultural center and rechristened Walls of Water. It actually is known as Mexican Alcatraz. IRL. The Islas Marias appeared to be outliving its usefulness in the early 2000s, and its population was reduced from approximately 8,000 inmates after a 2003 riot. So they went from 8,000 to 600. The facility found a new purpose in recent years as the country's crackdown on drug cartels and organized crime flooded the prison systems with inmates. Islas Marias is considered one of Mexico's best run and most humane correctional facilities, according to the National Human Rights Commission. I guess I can see why that is controversial. Etau flying through the void again, learning about where we're going. Oh yeah, I read that too, Asting. By the way, how are we doing on how do I know if there's an oil leak? Is it gonna tell me? Hey, how do I know if there's an oil leak on this thing? By the way, thank you for the recent subs, which I'll take a look at now. Invos, thank you for your fresh Prime sub a few minutes ago. What's up, Invos? Welcome to the stream. Metal Sand gifted a sub to Stir 5. Interesting. Welcome, Stir the 5th, to my stream. It's very kind of you to be here. Jacob is back for 4 months. Howdy, Jacob. Home Desktop, thank you for sharing half a year. Happy 6 months. And Bakerful also gifted 5 subs a while ago. But sub Bakerful, thanks for your generosity once again, dude. Sir Batbread, Oiled Bones, Captain Kirk, Lee Maria, and Arcanius are out there. Good afternoon / evening to each and every one of you. We are approaching our first destination and are expected to be touching down within 30 minutes. We got about 27 minutes until we directly hit it. Getting a little turbulence here as we go through the clouds. Might slow down a little bit. Oh, yeah. How are you even supposed to... soak all this in, dude? There's too many directions I could be looking at any given time. What is the second E in ETE? Estimated time en route. So, at any moment during this flight, it's possible we could suffer an oil leak. I think I only set the minimum time to 30 minutes. So it could have happened a long time ago. We've been in the air for close to 2 hours now. So pretty much on schedule, I think. It was a 2.5 hour flight, if I remember correctly. This is our longest chunk of land yet that we're going to be covering on the map. So what I'll probably do in order to get the takeoff faster, we'll probably just do the map pin when we get on the next flight and get that all set up, you know what I mean? Instead of doing it in the middle. Ooh, look at these ridges. All right, I want to see where we are. We never did a Yelp review, but I got distracted by prison colony. Understandably. See what this looks like out of the cockpit. Visibility is going to be very interesting. I wish I had the patience to learn this game. Well, Mr. Valerian, you can actually just turn on arcade controls by playing with a controller if you want. Just make sure you turn the sensitivity way down on that thumbstick. because it's gonna bite. And you can turn off damage, you can turn off all the simulation aspects and just turn on assistance and just fly around and sightsee if you want. So you really don't have to do full commitment. Don't let my gear fool you. I am not a pilot, and this is my first flight simulator, and I picked it up pretty well. But I also had some help from chat. So, local time, 6:11 p.m. right now in the Isla Maria Madre prison penal colony. It's looking pretty cloudy. There were some storms earlier in the day. Not sure if we're going to see any remnant of those as we pull in here once we get a little lower. Hey, just so you guys know, I am not a pilot. This is my first time flying out this way, and it seems like it's going well so far because we're not dead. What's up, Tim Fish? We had a very dangerous takeoff, but no technical errors yet. So if we're on full IFR, we should have a descent planned, right? On one of these? No, I think we have to descend ourselves, actually, because I don't see any more waypoints. To gear was the last one, so I'm going to go ahead and start our descent by requesting an altitude decrease. However, I do still see maybe some mountains out here. Based on the topography of our digital map, it looks fine. So let's request a decrease by 4, maybe 5,000, go to 9,000. It'll tell you at the last second, typically. All right, we got permission to descend to 9,000, so we can go ahead and start configuring that, because if our ET is less than 25 minutes, we need to get this going. So the way we're going to configure that is look at our set. 14,000 is what we're locked in at, but this number, I guess, now I've learned, is what we are going to... I did, but you're very quiet, ATC. Can you turn up your microphone? I've already maxed you at 100% on Discord, dude. Nothing else I can do. All right, so we're going for 9,000, right? And we want to lock in vertical speed mode now. And we're going to mouse wheel up and get a descent of about 600 feet per minute to hit that new target. So as we descend, we're going to be gaining speed, so I need to throttle down a little bit. And you can see that the plane has decided to take over. We can see my designated 600 feet per minute is what we're set at. It's selected here, and it's in action here. So this is what we're actually doing. What happens if you cancel IFR? You just don't talk to ATC anymore, and you kind of just... You don't have to talk to ATC if you just want to fly around. Nobody comes to take you away to Mexican Alcatraz. Don't worry. These clouds are beautiful, WTF. Best looking clouds on computer games right now. Microsoft Flight Sim. Actually simulated to represent local weather. Obviously, it's not going to know where every cloud is. I'm just saying that the mock-up is fairly accurate as to what you might see if you were actually outside a couple hours ago here. So I'm just going to go ahead and watch my speed, check my temperature, my torque, my oil and oil pressure. Looks like fuel flow is still 53. So if I'm looking for just oil, like to tell if I had an oil leak. Please expedite. I'm already going 600 feet per minute, but okay. We'll go 800. They just want you to nosedive. Yeah, there probably is like a cloud server joke in there somewhere, but not from me, dude. Not from me. Hey, Kawatobi, you got another contender for plane log photo. And I've got another contender for thumbnail photo. That's pretty good. I might use that for the thumbnail. But yeah, we are still on the descent on the way down. I am not sure, because I haven't really flown this plane very much, when I should prop RPM raise or lower. I definitely know we're going to go too fast here in a second, so I'm going to continue to throttle down as we descend. We're approaching overspeed levels right there. So just throttle down slightly, try and keep us under. We are in a controlled descent approaching 9,000 feet. Estimated time en route under 20 minutes now. We are going to be seeing the Pacific here very soon. You can see on the big map.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
That the ocean is well on its way to meet us. In fact, you should be able to see it out the dash. There it is right there. So, hopefully we're descending fast enough. We're gonna need to probably get a request again once we hit 9,000 feet, and probably want to come down to about, or yeah, 9,000 to 5,000. So we're probably just gonna get another altitude decrease by 4,000.
Center -1. Request 5,000 feet. -1 descend and maintain 9,000 feet. Expect 5,000 feet.
Okay, so they know we're already registered. Acknowledge.
Descend and maintain 9,000 feet. Expect 5,000 feet -1.
So we'll be at 9,000 feet shortly, and we're just going to basically blow past that and keep going. I can't wait for VR support. Well, you might be waiting a while. I'll be real surprised if that comes out this year. But one day, it will, and it'll be beautiful. Maybe they'll do some mode where graphics are lowered in order to support VR. But then that kind of ruins a little bit of the fun, yeah? I'm surprised the sun is as low as it is. But it is a glorious time of day right now. VR support for this is going to set rigs on fire like old school Crysis. We're kind of already there, Great Lemon Wheel. You know? I feel like my computer's already on fire. I'm getting 36 FPS in cockpit because of all the detailed instruments. And then outside I get about 55 to 60. So you guys should get a lot smoother frames out here. Oh my god, it's beautiful. Yeah, when are the new graphics cards supposed to actually come out? Like this month, right?
Descend and maintain 5,000 feet -1.
All right, we're going to 5,000 feet, chat. ETE 17 minutes. So we're just gonna cruise at 5,000 feet over the ocean, and might just lower it a little bit more once we clear. So it's nice to know that we're over the mountains. We don't have to worry about crashing into any jutting terrain appearing surprisingly before us. So it's nice that we can kind of go lower, because they are not gonna they are not fielding an approach for us right now. Normally we would have an approach programmed, but they don't know any approach because this is apparently the prison island. So that's understandable. It's not a typical destination spot. You hear that, guys? Not a typical destination. You can see the clouds out the windows too. So we're kind of having to take matters into our own hands. Normally, we would not be requesting the ability to go lower. It would just be programmed into our flight plan.
Maintain present heading and altitude.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect vectors visual runway 19 approach. So I think that means they just want me to figure it out, if I'm not mistaken. Hope patch 2's optimization is significant. I don't think there's much they can do for optimization, to be honest. Maybe I'll be surprised. Obviously, the ground, people like meme about, like, oh, the graphics are so good, why does this city just look like a bunch of boxes? Well, you're supposed to be flying over them. But in terms of just the plain visual fidelity, like the cockpits and the interiors and stuff are the most detailed, in tandem with the weather effects and the general view outside and the draw distance. Like, there's really, I don't know how much they could do to optimize this. Like, where we are right now, what we're doing right now experience. Launch for the RTX 3000 is on the 17th. Scary. So what's the best one to get? Like the default NVIDIA? I bet a bunch of people are going to be looking for the EVGAs. Ozzel, it depends on who you ask. For some people, they'll tell you it's CPU locked. For others, it's GPU. For me, I actually get better frames because I can stream through my GPU or my CPU. I actually get better frames when I stream through my CPU. So to me, that says that my GPU is more of a bottleneck. But I also have an i9 9900K, so I'm not saying that the game is using all those threads, but you know, for me, I feel like it's more GPU bottlenecked. All right, we are approaching 5,000 feet right now. I can kind of see our destination on the topographical map. And if we look outside, that just may be it, the little bumps on the horizon. Well, goodbye, mainland Mexico. For now, anyway. We'll be back very soon, don't worry. Good news is we don't have to land in a storm, so that's nice. I was a little worried about that. It seems like all the clouds have kind of moved back to the mainland because it definitely rained earlier in the day. And then we'll get Feet Cam online because we are coming up on our destination. Oil leak incoming. If it oil leaked now, we could probably still make it. What country is he over? We are leaving the west coast of Mexico to a Mexican island called the Isla Maria Madre, which we just learned was Mexico's Alcatraz. I did not know that when I selected it for our flight around the world, but honestly, I'm not even mad. It's a pretty cool little bit of knowledge there. So we are going to land on Mexico's Alcatraz, which just got closed down last year. And we're going to repurpose it to put everybody in chat on that island so I can leave them on the next takeoff. Seems like a pretty good idea. Chazhorn11, thank you for the new Prime sub. Welcome to our stream. A lot of new subs today. Hey guys, you will learn to hate me in time. Just give it a little bit, okay? But too bad, I already got your sub, and you can't take it back now. Aviator shades, please. I think that's only going to make it harder to land. And also, I can't wear it because it has to go over. It has to go over the headband, which just causes more problems. All right, ATC, how do I get permission? Maintain present heading and altitude, expect vectors. They're not gonna update my vectors though. So chat, how do I just have to cancel IFR and announce that I'm gonna land there?
Mazatlan Center -1 requesting vector to next waypoint.
Because I'm T-minus 13 minutes until I literally touch the runway. Only people that were here when we started this flight are allowed to answer. Okay, because I can see at least 3 of you that weren't. And I already know that because if you were here,
Please acknowledge.
you would know.
Turn left heading 190 -1.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
See, he already told me to turn left heading 190. The runway is 190. So if I turn now, I'm gonna miss it. He doesn't know. We don't have an approach configured because since this is an obscure prison runway landing strip, there are no by-the-books approaches. So ATC literally does not have a approach configured in the game. So those of you who just said they'll tell you, you're wrong. And I can tell you're new here because you haven't accepted the fact that you're wrong before you even type in chat. You will learn that in time as well, if you stick around long enough. This would not be the first time that ATC does not have a configurable approach. You're wrong. Chad says so. Just go directly over the runway in VTOL. Yeah, if he had an approach, he wouldn't be vectoring me to 190 right now. Because if I turn 190, we're currently at 219. I'd have to turn south immediately, and we would clear all the islands. So, it's just not gonna happen. I can actually show you. What he's doing. We are just going to end up crossing over the runway, whereas if I take control, I can start my own approach and then actually line up 190 with, this is runway 19 right here. We're gonna get put in emote only mode, I can feel it! Not yet. Night child, not yet. Okay, if I click select another approach, he's just gonna choose the other runway. So that's not what I want. I actually don't know what my best choice is here. I think I just have to cancel IFR and announce that I'm gonna land the old-fashioned way. Because we are under 10 minutes till we literally pass over the ideal landing spot. So what I'll probably do is just fly like this for probably till we get to 5 minutes and then take matters into my own hands. I wanted to mention that NVENC is independent from graphics performance, so you can't infer anything about video bottleneck based off of its performance. I can, because NVENC is not fully independent from graphics performance. There are multiple settings, including psychovisual tuning mode, that when engaged, NVINC's official FAQ guidelines recommend that you do not turn off if you are experiencing any reduced graphic performance in your games. So in their official documentation, they actually have 2 different settings that they recommend you turn off if you're suffering any in-game performance issues. Now, maybe in the 3000 series, I know that they're working on a new codec, and an improvement to their ability to stream via graphic card codec, and that might be different, but in the current series, it is not. Why do you have to cancel IFR? Can't you just land as long as it's properly oriented? Yeah, but it's more fun that way, because then I can just announce what I'm doing. I don't know. You have to push more buttons. So we're sponsored by NVIDIA now? That would be an awesome sponsorship, dude. I would be all over that. You know what? Until I get a sponsorship, if I get a new graphics card, this is what I'm going to say. So I got a new graphics card on the day that a certain big-name graphics card released, but I'm not going to say it because I'm not being paid to, so you guys are just going to have to infer what I got. Sorry, I'm not sponsored to tell you, so you're just gonna have to make your own inferences. Maybe if you hit me up on my business email, then I'll tell people. Like, people do PC parts. Like, hey, streamer, what's your setup? And it just has graphics card instead of labeling it. Like, I'm not sponsored, sorry. I can't tell you that information. It's got like a big blank there in between them. Okay, well, we're at 6 minutes, 30 seconds, so I kind of need to do something pretty soon to line this up better. Like, be nice to get down to about 3,000 feet, maybe 2,500. I'm gonna go ahead and just... I guess I can just take matters into my own hands and just see what happens. He might cancel IFR. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, Ace Tech, we don't have an approach, and that's kind of what we were just discussing. So I'm just going to take matters into my own hands because ATC has no idea. So I'm configuring my altitude for 2,500, about half of what we're at right now. We're going to turn vertical speed mode on and descend at about 700 feet per minute. ATC is going to yell at us. And then I'm going to, once we get down to about 2,500, I'm going to realign the plane with about 2.5 minutes left. So we can probably start slowing down even a little bit more, try and reduce our speed. Not going to need to flaps for a little while. Taos, can you get a 3090, please? I can't see the game. Can't see the game because there's 3 cameras on the screen. So yeah, this is what they're talking about. Make sure we do change our altimeter so that we get the correct reading. Let's acknowledge and then cancel.
5,000 feet -1. Mazatlan Center -1.
That way have fewer distractions. Okay, let's, if you request a flight following, that has nothing to do with IFR specifically, correct? So I can request a flight following
Mazatlan Center -1 is type Beechcraft King Air 17 miles northeast of Mike 40.
That has nothing to do with our flight
Request
plan.
Flight following.
That just means they're going to be watching us.
-1 Mazatlan Center. Squawk 1412.
Okay. Acknowledge.
Squawk 1412.
Squawk is my transponder, basically.
-1 radar
They give
approach
my code.
6 miles northeast of Mike 40, 3,600 feet. Altimeter 29.81.
Okay, acknowledge.
Copy, -1.
See, that's how they see me when they're looking at, you know, they're looking at me from their screens. They see my squawk code, I think. All right, nearest airport list. Tune traffic on this. Select the runway for landing. 19. And we're going to announce full stop landing. And that we are on final.
Mike 40 traffic -1 is on final runway 19er to land.
I think we're on two different I don't know how to get back to the comms where that guy was just on my flight following, though. I just I just announced flight following and changed the channel on him. I don't know how to get back to it. Oh well, it's fine. There we go. Got it. There we go. Got it. He's done it. Now, we are basically at 2,500 feet. We got about 3 minutes estimated time left en route. I can see Isla Maria Madre directly in front of us, with the sun getting ready to set. The Pacific Ocean. The only other thing in sight from miles around. Getting ready to drop off chat and leave them behind. These are collectively, I think, 4 islands. 1, 2, 3, and there should be a 4th one. I don't know if that's it or not, but... it's about this point that I want to go ahead and think about correcting. To try to line up a better course. Okay, so at this stage, I'm going to go ahead and take off autopilot, I think, and then try to stop from dying, because when you turn off autopilot, sometimes bad things happen. So we're going about 180 knots indicated airspeed. That is plenty. So I now have manual control. Your life is in my hands now, chat. Luckily, this time turning off autopilot was actually fine. Give a couple taps to the trim here. So the reason that we're doing this again is because I need to line up the approach. So you can see that's the runway. So we need to be like, here, turn. See what I'm saying? I think it's just blinking at me because it wants to be at 2,500 feet and it's just letting me know that I'm under that, but that's fine. We need to start lowering. Oh, that's it? That's it. Okay, well, we're just going to go ahead and do a little loop-de-loop and turn on in. That was... we just blew past it, apparently. All right, let's keep slowing down, and once we come out of this turn, I'm going to go ahead and start flapsing down. So there's a weird approach that we're doing here, but we can just blame ATC on this one for not having a good flight plan for us. But we're doing fine. Maintaining a good altitude, maintaining a good, nice, controlled speed. Fairly gentle turn. We're only on the... I think we're on like 10 degrees, if those are 5-degree pips. So we're now facing directly away from the airfield. So what we're looking for, even without this help, I could still do it. Even without looking at that, I could still do just fine. So what we're looking for is 190. So we're going to keep moving, and in fact, I can do this just by looking at this. So the compass heading at the bottom is taking us around to the east. So we're just now at 060, passing that, and we're going to keep going past until we get 190, which will actually be due south. ETAL has some cool gamer shoes. Not according to Chad. Chad thinks they suck. But you know what? I think they suck. I just think they don't have good taste. Alright, so we're just keeping our controlled turn at 10 degrees. You can kind of see how we're doing here. We might have to do a little bit more adjustment as we come in, but we are approaching due south, and then we're going to straighten it up. Keep slowing down a little bit with the throttle. 165. 175. You can actually see the landing strip here. 18. And then it'll be exactly 190, but we're going to go a little past that just to line it up because we had to take such a big turn coming in. You can actually see the little landing strip on this topographical map, which is cool. So, we're just going to head into it. Go ahead and straighten this up. Start a hopefully controlled descent. Zoom out. And there it is. See? So if you know the runway that you're landing on, you can easily tell the heading. So we're going to go ahead and, again, continue to descend. I'm going to go ahead and start flapsing down. We've got some ground to cover because the nose is just climbing. We're really high up here, chat. We're really high up here. I'm closer to this than I thought I was. I'm going in! We're way closer than I thought. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm gonna overshoot. God, I hate ATC. Absolutely not gonna make it. All right, watch this.
Landing gear. Landing gear. Landing gear.
Watch
Landing
this.
gear. Landing gear.
-1, go around.
Landing gear. 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 Landing gear.
You watching, chat? So, normally when you're flying IFR, if you're going to a regular airport and you have a programmed flight plan, there will be waypoints on your map that not only guide you in, so you don't have to do this manually, but also ATC will update you with your recommended altitude. I've gotten so used to that trying to do this by hand is proving difficult.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
Landing gear. 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 Landing gear.
Oh! Oh my god. Hold on, I got this. I got this, chat. You don't trust me?
500.
I don't trust me, dude. Oh my god, hold on. Oh my god. We overshot the whole runway. Oh, I'm gonna touch down at the very end.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing.
It's okay, it's
Hang on,
fine.
I can
Listen,
fucking
it's
hear
just a
myself
minor
now.
error, all right? We touched down just fine in the grass. Easy. Easy. No, it was just short runway right there, chat. Minor error. Everyone's safe.
This is your captain speaking. It appears that we've run out of gas. I need you 5 to go below and start pedaling.
Listen, I'm clear of the runway.
Mike 40 traffic -1 is clear of the runway.
Yeah, I'm clear of the runway. I just wanted to make sure that the guy coming in behind me. All right, so Peepo G checks notes. What can we listen? I don't think we could do really anything better next time. I think we did good. In keeping everyone alive. Everybody's alive? You have to, okay, listen. We all know that I landed past the runway. I touched down on the runway, but let's think of the good. Let's think of the good times, okay? The good times include I did successfully not only gently kiss the asphalt, or whatever this is, okay? That was a... Forget about where I landed and think for just a second about how I landed. That was a very gentle landing, considering the approach. And secondarily, there's another feature that you may not have thought. I actually did remember to throw reverse thrust on. So by flipping this and accelerating forward, I did remember to use reverse thrust afterwards. See how it comes to a stop, even though the throttle's maxed? Gentle landing, 20-degree glide slope. Swoop, listen, okay? This is for the Isla Maria Madre. Okay? The Jeffs don't deserve the gentle caress of a normal glide slope, okay? They've backseated incorrectly, and that's why they're being taken to this tropical paradise. Also, there appears to be no parking here. It was a good learning experience. Oh, there is some parking over here. That was a good learning experience. What I learned was, don't trust my instruments so much, and then by trust I mean blind trust. Like, I kind of just assumed I was far away because it looked like my plane was far away, but it definitely wasn't. I need to use my eyeballs and get visuals more often. This looks like a good parking spot to me, dude. And there's already someone here for pushback. And a fuel box here, too. Okay. Parking brake is engaged. Now let's just run back through the checklist. Lights on. Oh. I forgot to turn landing lights on. That, to be fair though, we did land off the runway.
You are 12,400 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain 10,000 feet.
Listen, I'm the only flight coming in here today, okay? You tell I'm not getting off the plane. Oh, you will. Oh, you will. All right, lights off. Avionics master also off. Then we need right generators. I think we need battery stays on. Generators off. Condition lever can go to low idle. Spool those down. Off for ignition and engine start. Already off. And then after that, I think it's just cutting the battery and cutting the engine. Propeller RPM down, power lever, idle, parking brake set. Okay, I think it's just battery switch. Cut the fuel. We did it. It was sloppy, but we did it. Whew, all right. Well, chat, non-crash, non-fatal landing is a GG in my book. So, let's take the win. Am I alive? Yeah, you guys are alive. Oh. That was a fun flight. That was probably my favorite one yet, actually. That landing was straight out of an action movie. I can do better. I'm not saying that was my best. But it was like, we landed. Here's the thing, though. You have to remember, on this excursion across the world, we did not choose all the, like, we intentionally chose difficult, challenging landings in certain areas for this exact purpose, okay? Tell me it's not more fun when I decide that I'm just gonna go for it instead of going around a second time, and you're on the edge of your seat, not sure if I'm gonna make it. It adds a little bit of excitement. Good thing it was flat past the runway. But like, I chose this because I knew it was a short runway with a water landing, and was gonna be tough. And you know what? It was tough. But we got there. GG. That was really fun. I had a good time. Also, the King Air was super fun. The landing, though, I was shocked with how easily. I know my glide slope was literally death-defying, but it lands so subtly. It is supple. Like, I was not even fighting it. It was basically taking the control and being like, no, I land better like this. Some planes I have to, like, flare really hard at the end, and this one was just like, nah, I'm good. I'll just land. It's fine. It was super easy to land. Just, like, the approach was really tough, but the landing itself was physically really, really fun. I enjoyed that. All right, we got another flight to go to, chat. It's only 5:54 p.m. here local time. We are going to be heading to takeoff from Isla Maria Madre to Don Miguel Hidalgo in Guadalajara. So, let's go ahead and get that flight plan up. We're also going to be flying another airplane. We're going from the King Air to a plane I don't think I have flown before. This is going to be a shorter distance flight. So we're going to be shaking it up. Where is it? I guess I could just search for it. There it is. Textron Aviation Beechcraft Baron G56. Cruise speed of 176 knots true airspeed. Max altitude of 20,000, which is pretty impressive. Endurance of 7 hours. Twin engine. Dual prop. Never flown this plane before. No liveries to speak of. Don't know how much fuel we need, but I guess we'll find out in a moment. Why don't we come back to this after I set up the actual course? So let's take off. What's the wind like here? 1 knot. All right, well, let's just take off from runway 1 out over the water. And then we're going to MMGL. Don Miguel Hidalgo International. So let's land on runway 2 maybe. Wind at 0 knots. 6,000 feet of asphalt. This should be perfect for us. The Baron is a twin-engine upgrade, quote, of the Bonanza airframe. That's pretty cool. So we get a little upgrade from yesterday, or the day before yesterday. Flight conditions, back to live. We were on live weather, but still back to live weather. And I'm gonna do parking. It doesn't really matter, but I'll go look. So this is gonna be a nice, short, scenic flight, which is gonna be nice because we don't have a lot of sun left. I think I parked somewhere around, like, ramp. Ramp 5 is fine. So we're probably going to fly... Why are you guys lulling? It's only an hour flight. We just did a 2.5-hour flight. It's gonna be a little bit more scenery coming in here as the sun goes down. I guess I could just choose a GA small one. Seems like it doesn't want to. It kind of reset. I don't know. But I would, yeah, it resets to runway 2. Oh well. So VFR for this one. What do you think, Ace Tech? Or low altitude IFR? Is this the kind of flight we should do, like some real low passes over the scenery? Probably. The thing is, how long is it going to be actually light for? We're heading into the sunset. Should be local time of 7 p.m. We should have an hour. We should be able to see the sun actually going down. Night flying VFR is always sketchy. Go for it. I guess we could register it and then cancel it, and if we need it, then we can re-up it, right? That makes sense. So going for runway 2? There are no approaches for runway 2, unless I'm crazy. We got an approach for runway 10 and 28 only. So I think I'm just gonna have to do it. All right, we'll just do it VFR then. Now, weight and balance. I told you guys I was gonna leave you on the island, right? See, no passengers. 0 passengers. Let's just say that there was 1 stowaway. No, that's just gonna slow us down. Don't do that. All right, I guess we have to spin the wheel again. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Where's that wheel? Was there an error? I'm just gonna say that the combined landing off the runway plus forgetting to turn on lights is a combined error. Actually, I can take this off because I need to take a gamer death break before this because it's been 3.5 hours. All right. Spin it. Let's see it. This is the wheel of disaster. I must atone for my crimes against... a successful... Come on, the same one? It landed on the same one. It didn't happen last time. You can't re-roll the wheel, chat. The wheel's the wheel, dude. The wheel giveth and the wheel taketh. All right, we'll say, in this case, 20, like, let's do 15 minutes minimum to... Let's give it a, like, 40%, 30, let's do 33% chance. All right, we'll do 50% chance. Let's say it's gonna be an hour and 15 minutes. So, like, let's do 150. That's a 50-50 chance. The wheel of the best. Sometimes it works out in your favor and sometimes it doesn't. Okay, so ATC all clear. Think we are good. It's gonna take us about 15 minutes to take off at least, just to figure out the new plane. And I think it could happen at any point during that. So I'm scared to start. Let's actually save this plan in case something goes bad. That's a great idea. Day 3, flight 2 plan right now. All right, that looks good. Okay, chat, we will get airborne shortly. We have more than enough fuel for this. I can actually dump some fuel, which always sounds scary. But look, we're only going that far. Right? Did I click on the right ones? Yeah, I did. Okay, this should be correct. I'll go ahead and load it in. I'll go ahead and load it in, even though it's going to be ticking time against me. All right, load it in, chat. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Well, there's no reason to load it in because I have a BRB screen, thanks to Leota, which we should actually use for sure. ETAL Air will be right back. And so it shall. Thanks everybody for hanging out with us tonight. I'm gonna go get my son taken care of. I'm going to give him some snacks, and he's being very whiny, and I'm going to give myself a snack, okay? Thanks for your patience. See you in about 5 minutes. Yo. We're back. Okay. Uh-oh. I've never seen Stream Deck crash before, but it just did. I think it's back. Turns out it wasn't the only thing that crashed. I pushed a Stream Deck button? No, we're back. It's fine. It lagged the whole computer. Back, I guess. All right, well, let's try and get airborne. I don't know where this should go. so we can enjoy what's left of the day. We're going to be heading away from the sun, so it's going to be a little shorter than you might think, but visibility looks okay. Got some beautiful clouds in the sky. I have no idea how to fly this plane, so that's going to be interesting. We have never booted this up. Oh, yeah. Looking good outside. Thanks again, Lorag, for the 5 joke gift subs. Much appreciated. This thing looks cool. This looks like, if you said the word Beechcraft to me, this is what I imagined inside, you know? I don't know why, but I did. You can't put a price on comedy, apparently. You okay, Kairotopi? Parking brake set. Correct. Throttle levers should be idle. Got it. Prop RPM to max. These ones start maxed. Interesting. Condition lever, full rich. This is the fuel mixture. Basically, it mixes the air and the fuel. And this is not a turboprop, so I think we are going to have to actually lean this out. This plane looks pretty cool, dude. It's kind of like a slower King Air that we were just flying, but a faster, or at least a more maybe efficient Bonanza that we flew the day before yesterday. Not sure where that flicker is coming from, but if it could stop, that would be really cool. It might be like camera related. Battery master switches on. Well, I'm going to find these. Found them. Wow, that was fast. Guy, I like that we've got some screens in here. Again, I've been enjoying flying with the screen assists. Alternators on. So do we leave all these on, or do we turn the batteries off once we get the engines spooled up? We'll see. Fuel selectors, check. Set left tank fuel control to on. I assume that's correct. There's a cross-feed system here. So to get the engine started, we need the throttle lever full open. Just the right one, though. Okay. Prop RPM, again, is maxed. Condition lever full rich. Double check our work. Right fuel boost pump on until flow peaks, then off. On until flow peaks. I think that's the R. Then throttle open 1/2 inch. And then... Wait. Why do we have right throttle lever, then throttle? Like, all throttle open 1/2 inch now? And then right engine start. That probably didn't work because you have to do it fast. Okay. Interesting. So let's try again. So, fuel boost pump. See, here's the flow. This was all the way over the first time. Now it's just there. Until it peaks. So that's its current peak. Then... Wait, but this is... Oh, that's because this is supposed to be all the way up. So there it goes all the way over till it peaks, then off. Then throttle open 1/2 inch. I don't know how to do this. The right throttle. Though you can't just write the right. Yeah, it says the right throttle. That's the one that I did. And then it just says like throttle overall open 1/2 inch. And then it specifies right throttle lever again. So throttle means both unless it says unless, because I think this is a typo. I think they meant right throttle lever here, and they didn't say it. Okay, well, one more time. We have to go off the book. Okay, boom. Off. Open 1/2 inch. Okay, what did I do wrong? Plane chat. Hello, Schmancy Necromancy. Well, the sun's going down before I can figure out how to turn this plane on. Sonic fan? Plane Pog, baby. This is full RPM. My right throttle control's at 100. As it says. On until flow peaks. What if I just leave this on, honestly? And say, forget about it and don't turn it off? Then do that. Then start the engine. Then turn off. No, that didn't do anything either. Has anybody flown this plane in the game yet? You gotta ask chat for advice. That's when you know you go to an all-time low. Hey, has anybody flown this yet? So this is the flow that they're talking about, the little R. You go right throttle control, all the way up, pump, on. What about high? Maybe it's because it wasn't on high, I was just on low. Turn off. Throttle open 1/2 inch. Engine start. What happens if you leave the right throttle at max? Let's find out. Okay, till it peaks. Also nothing. This and the Cessna 152 are the only planes in the game that you have to hold the ignition on start. Oh. Oh, hold on. How do you do that? I did it. So, okay, the problem was, that was the answer. That was the answer, but my problem was, I'm using the mouse wheel, and you can't hold the mouse wheel down. So, it never occurred to me that you could actually hold it, because I don't use left click. I control it with mouse wheel. Okay, well, there you go. GG. Thank you for the help, finally. I needed the assist. Right throttle lever to 1,000 RPM. $1,600. Okay, and dropping. Oil pressure check. Oil pressure looks okay, maybe a little high. Left engine, same procedure. All right, let's see if we can do this first try on the left engine then. So it's max on left throttle, left pump high until it peaks. It did. Turn off. Hold button down. All right, we're in. Yeah, hold the button down. There you go. Hey, Tux, would you say this game is worth buying? For me, totally. For you, I don't know. Depends on, I think it's one of those games where if you think you'll like it, you will, but it's also on Game Pass if you want to try it out and just fly around and see some sights and stuff. But I knew I was going to like it before I even played it, Even though I've never played a flight sim game before. If you think everything that I'm doing looks fun, then absolutely. And you don't really have to do this stuff, but you'll definitely get more mileage out of it. But you might want to, if you don't have a brand new computer, you might want to get it on Game Pass, because it's extremely resource intensive. And then you can test it out, see if your computer can handle it, and then you don't feel bad about wasting money if it's chugging on your machine, you know? So maybe testing it out there first is a good idea. All right, avionics on so we can talk to ATC. I think we're just not going to get pushback because... Oh, there is a pushback person here. Chat, we're just going to go. Lights as required. Let's take nav. Panel lights for sure. We're going to taxi. I would say landing until takeoff is nice. Get the beacon on, and I think we can strobe once we pull up to the runway. Now, if there's anything else that I need to be aware of, now's the time to tell me, because we are just about to go. Going to announce that I'm taxiing,
Mike 40 traffic
and out of here.
is taxiing to runway 1.
Gonna need an altitude up and down keybind. The alt knob is gone. On autopilot? Well, we'll deal with that. I kind of just want to take off now. And I'll try not to kill the taxi or the pushback person on our way. Okay. Brakes are off. Does this have reverse thrust? Don't worry, they're well clear of the wing. Alright, let's just make a loop right here. Let's hard brake. We're just gonna drive into town. I'm gonna get some McDonald's. Do you guys want anything? No? Alright. We're good then. Listen, don't order McDonald's on Mexico's Alcatraz, okay? That's where they smuggle in all the weapons and stuff in the food. I took a bad bite out of a double cheeseburger. Apparently that was a dangerous bush. A very dangerous bush. Why is it daytime now? Man, this is the time that we started it's cheating though. It's what? That's way darker than it was a minute ago. The sunset is at 8 o'clock, chat. I read it online. They said at 8 o'clock. 8:10. I looked it up. Sunset in Isla Maria Madre. 8:10. Does it look like 8:10 to you? It's like 7 o'clock, dude. Is that even allowed to count as an error? That can't be an error. I didn't even do anything. I bumped into one bush. Looks like it's 8:24 to me. According to Navlog, it is 7:36 local time. No, it goes from this in 20 minutes? The fastest sunset ever, dude. Sunset in Isla Maria Madre on Google says 7-Eleven. I looked it up on a weather website. It said that on their weather page. I don't know. Apparently the sun has set. Damn it. I am never going to get 2 daytime flights. Even these short ones. No matter how early I start. Well, there's no reason to fly VFR now. So what should I do? This was supposed to be an hour flight over, like, terrain that we can go down and see. Now what? If I recall correctly, sunset's way faster near to the equator. Whatever. Let's just go. There's only an hour flight. I'm gonna have to start streaming at like 1 a.m. Then we'll get to see the sunrise. Okay. Let's now that we know how to do this, this should be a really fast checklist. But I'm just gonna get parking brake set, throttle levers idle, RPM at max, condition full rich, check. Battery master on, alternator on, fuel selectors on. This is good practice. So before we set the engine, I'm gonna go ahead and I don't even think I can request pushback, can I? Without it's weird that you can't request pushback without a flight plan. Shift P? What does Shift P do? Shift P's pushback? Imagine it. I didn't know there was a shortcut for pushback. I pushed it twice. I had to push it a third time because I think they got confused. Well, learned a new shortcut. How do you tell them to turn? I guess you don't. You just tell them to stop. I am seriously gonna start some midnight streams for this, Around the World series. I actually am. Alright, make sure your parking brake's not set, otherwise this is gonna be really embarrassing. You wanna ride? I got an extra seat. Okay, I guess I just hit Shift P and I'm like, hey, that's good, thank you. Right about there. Okay. Hit the parking brake, and let's do it. So, right throttle lever. Well, first of all, right throttle lever full open. We can probably just do this, actually. There we go. Panel lights and flood is on. All right. Right throttle control on. Max RPM check. Full rich check. We know how to do this now. Boost the pump until that letter R is all the way full. Throttle open just half an inch. Right engine. Hold it down. Oh God. What are you doing? All right. We did it. No problem. And then adjust the throttle lever until we see 1,000 RPM. Even lower than that. Okay, check your oil pressure. Barely in the green. Left engine start, same procedure. All the way maxed. Fuel boost, that L. Go all the way down to like half an inch. Hold start. Okay, let go. Heard it spin up on the left. Checking oil pressure's good. RPM is too high. And there you go. Both engines on. Avionics Master is already... Okay, now it's on. And then let's get all of our lights on as well. We're definitely taxi, and landing will just help us see. Whew, alright, that feels good. Well, didn't expect this to be a nighttime takeoff, no matter how hard I try. It's honestly just like real life. Also, I see your channel point questions, and I appreciate your patience. I will definitely get to those as soon as we get stable in the air. But thanks for hanging out. I saw a few come in. And I saw some from a couple hours ago too. So if you ask a channel point question, there's like 6 of them in the queue. I will be with you shortly. I'm sorry for those who've been waiting a long time. Okay, let's undo parking brake. But I gotta get up in the air. Okay. Honestly, though, this is just a microcosm. Is this the runway? I think this is the runway. I just taxied to the runway. We are going to depart to the north.
Mike 40 traffic -2 taking off runway 1 departure to the north.
Okay, there's no ATC, so because we're flying without a flight plan, we just announced it to any nearby traffic that that's what we were doing, and if they have a problem with it, they need to say something, basically. So you may recall the point that we are approaching right now is where we landed very safely and deftly some minutes ago. Right, chat? With much skill and prowess, I might add. All right, I'm pumping the brakes. We're gonna go ahead and make a hard U-turn. Not a lot of turning space here, as you can see, so we just need to go really slow. And I'm holding my left foot down on the pedals to try to get this as tight a turn as possible, because there's not a lot of room. All right, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Wow, I got night fast. They nailed the plane creaking sound when you bring the plane to a stop. They did indeed, yes. All right, bye chat. I hope you enjoy your time on this beautiful tropical island, Isla Maria Madre. It's a wonderful spot, I have been told. Lots of facilities here that were recently emptied out. This is now, I dubbed the Jeff Island. Looks like there's a working airport and some lights there so you don't get lost. Enjoy your stay. I, however, am on my way to Guadalajara, Mexico. Let's go ahead and close our checklist. Let's go ahead and run through basics. Fuel is max rich for takeoff, and we can play with that after we get like 500 plus feet above. We're gonna go max throttle. We need our wings, our flaps in the down position. So APH is what? Is this in takeoff right now? So should I be like right here on flaps for takeoff? Yeah, so it should be for approach and for, I guess, takeoff, I guess. Bye, Tox. Make sure to wait for me before leaving. You got it, ComSeal. Okay, I think we got everything that we need. I will read the caution, though, before we go. It doesn't tell me anything, so I don't know what the caution was for, but I hope that we're fine. Okay, ready, Chad? 3, 2, 1. Good luck to all of you. I've never flown this plane or... Oh, God, hang on. Nope, I'm not ready. Debated. I'm gonna do this now because it's going... No, I don't want to go to main menu. This is gonna drive me crazy. You guys all were like, yeah, here it comes. It's gonna have the taxi ribbon on forever. Okay, taxi ribbon off. Now I'm ready. Whew. Got him. So, if you watch the speed right here, you can also see a better view of the runway on the map, which is nice. Once we hit the green, we have wheels up. And we're gonna start our turn. Okay, get ready for flaps up, but not yet. We did it way too soon last time, and we got a pretty steep approach, but I'm watching my speed as we make this turn. 500 feet. Go ahead and flaps up and change our fuel mix. Lean it out a little bit. Speed looks good. Just gonna go ahead and use my GPS on the right screen to kind of line us up vaguely with where we're going. Okay, flaps are definitely up, and go ahead and even it out. Very gently. Dude, the screen is so nice for just visualizing exactly what's going on. I love it. Okay, so now what I want to do is start playing with trim, because it's going to be a little while before we actually get a chance to figure out the autopilot, and I've been informed that one of the buttons doesn't even work, so I'm curious how that's going to go. And I'll be able to look at chat and see all the funny, hilarious things you guys are saying once I feel comfortable that if I look over, I'm not going to crash and die. Because right now we're just rolling to the left, and if I let my hand off of the flight stick too long, then we are going to roll over, and it's not going to be very pretty. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is go ahead and just check my lights. We shouldn't need taxi or landing lights. Whoa, we're going fast, dude! Oh, are we heading towards the ground? Yep. How did that happen? How did that even happen? I looked down for 2 seconds. I trimmed up perfectly. What even happened there? We were just very carefully... I have no... pesky trim. Yeah, pesky trim. Alright, so here's the thing, Chad. You have to remember. I am technically 2 pilots right now. You lean into the yoke when you change the lights, I guess. Normally, under every other circumstance, you would pass control to the other pilot, my co-pilot in this case, while I did something that required me to do, like especially when we're flying manual right now, I have a co-pilot who'd be sitting right there. I could go passing control over. He goes, okay, grabs the yoke, and then I can just do whatever I want because he's in charge of steering. Instead, I gotta be both people at the same time. Luckily, I saved us from death because we were already like 4,000 feet above the water, and we didn't overstress the aircraft either. So I gotta say, listen, you gotta look on the bright side. The bright side is I didn't panic. I didn't yank the stick back and then overspeed combined with stressing the aircraft, if I make too sudden of a movement, the wings just snap off as we go nosedive down. So I gently pulled back, kept my composure, saw the horizon on my my gear, trusted it, and also was able to manage the overspeed situation at the same time. So I feel like, even though obviously that was not supposed to happen, it could have gone worse. Gear? What is gear pog? Hang on. Are you suggesting that I forgot to put my landing gear up? Because I'm pretty sure that was one of the first things I did. But I don't know. No, Aisha, I am not a pilot. This is my first time ever playing a flight simulator game. And by first time, I mean not my first stream, but my first, like, flight simulator experience overall. You said you trusted your gear. Oh, I gotcha. This is not our first stream of this game, but it is my first flight simulator game, period. So, I'm learning a lot. Okay, we're basically pretty lined up. I gotta say, aside from that, I still don't know how that happened. Because I remember I looked here, it was fine. Then I looked down to find the lights, looked back up, and we were nosediving. I don't know where I went wrong, because right now it's perfect. We're just doing a slow and steady climb. I'd say like 9,000 feet is pretty good given the topography that we saw. Probably 9,000 to 12,000 feet would be a safe cruising altitude considering we can't see anything. Except the beautiful stars. We got a lot of fantastic views over Mexico as we exited Texas from Laredo and went over Nuevo Laredo as well. And then passed over Monterey, learned some things about Monterey and this mountain ranges right around there. Was that Sierra Madre? And now we're on the... We just left Mexico's Alcatraz, which closed last year. Isla Maria Madre. We learned a bit about that, and now we're heading towards Guadalajara. It makes it all the more impressive how all in you went for this game. What's up, Nomad? I just watched the trailers and I was kind of smitten. I could just tell that I needed to go to the skies. All right, we can go ahead and slow down. RPMs get a little high as we approach 9,000. So we're just gonna throttle down when I see that. On my right monitor here is what I'm looking at. Gonna trim up to try to stop the nose from dipping. And I'm just kind of gently... Do I have to change the RPM levers? I've never flown this plane before, so... Hey, do I have to change... Hang on. Are you guys back there still? Are you... Do I have to change the RPM levers or something? Are you using GPS or VOR? I'm using GPS right now. VOR is not super useful here because this particular island actually has no logged approaches. So if it doesn't have any approaches baked into the game, I'm assuming that there's probably not many beacons or waypoints to use. But yeah, I'm just flying GPS. Okay, so what I'd like to do is get this to the point where I'm comfortable trusting it not to nosedive again. So I'm just going to keep gently tapping to angle nose up, just to go a little higher to that 5-degree mark. We're at about 2,700 RPM, which is where we've kind of peaked. Speed's only at 128 knots indicated airspeed, but I think that's fine for now. I put cruise settings in the sheet. It might be a challenge to Alt-Tab over to read those. But once we get I just need to nose up a little bit more to get to 9,000, and then we can kind of flatten it out. There's a fairly short flight to Guadalajara. Estimated time is not listed on... Actually, it is. We got about... Actually, the estimated time is going up. Because I think our speed is slowing down. Are we traveling backwards in time? It's going really fast, so it doesn't really know, basically. Who's he talking to? If we were left in the previous airport, I let everybody else off the island to make room for the Jeffs. So, the, like, 2 or 3 guards got to come with me. Fast cruise is full throttle, 2,500 RPM, mix as needed. Okay, so do I need to configure the engine propeller controls to allow myself to go full throttle? Let's play with that. So I brought the throttle controller down to 70% so that I could try maxing the throttle. And what that did is basically, I know we're going off course here a little bit. See how the RPM has been brought down under 2,700 to something a little bit better? We'll go to 10,000 feet. So I can probably up it a little bit. Let's go to like... I know you guys can't really see very well down here. It's really hard to do both these to the same one. They're both kind of sticky, and also this plane is rolling left hard. So I'm just gonna take manual control. Okay, and we gotta figure out autopilot. Since I've never flown this plane before, it's not as easy as it sounds. Dude, this is like, I'm losing control of the trim fast. And it's kind of a weird sensation. I feel like I'm fighting this plane now. Okay. Something like that, maybe? What we're looking for is when I take my hands off, it not only stops climbing, but also stops rolling. And I've kind of got the rolling under control. The climbing is slowly grinding to a halt. You can see our altitude right there, like a game show wheel, just barely ticking up, so I can just tap the nose down maybe and have that work for us. Okay, let's go ahead and try and line this up, and then we'll get this on autopilot here soon, because I'm feeling like control is being restored. All right, we're close to the 2,500 RPM that Acetec said, so I think we just want to move. God, this is hard. There we go. Let's try 80%. About 2,460. And Acetec also said 12,000 feet, so even though I said 10,000, it's not a problem if we end up going to 12. This looks pretty good. This looks pretty good. This feels pretty good. Okay. Ooh, we're high enough that you can barely see the glow. Of the distant sun, far beyond the horizon. Not gonna be any moon up here. However, I think we can see some light pollution that way. So we know there's a bit of civilization, the direction that we're heading right now. can see that we are still not totally on board. Okay, let's try and fix autopilot so that we don't have to micromanage this. Somebody said the altimeter button doesn't work, or the altitude hold mode button doesn't work, but we'll see about that. I'm gonna turn on altitude hold mode. It defaults to 200 feet, and that's the scary thing. Okay, so we know to look up here, and we know 200 feet is bad. So, how do we raise that? Is this the button that's broken? No, the Alt Select knob is gone. Is this where it's supposed to be? That white circle is where it should be. Oh, I see. So, well, if you double tap Alt Hold, it should reset the Alt Hold to your current altitude. Okay, so we got 12,000 feet actually on the nose. You wouldn't have believed it if you didn't just see it. He had no idea we were scrolling past our desired altitude, but I stopped the wheel like a ticket machine at an old arcade, dude, like the light going around in a circle. Bam, jackpot first try, like getting your gas at $20 exact. All right, that was pretty smooth. Now that I've got that done, we should be able to double check that we are on the correct CDI. So we want to be on GPS so that the nav mode will follow correctly, and then we can turn nav mode on over here in AV, nav mode on, and then I think we just engage autopilot, and it's going to shoot for 12,000 feet. I don't know how do you do vertical speed though? I don't know. It's fine. It brought us back down to exactly where we want to be. I like the little floodlights in this, and I like the little nav ball up top. Do you guys like it better with the panel on so you can see more of the controls and stuff? I just closed the stream. Why did you do that? Slight inconvenience. That sounds like a slight inconvenience. All right, we also need to change. I love how, even though I didn't adjust my altimeter, the game knew that I was at 12,000 feet, apparently. But we adjusted the altimeter, and we should be on. Wait, is nav mode actually on or not? Or are we just really zoomed in over here? Literally clear skies as far as the eye can see, according to the weather. How do you zoom out here? Probably on the right. There we go. Whew. Feeling good. That was actually pretty smooth in terms of configuring the autopilot. I'm feeling good about that, chat. Now, as far as cruising goes, we can try and maximize our cruise speed now. A6 at 2,500 RPM, so we can just move. I'll turn the floodlight on so you guys can see again. I'm gonna move the RPM controller up a couple percentages. And that's going to change. Did I actually nail it? We got 2,500 RPM at 83% of the propeller controller. And we are maxed on throttle. So according to Ace Tech, we are at ideal cruising conditions. 12,000 feet, 190 knots true airspeed, and 2,500 RPM exact. So there you go. We should be going as fast as we can realistically be going. Oh, thank you for reminding me. I need to change. We are not going to Isla Maria Madre, but we did take off from there. Thank you for reminding me. Mods. I'm just kidding. I'm not. Fix it. Or be deleted. Karatobi's like, I'm already doing the plane log, and I may have updated the map. Oh, what, you want me to change the title for you? Want me to stream for you, too? All right, Isla Maria Madre, and we're going to Guadalajara. There. Thank you for reminding me to update that. It's not going to be a very long flight. Which is good. The point of this, though, I guess half of it is over water, so we're not going to be missing that much. But I did want to get a little bit lower to the ground and kind of check it out. I did, however, love the flight into Mexico. We got to see a ton. That was a super scenic lay of the land. The weather was perfect. Got to see the sunset coming down through the clouds. All right, now I can actually look at channel point questions as promised, now that we're comfortable here. Okay, starting with the oldest. Is Jumpman still out there? Jumpman, Rob, you are the oldest channel point question. It says, what is your favorite Mexican cuisine? Like authentic or like Americanized? That's a good question. Doesn't matter? Well, here's the thing. I have had some authentic, custom, legit tamales that are better than any other Mexican food I've ever had. However, the problem is there's a lot of shitty tamales. And I have never been able to match the ones that I got custom made by one of my friend's parents in high school. So I don't eat them anymore. Because it literally, his mother's like custom homemade tamales ruined them for me forever. And I just don't eat them anymore. I don't know how she made them or what she did. But I've chased that high and never found it. Maybe it's out there somewhere. Besides that, I would say on the regular, I'm the burrito guy. Like, I just want a good burrito. Doesn't matter what's in it, really. I like all kinds of burritos. However, the best of the best, I think, is, again, one type of burrito that there's a lot of shitty versions of. Baja style, like a fish burrito. I have had a fantastic fish burrito, and I've had the grossest burrito I've ever eaten burrito with a fish burrito. Baja Blast burrito. So I would say like fish burritos. That's how I feel about mojitos. My first mojito was at a legit Cuban restaurant. It was incredible, and nothing I've had since has come close. Yeah, I had my best mixed drink from a bar that I think closed in the Cosmo. So that's sad. I wonder where that guy is going now. I asked the guy how did he make it so I could try and reproduce. He's like, I don't know, dude. I just mixed a bunch of stuff together and made something perfect. I was like, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to question your artistical prowess. It's like, I don't know. I wasn't even trying. Was best blew your mind? Best you've ever tasted? Yeah. It's usual here. I expect a big tip. We're like, okay, fine. Please, just make another good drink, please. And then they closed it down. So that sucks. I remember this story. Does that mean I'm old? Yeah, probably. Just a Quatchin said, are there any good fishing spots below us at the moment? I have never been fishing once in my life, so I have no idea. However, we are over the Pacific Ocean now, so yes, there are many. I can tell you that matter-of-factly, there's plenty of places to fish in the Pacific Ocean. So I hope that answers your question 3 hours later. Tobias says, Etal, I'm looking for new music. What are some of your favorite bands or songs? My problem is I don't have any favorite bands modern day. All my favorite bands were just formative when I grew up, middle school, high school, and are nostalgia implanted into my brain. I don't have any bands that I think are unequivocally great across the board anymore. I have a lot of songs that I like individually. But to answer your question in actuality, Etal reading questions from 15 minutes ago. No, this is from an hour ago. The one before that was from 3 hours ago. And the one before that was from 4 hours ago. Any plans to try out Fishing Sim World on Xbox Pass one day? Probably not. Okay, so Fate, I'm looking for new music. I listen to a lot of pop. Like, what do you call pop music that is pop but doesn't play on the radio? What is that called? Alt pop, I guess. Hipster. I guess indie pop? I don't know. But I like generally upbeat music. I listened to a lot of emo music when I was in middle school and high school, and I would still listen to the entire Yellow Card Ocean Avenue soundtrack front to back right now. But, like, in terms of new music, I really don't have that vibe. I don't think that vibe exists anymore. So I listen to a lot of more upbeat.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
What's funny is that I'm the total opposite. 2000s and 2010s music from my formative years I think is all garbage. I hung on to a lot of mine. I will unironically listen to, by the way, there are 2 planes on my flight path, like, identical. Where is that? Wow, that's not that far. Chad, look up Viv 1216. Neum, that's a passenger. Transcontinental. It's out there. That's a real plane that already has been flying. UFO. But you're looking for new music. The thing is, I don't listen to songs on repeat, so it's hard for me to recommend individual songs. I use Spotify, and I've been subbed to Spotify for years. And what happens is, usually once a week, sometimes I forget, but I go to the Discover Weekly, and I've been listening for so many years now that they have an idea of what kind of music I like. And I just listen to the entire Discover Weekly suggested list, front to back. And I usually will add 1 to 4 songs to my playlist. And then week over week, it adjusts what it thinks my tastes are based on that. And then when I really have exhausted all my options, I go back and listen to my liked songs, and they're like listening to them for the first time again, except I like every single song on my playlist. I wish I could give you like an actual answer. But here's what I would do. If I wasn't as scared of DMCA takedowns right now, I would just open my Spotify playlist, play the first 20 songs that came up and let you listen to them and be like, hey, do you like these? Add those, but I can't. So, it's hard to say. But that's what I do to find new music. Let me see if anything pops out at me. The thing is, I don't like recommending single songs either, so I'd rather recommend like an artist, because that's more consistent. The number of times I've heard one song I really, really like on Spotify, went to the artist page and didn't like a single other song on their list is very high. Let's see. What's my most played from like top songs 2019? I don't think these are in any particular order, though. How come I have... oh. Yeah, my top songs maybe is a little messed up because there are Sid Meier's Civilization 6 songs on this list. And we definitely only listened to those while we were streaming Sid Meier's Civ 6. I don't think I should recommend those necessarily. I swear there was something, though. There's got to be one song I can recommend off of this. How long are you allowed to listen to a song before DMCA is possible? Like 5 seconds? Less? What are you allowed to do anything? 0? 1 second. A microsecond. Uh-oh. Just talk loudly over the song. No, not that one. No, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one either. Not that one. Uh-uh. 0. Nope. My tastes have changed, though. So, I don't even like these songs from 2019 anymore. Nope. Nope. I swear I heard Tame Impala. Shh. You definitely... Shh. How could... It was less than a second. Okay, here you go. My favorite song of 2019, actually... maybe it was 2018. My favorite song of 2018. It's a very emotional song, okay? But it's a really good song. Not upbeat, like I just told you about. It's just called Weight of Love by the Black Keys. It's like a 7-minute song. And it's got the best solo of any other rock song I've ever heard. There you go. Give you an actual recommendation that I can't be chastised for. Alright, I answered that question. I know it's painstaking. I want to figure out where we are. I know you can't see much, but we can still figure out where we're flying, yeah? So, we left Isla Maria Madre and the other Islas Maria. And I think are passing over... Guadalajara's right here. So depending on how we took this, we probably are passing Tepic on our left and Puerto Vallarta. Is it Vallarta or Vallarta? I assume Vallarta. I have no idea. I tried. It's really not that far. This is a short flight. We got the Italics, obviously city named after me. Tequila Volcano, which I'm now curious about. A volcano located near Tequila. Wait, is Tequila here? Dude, tequila's here? All right, I didn't realize it was right next to Guadalajara. Well, today I learned we're gonna fly past tequila. We're just not gonna be able to see it. Wow, look at that. A town in Mexico's western state of Jalisco, known for its production of the famous spirit. Near the foot of the Tequila volcano, the outskirts of town are dotted with fields of blue agave, the liquor's main ingredient. The production process can be observed at several distilleries and haciendas. The Museo Nacional del Tequila and the Museo Los Abuelos feature exhibits on the history of the drink. Yes, Jalisco. Sorry, is streamer trying to read city names? Oh wait, chat's here. Streamer, learn about area, chat. Tell me what I just said. All right, well, the Brew Lord, what did I just say about tequila? What was the factoid that we just learned about it while you were busy typing in the correction? You were probably so focused on my mispronunciation that you blew past the bits of information that we just learned about it, okay? And that's called missing the forest for the trees, everyone, okay? It's a good life lesson to learn. When you get too focused on minute, relatively insignificant details, and you ignore the important stuff. We can see it here on display. Alex, you sound like a middle school history teacher. Well, Stone Man, you just revealed that you never made it to high school, I guess. So, you flunked out, and now you're here. Welcome, I guess. Either that or you never took a history class again. Something about blue agave at the bottom of a volcano or something. Close enough. Were you one of the people that corrected me, though, Dandy? Listen. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Okay? This right here, okay? Jalisco, like jalapeno, okay? The same thing. They have the same root word. Anyway, if you look that way, you can see the shadow of a cloud. We're at about 12,000 feet. We can see some low-hanging cloud cover. We're high enough where we can actually still see the red glow of the now long-set sun. And if we take a look at our instruments, we can get an idea. We're only 25 minutes away, Chan. This is a short flight, dude. Yeah, we're over the halfway mark now. MMPR. That's got to be this, right? You guys hear that? Hey, do I have to... Was that an oil leak? Was that... Did the fabled oil leak happen? I don't even know how to solve that. Ooh, careful. All right, what do you do when only the right engine works? The left engine's down. The right engine still works. Left engine's at 500 RPM. Oil is leaking out and we are listing to the left. Okay, hold on. We're still airborne. Do I need to shut the left engine off? Or let it keep burning out? Like, should I pull the should I pull the RPM down for the left? I don't know what to do. All right, so left engine's basically gone now. Turn off ignition on the left engine, slow down. Go full RPM on the right engine and full throttle and descend. You should be able to cruise into the destination on one engine. Well. Turn off ignition on the left engine, slow down, go full RPM on the right. Well, the problem is I can't look down because I have no co-pilot. And also, we're still losing altitude. I love that I have a flashlight on my screen. I feel like I'm playing an original Game Boy with Pokemon in the back seat of the car on a road trip in like 1997 with an attached light dongle. Minimum RPM on the right engine? What does that mean? All right, Ace Tech is not to be trusted. He just tried to sabotage the flight. He gave an incorrect instruction to try to get me to turn the other engine off. I have found the traitor in our midst. Well, if I've already turned the RPM to 0, hang on, do we have a cross? Hang on, when it leaks oil, is that leaking fuel? No, right? So oil pressure is obviously 0 for the left. Copilot has been compromised. Microsoft Among Us Simulator, basically. All right, let's go. Chat, this is way too hard. I love that we were 25 minutes away, and that's now gone to 27. So we haven't gotten any closer. There's mountains as far as the eye can see. I'm trying to just correct trim right now. Turn the stupid lamp on. Why is it climbing? It doesn't know why, because mountains. Dude, we got mountain chop right now. There are some winds. I didn't expect this to get so serious. For anybody that just joined and is unsure what's going on, depending on the errors committed in the previous flights, we spin the Wheel of Disaster, and this time the Wheel of Disaster has rung true, and it has struck its target. It landed on possible, not guaranteed, but possible, oil leak in the left engine, and indeed, that is exactly what has transpired. Oil is gone out of the left engine, and now I'm having to Oh, did you see that? We gotta clear these mountains, dude. Can't see anything up here, of course. That's great. You can see the mountains on the menu dead ahead of me on the center. And that's creating the wind drag that's kind of like pulling the nose down every so often. Are we leaning now because of the engine loss? Yeah, the left engine is basically gone. It's at like less than 1,000 RPM. The right engine's at 2,700. So the right engine's working 4 times as much as the left. So I've tried to account for the steering to the left, both manually and with trim. So we are in full-on emergency dead engine mode. Now, if this was a single prop plane, ooh, do you see that? Wiggle back and forth. If we were in a single prop plane, we have to go down. Like, we have to do an emergency landing. Because we're in a twin engine, the right engine is capable of continuing to drag us limping into the airport, potentially. Though, can I land under these conditions? Probably not, because I have to continue flying like this for 30 minutes. Manually, basically. So, and it's just whipping me around. Do you see that? Maybe once we get past the mountains, this will chill a little bit. Oh god, we're losing speed. We're hitting some turbulence. Banana got wrecked. That means we got another 2 months of spring or something. I haven't tried it, but I don't know why AP wouldn't hold you. What, do you think if I turn on autopilot right now and lower my altitude hold to what I'm at this exact moment, see what happens? Maybe disabled nav? It's too late. We're already back on the line. Alright, it might be enough. It might be enough. Wow, it actually is just holding me here at 9,600 feet. Optimize the mixture? Well, we need to be at... Is it okay to be at 2,700 RPM considering the circumstances? All right, what are we looking? What do I watch while leaning or not leaning? RPM is the secondary one. What's the main one that I'm supposed to watch? I assume, hand me the yoke. I literally invented flying, kid. CHT in this case, so this, and it goes up means faster, yeah? So far it hasn't moved at all. RPM for the left engine is at 800 to 1,000, 700 to 1,000, or 7 to 9, I guess. Did the L go down? What is CHT? I have no idea. He's looking for answers and he's not gonna find them. L is just continuing to go down. You're eating up fuel. Am I? I don't think I am. We only started with less than 50%. We're good. We're still in the green on fuel quantity. We started at like 40%. Maybe 33. So, not quite. But it is customary for any new viewer to say flaps, fuel, fuel mix, or any combination thereof. You've now been, knighted. Flaps, all caps, baby! Well, I am glad that autopilot is able to correct, because I was not. That would have been super obnoxious. We're still gonna take us a long time to get there, because our speed isn't great. Cross fuel to keep the plane weight balanced? Well, I got a news for you. Cross feed isn't gonna keep anything balanced because we're gonna drift left while the left engine doesn't work. Balance is not really our strong suit at the moment. Another IRL move is that you want to cut off field's left engine. See, that would be understandable. But not crossfeed. But if we cut off fuel, then we're not getting anything, right? From the or is this just, is this RPM just because it's going through the wind? Like, is this just the wind is hitting the propeller blades and making them spin? Okay, that makes a lot more sense now. This is a cool learning exercise. Well, this is actually the first disaster that has struck. I'm just gonna leave the light on for now. Gotta pan the map, chat, so we can see. I mean, I can see that we're 26 minutes away, but landing is going to be a different feat entirely. You want to know why? This is why. Okay, so here's what's really going to happen. Oh god, it's so slow. Oh, well, I screwed that up. Anyways, here's what's gonna happen. They have we have 4 different runways, okay? The runway that we selected, we would have to approach from the south and land north. We would obviously contact ATC and get permission to emergency land, probably on their largest runway. Which is approaching west, east to west, and west to east.
Request flight following.
For this emergency situation. You should have a heart monitor so we can see when you're freaking out. That'd be pretty fun.
Squawk 4766 -2.
So I can just tell them that's basically what's going to happen. You can't call for an emergency though, I'm pretty sure. They just assume I'm on a normal flight right now.
Copy -2.
Okay, so nearest airport list, we're going to Don Miguel Hidalgo. Is that not one of the closest airports to me? What's its actual sign? MMGL. Why? It's okay. It's that far away, I guess. So let's go over here. Tune the tower. And then I guess we're gonna request a full stop landing once we get a little closer. To be fair, this was literally real life and you were actually at risk of dying as opposed to only chat dying. Wouldn't you try to land on the nearest airport possible? Maybe, but I don't even know what airports. Okay, but here's the thing. It's counting every single airport, including ones that are grass fields. So, like, based on this, the in-flight computer doesn't even think that there is a bigger airport than these ones nearby. Otherwise, it would show them. So you could argue that one engine is enough to get us there, and also we're gonna land on the biggest runway because we might need the extra space. You know what I mean? But this is, okay, this is literally why, as I learned, twin engine planes are used to cross water, okay? Because in a single engine plane, if something goes bad, you can try and land on a stretch of highway or a big grassy field and then hopefully be fine. But if this happens over water, you need that extra engine to carry you off the water and back over land. Just land on the highway, it's easy. Well, I think it's a good time to just tell you. Cheers, everybody back there, okay? It's gonna get a little hairy. You didn't know I had this in my pocket. Ooh. Gonna need one of those. You guys want some? This is a new one. I hadn't tried this one before. Well, as much as I'd love to show you guys where we're flying over, I guess we could still, now that we got this under control. That's why we flew a Baron on such a short flight. I had a feeling we'd have a failure enabled. Well, it's cool to see the failure actually happen and how, like, what the situation becomes when it does happen, because it was scary. Still is. We haven't landed yet, chat. Nor will we for about 20 minutes. And at night, too. What was I about to say? Oh, yeah. This is the new one. This is the first time I've tried Wild Turkey 101. And it's actually decent. Has a bad smell, though. It doesn't smell very good. Somebody said save. Shubi, I think that's a good idea, considering the circumstances. Around the world, day 3, flight 2, emergency. It kind of just smells like... You can just smell the alcohol. Compared to honey, the honey's super sweet, Syntax. I usually just get the regular one. I do like the honey, but most people don't like it. I remember Kyra Toby in particular was like, I dumped it down the drain. Dude, Oreos. So, you know what? You deserve to not have the best coffee beans after that, okay? What's ETE now? Under 20 minutes. Drinking whiskey and watching planes. Hell yeah, brother. How did he know? Karatobi, we've been in a voice call before. Miyu and Ganaga. It was about your bad behavior, if you recall. When's the next mod summit? I don't know. Hopefully I never need to. Alright, we do have some more channel point questions, which I guess we may as well do now. Dorkcube says, by the way, welcome back, Dorkcube. What corporation would you like to see insert themselves into the live streaming space? Aside from the memes? Aside from, like, well...
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
The live streaming space. Like, as sponsors? Or like how Wendy's has, like, a meme account? There's already a lot of coffee companies, but it's weird that that's the only food-based product. Like Wendy's and Chuck E. Cheese. That's Chuck E. Cheese to you. Oh, so like meme accounts. Probably Steakums. Steakums has a pretty good Twitter account. I don't even like Steakums. I've actually never had Steakums. But their Twitter account's pretty funny. And also strangely serious. It's like, very meta. Would they just stream cooking Steakums? Dude, I was super excited that Dunkaroos were coming back, and apparently they're not very good. So I was gonna say Dunkaroos. But bring Coke Gaming back, you know? I think they left the streaming game too soon. Carl's Jr. pays me every time I say the name. Lunchables are gross. I would say, sponsor-wise,
The seatbelt sign is on, which means the 5 of you lined up outside of the lavatory will be presented with a cup. Please return to your seat and use it at your earliest discretion.
I had the new Dunkaroos the other day and they were great. Really? Well, now I'm gonna buy some if I see them. I would unironically say I would be sponsored by, well, if I tell you it, there's no reason to sponsor me, but there's like a, it's not as good anymore. They changed the recipe, so let me say a negative until they sponsor me, and then I'll take the negative away. The Devour brand, Lunchables, not Lunchables, the sandwiches, they have like a chicken bacon ranch sandwich, and it is not like something I would be proud to make for company, but in terms of just like a quick freezer sandwich, it gets the job done before a stream. But it used to be a little better. I'm gonna blame my microwave, because it actually used to be like crispy bread. Now it's kind of just like soggy. But maybe they changed the recipe. Plane out there, did you guys ever figure out what the other plane was for? Probably not. 15 minutes, flying in on a single engine. I love that our plane is literally crooked as we're flying in. But apparently it's working. Autopilot's doing its best, dude. Chat, would you guys unironically watch like a full microwave frozen dinner cooking stream where it's just like every curious frozen dinner from the grocery store? Microwave peeled, opened. E-Top, please do this. Short stream though, no? No, I just take a couple bites from each one. I don't know. That's a waste of food though. So it's got some bad social connotations. Like throwing away food, I don't like that idea. But in terms of just trying out the different ones. A bonus encore stream. If this was IRL, you could use rudder to help correct that side slip, but you're fine without it. Yeah, if it was real life, I would have resistance on my rudders. I could attempt that now, but since there's no resistance, it's impossible for me to maintain, like, let's say you wanted to just hold it down at 20% rudder. I can't. It's like, it's almost all or nothing with these. It's so light to the touch. I don't know if I can change the resistance on them at all. It's not like a unique idea to just review frozen dinners. I mean, there's probably like a dozen YouTube channels that already do it, but it would be a pretty good use of this new camera, the A5100. Get some nice zoom ins. You guys get some nice details. I have no idea how we'd mic it up. I could probably unironically do it. The funniest part would be waiting 4 minutes in between each new meal while the microwave, like, heats it up. I might actually do it before the end of the year. You guys really want to do like frozen dinner stream? That's my cooking stream, just only the microwave? Because I could actually bring a microwave. Here's what sucks. I threw my microwave away. Because the new house has one built in. So I'd literally have to buy a microwave. The old microwave was gross, and there was no saving it. And also, you can't donate them to, like I took a bunch of other loose stuff. You can't donate those kind of jumbo electronics. I don't think they take them. Because I tried. Took like a full carload of donation stuff to, like a local stop. They don't take electronics. In-flight meals. Well, there you go. You guys just came up with the stream idea. Are you suggesting that we just weave in the food review into the around the world? Where we get onto autopilot on like a long trip and then just cut to microwave frozen meals? In between? Okay, well, there you go. You guys just came up with an idea for the stream. Good job, chat. We did it together. I said that earlier. No, I did. Okay. The hard part is, like, making it thematically... I guess it doesn't have to be thematically relevant. The E-Tel hair lore is really coming together. Oh, yeah, it's a good idea. Is that a better idea than just doing... I guess it is a better idea than just doing a full stream, because then I'd actually eat the in-flight meal. And that way we don't waste anything. However... Listen, have you guys seen some of the frozen meals on offer nowadays? I'm just saying, The sub sound about the lavatory may not be a break if I have to eat some of these. That may not just be a meme. That may become more than just a dream if I have to eat that in the middle of a flight. I like that constipated llama, Omega Lord. Very fitting. Also, Mostly Lost, thank you for the 5 meme subs from Tiny Eric, Cranebolt Green, Rebel Fire, Chewy, and Tom Bearclaw are out there. Much appreciated. 2 of you are brand new. Welcome aboard. Inky is back for 8 months. Hi, Inky. Thank you for sticking around, and good evening to you. Glad to see you again. For those of you that just got here and you're wondering what we're doing, we are limping in. Okay, we're actually losing some speed here, so be careful, because we're hitting a cloud, and there might be a little turbulence in there. But we hit an emergency. We've only got 1 engine operational right now, so this is not a typical situation. We got T-minus 10 minutes. We need to start descending. So I'm going to go ahead and I can just do this on my own, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to request a full stop landing.
Tower -2 is 17 miles west with Kilo to land. -2, 1 hard tower. Make left base runway 2. Altimeter.
Runway, I wish I could, can I request a different runway?
Make left base runway 2 minus.
Because runway 2 is the one that's going north, that's the one I don't want. I don't know how to chat. Given the emergency, is it okay if I just overstep my ATC boundaries here? Because there's no way to announce that you have an emergency to ATC in the game. Yeah, I have emergency authority. Okay, so let's go ahead and, am I gonna take manual control over this? Because I can't change the altitude, hilariously. Do I just have to turn off, all autopilot? Jeez. Alright, I need to zoom in on this map as well. So I'm gonna try and start a controlled descent, because we got T-minus 7 minutes. The good news about descending is we're gonna maintain good speed. Yeah, if I descend too far, I won't be able to climb back up. I'm trying to get to like 4,000 feet past these mountains. Trying to go for like the 2.5 degree marker. Looks like about 500 feet per minute, which is standard descent anyways. Gotta go by instrument alone right now. So I'd love to give you guys a better view of the outside, but there's just cloud right now, actually. We will be crossing over in 5.5 minutes, so we kind of need to descend at a fairly good pace. Don't worry, I got you. Okay, easy, easy. T-minus 5 minutes. Keep on trucking down. The thing is, we actually need to go further south than... Ooh. Ooh, shiny. All right, I'm going to flip the, not the panel lights, the flood. This is gonna be coming up on us fast, chat. I don't know what the landing strip actually is the problem. Like, in terms of heading. Sorry, I don't know what the definition of a landing strip is. Also, I don't know how far up above sea level. Wow, Guadalajara looks awesome at night. I wish I could properly enjoy this. All right, so it's that way. We know it's that way. Go ahead and get some speed back. Wait, that's it right there. That's it right there. Right? That's it right there. All right, we're still 7,000 feet up. We got time. Does anyone know how tall this airport is? What's the altitude of this airport? Landing gear coming down? At least 2. That's got to be it right dead ahead, correct? Is that it? Is that it? It's past it. Oh my god, it's past it. All right. We're not there. Woo! I was about to make an emergency landing on that road. Bro, -2 is about to be right up your ass in a second, okay? I gotta land, dude. I only got 1 engine. What do you want? Well, I wanted to see more Guadalajara, but we got planes in the distance. We got 100 knots. I'm at max throttle right now. I have not even had to put flaps down yet because I'm scared it's gonna tank the plane. No, I didn't bug the ATC. I was tuned into their weather forecast. All right, we're at 5,600 feet. I have no idea how to use pedals in order to correct my angle. So I'm just gonna do the best I can because this is tough. Gear is down. We want 2 white lights, 2 red lights. So red means too high or too low. I think too low. But we're fine. No, too high. Wait, what? That's a good glide slope. We got a big runway. Yeah! wasn't in the middle of the runway, but that was smooth. All right, I apologize for forgetting to turn on my landing lights, but I had to take manual control like 7 minutes ago, and there was literally no way I was gonna be able to look down here, figure out where these 3 switches were, look back up, and I'm already running off the runway, and I've already landed. All right, bro. Listen, I know you don't know that I got...
120.8 for -2.
There's another issue. We're in an international airport right now. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pull off like they told me. Once I've cleared the runway, I'm gonna pause for a sec. Turn on the taxi assist because I have no idea where I'm gonna be going. Ooh, that was exhilarating. Okay, we're gonna tune ground and request taxi to park.
Guadalajara ground -2, request taxi to parking. -2 taxi to general aviation parking using taxiway cross runway 2.
Rip this propeller in particular.
Position caution, the generic on final. Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway cross runway 2 -2.
Oh. Put the parking brake on for just a moment. Hey, GG everybody. That was a solid 1-engine landing. My only regret is that I didn't have a co-pilot to pass control to so I could turn on my landing lights and actually see the runway better. I never doubted him for a second. ATC's like, why did he land on the big boy runway? Pretty good glide slope. Very smooth touchdown. Somehow a better landing than the last one. And that one was during the daytime. I think we're waiting for this guy.
Polaris 936, contact Mexico Center on 123.0.
That's nav audio. Whew. I don't know how to turn his volume back up. I guess it's not that important right now. Let's just take a look around Guadalajara. Because they told me to hold, so I am going to hold. We can actually see some, we talked about this previously, but I still think it's, ooh, here he comes. Sorry for the head cam. This is harder than you think it is. So that's who we were holding for. All the 737s like, why are we still in the air? No, I landed efficiently. I got clearance. If I landed at the wrong landing strip because I had to, there was no way I was going to be able to make an approach from the south going north. So what we did basically was they wanted me to come from here up. We just came down over because that made more sense, obviously. All right, we can go now for an emergency landing. Got a taxi with my 1-engine having ass. No help at all over here. If you joined late, we just did an emergency single-engine landing in a dual-prop plane. We had a emergency that was possible but not guaranteed. This is the first time it's actually triggered. We had an oil leak in the left engine. So it was fun trying to figure out how to deal with that. If there was no autopilot on this plane, it'd be over. I don't think I could have physically kept concentration for the 25 to 30 minutes that it would have taken. to manually steer, especially with that mountain chop. That would have taken, like, just so much. Ooh. Hard turn, dude. Still weird you can't tell ATC you're in an emergency. I think the failure system is kind of in its infant state right now. Hilariously, I love that the blue arrows actually reflect off of the plane. They're like physical entities. But anyways, I think that the fail state system is in its infancy, and I think that we will see that probably developed over time. Because there's plenty of people talking about how it's not like super developed compared to the other plane simulators. So I'm sure that's something that they'll work on. So what's that mountain over there? Don't tell me it's actually called like the Guadalajara Mountain. That's an insane mountain. Watch the fuel truck. This plane is literally missing a knob. Yeah, they got some things to fix. But that's okay. I'm willing to, you know, work around those things for now. Because based on the level of detail that's already here, I have no reason to doubt. And based on the level of support the last Microsoft Flight Sim got, you know, a decade ago or however long, we have every reason to assume that it will be continually updated as a platform. They got the whole marketplace going on, and they definitely want people to keep coming back and buying stuff, you know? Tequila Volcano. That's Tequila Volcano? That one? Is okay. That's oh, that one. No, this one. Are people living on Tequila Volcano? Good job again. Thanks, Greg. That was a really fun landing. And an interesting challenge situation. Okay, so let's work our way back down the checklist now. Parking brake is on. We can turn off the avionics master. And, I assume just throttle down, condition lever. Once this goes off, I think it's just going to say GG game over. So we'll go 0 RPM. Fuel selectors we need to turn off, but that's going to turn off the engine too, right? Alternator switches, I don't know, it's just going to end it. Yeah, no matter what I do, the next thing I do is going to end it. Total time of flight, hours 17:13 as we ascend to heaven. But just for fun, I'm going to come back in. Turn off the fuel. Turn off the alternators. Turn off the lights. And the final battery. Listen to that wind down noise. Did you get a photo for this plane, Kairatobi? Probably not. No. Do you want like a cheat photo? It's probably easier that way. So it's still dark, but now it's a little less dark. Because we flew, it was a night flight, so we may as well like trying to get like a good angle on the sky and a good angle on the plane, but you can't really see much of the plane this way. I don't know. Let's see. None of these are working for me. Maybe a wing shot? Something like that, maybe? Alright, one of those is gonna work. If you're wondering what the pictures are for, they are for our plane log, which Kyrotopia is graciously taking clips of all takeoffs and landings. So if you want to see our near-death takeoff at the beginning of the stream, that is clipped there for your enjoyment. And it's also a log of all of our flights so far around the world. Speaking of which, as we head back to the main menu here, we have an actual map to update. P.S. Did you give more subs, Lorag? No. Did I get these? December Mist texted her husband. Or their husband. And told me about a crash. Lorag gifted a sub to Radius200, Resume.pdf, Isel Tech Priest, and Lynn Dinger. Ya boy 15 as well as back. So we got 4 first-time subs. And a 3-month from your boy. How are you? Thank you, December Mist, though, for the 12 months. Much appreciated. Happy 1 year. And please feel free to share that spectacular landing as well with your husband. Not just the crashes, okay? You gotta have a little bit of goodness in there, too. Mitro G says Flight of the Valkyries is playing. Sorry, Mitro, that I missed you earlier. But I appreciate you if you're still hanging out there. Flatlined as well for 22 months. Thank you guys for your patience. Not here right now, sub for the first time ever, sneaking in there in betwixt. It's hard to catch some of these while I am in flight, especially when I have my brain scattering in 16 different directions. We're gonna do another flight today, though. We got one more flight. Another nighttime Mexico flight, but we're gonna change planes. So, different plane entirely. And we are going to be queuing that up now. I think, Acetech, correct me if I'm wrong, the POIs will be able to be seen on the way out of there on the next stream during the day. So that'll be good. The POIs for the next one, I think, will perfectly align with when we start the next one daytime. Okay, fantastic. So this is a fine night flight. And also it's a fast plane. Still going to be, I think, one we've never flown before. Okay, before we do that, though, thanks, Ready Freddy, for the Pog Craigasm bits, actually, excuse me. And Mostly Lost for hitting up Tom Bearclaw. Oh, I got those ones. I got confused. Lorag, I missed you earlier, but I got Mostly Lost. Thanks, both of you, for the generous gift subs. You're so nice. Now come with me on an adventure. As you can see, we have left our mark. Come with me. I can't lower the camera anymore. All right, here's our world map. So, let me boost the lights for you. There you go. Nice you're able to see a little better. And we are tracing our trip across the world. So every time we do a new day of flight, we choose a different combination of pins and yarns. Midas! That is Midas, majestic. Alright, so let's mute, actually the game audio is fine here. Midas always gets very confused during this segment and thinks that I'm going out, when actually I probably will. But first, we got 2 pins that need to happen. First of all, I have to find the Mariatas Islands, I think? The Isla Maria Madre? Kind of underneath Baja there. Let me see if I can find it. Also, what type of pin yarn combo do you guys want today? I'm gonna say, how about green pins? How about green pins and like a pink, green and pink yarn? Green pins, pink yarn? Go get in your bed. All right, now where are the scissors? So, step 1 is I have to lift the previous pin from San Antonio. Laura, stop drinking. And you might find things less funny. The yarn looks very soft. It is. So yeah, we got to start in San Antonio and go to Mexico. So we got to start by, I guess, just imagining where the islands are. So why don't we take a look at that real quick? Hold on. So if you go directly southeast of Baja, where Tepic is that on the map? If you just go direct west, depending on if Leon is there, go direct west of that. Just go wherever it says Mexico on the map, and west of that, easy. Is that focused? I think it's as focused as it can be. Hey, camera, would you focus? Thank you. It's really hard to get those out because if you just go fishing for them, all the sharp points are pointing up. So you can't just like dig in unless you want like 6 pins sticking out of your fingers. There you go. All right. So, the trip has been mapped officially, and you know what? The yarn is not totally far off from our next destination because, as you might expect, we are headed to Mexico City, Mexico. And we got a pretty decent flight to get there, but I think it's going to be an enjoyable one because we're going to get another new plane. And it's not going to be, it definitely won't be our longest one yet. I think our longest one so far was from Tucson to Roswell. The Bonanza one was pretty long too from Roswell because that was just, the plane was just slow for no reason. Oh yeah, I gotta move the camera back. All right, how does this look? Whew. What time is it? Oh, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I like to get a little taste of sunlight as a streamer. Normally, I never see the light of day because I am a vampire nighttime streamer, so I like to try and get a little taste. All right, we're gonna do one more flight. We're going to Mexico City now. It's gonna be good stuff. But first, I need to go outside, BRB, and take my son out, give him a treat. And maybe, you know, just a little, I didn't finish this, but a little top off wouldn't be bad. What about 2-for-1 special? Just double up on this. All right, I will take a look at the sheet before we fly. That's okay. We got time. What's the longest flight I've taken IRL? Probably just going to Europe. I went to Europe in high school. Transatlantic. Pretty long flight there. You hold your breath to get rid of the bad turkey smell? No, it tastes fine, but yeah, it's a really high ABV. The 101 is like... it's 101. 101 proof, right? 50 ABV. 50%. So it's basically half alcohol. Dubai to Houston. Wow, that's a big one, yeah. Dude, I'm excited. Mexico's been really cool. And we still got some stops to go. So, we're going to get to see Mexico City is going to be a pretty easy flight, I think, but it's going to be in a pretty fast plane. And then on the next stream, we'll be able to see Mexico City during the daytime, and we're going to do some like low flying POI stuff. But maybe we'll have a chance for some nice Mexico City Yelp reviews. But first, Etal Air will BRB. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. The next flight's coming up. Luckily, no rush now. We'll get that set up, squared away, learn a new plane, and add another one to our Around the World in 30 Planes trip. Looking forward to it. And we'll also take a look at the plane log and also the Google Earth. Now that we've got the real map updated, we can kind of take our time and scope those out. All right, be back in just a couple of minutes. Hang tight, and I'll see you in a sec. Thanks for waiting. Yo. So, making a little in-flight snack. It's gonna take about another 60 seconds, and then I'll be back. Okay? Thanks for hanging in there. Alien Yo. About another minute and a half. I'll see you in a sec. And we're back. I just need a little gamer stretch.
Being a pilot for 9 hours straight is a little tough on these gamer legs. That'll be 10 squats each. Everyone stand up and do it.
Is there an alien command now? Apparently there is. Yo. Maybe it needs to be on slightly longer cooldown. Was it every like 10 seconds? I just bumped the screen. There you go, chat. You want a piece? I just threw the plate at chat. Dude, Jimmy Pog! Ah, it's hot. Uh-oh. How does this happen? So, you still want a piece? It's okay, you can eat around it. I'll eat the paper towel too, don't tempt me. Alright. So, is that a 0 error run just now? Technically, I think it was pretty good. Okay, let's take a look at our resources here. Starting with Well, let's do that. All right, bright screen coming up, chat. You've been warned, okay? White light screen. We hit the bush. How's that an error? That's a crash, but that's like game incited. That's not. We can all agree I was going 5 miles an hour and brushing up against a bush with a 10 times normal size hitbox. Is like that can't be considered an error. Also, I had a even if you want to sit here and like split hairs over that, you drove into it. First of all, no, I didn't. A wing clipped it. Go back and watch. Listen, we'll watch the clip right now. I bet it's clipped. Actually, is it clipped? Is it emergency? Oh, it's McDonald's trip. Okay, here we go. Let's let the judges decide. It's hard break. We're just gonna drive into town. I'm gonna get some McDonald's. Do you guys want anything? No? All right. We're good then. Exactly. Exactly. Like there's the bush. Here's the engine. That's the bush right there. Come on. I did not drive into it. It has a giant, thick hitbox that would not crash the plane going, I'm sorry, it doesn't even register that I'm going a speed in the game. Yes, I went off-road because the airport we were at was on a prison penal colony island, and there's no taxiway. It's a runway and a parking. There was nowhere to go. If I got pushed back, I goes onto the runway itself. That's not an error. Executive decision, okay? I cannot be held responsible. You guys just want to spin the wheel. Listen. Anyway. Here's the plane log. Total flight 6, total errors 5. Full flight log here, airport to airport. Every airport we land at, we take off from next. We started with the Savage Cub from Vegas, then the Cessna 152. Day before yesterday, we flew the Cessna 172 Skyhawk and got to go through the beautiful mountains east of Tucson. The Beechcraft Bonanza was the one that underperformed from Roswell. That went really slow. Today, we got the Beechcraft King Air. Great photo snapshot. Landing off the runway, plus forgot to turn on the lights. That is true. But you can do exclamation plane to check all this out at your own leisure. It has every takeoff and landing. Oh my god. Hold on. I got this. I got this, chat. You don't trust me? 500. I don't trust me, dude. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god. We overshot the whole runway. Oh, I'm gonna touch down at the very end.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing.
It's okay, it's fine. Listen, it's just a minor error, all right? We touched down just fine in the grass. Easy. Easy. No, it was just a short runway right there. Exactly, it was a short runway. It was a short runway. But, all that and more from each of our flights. The takeoff in the Beechcraft was also scary. So the Beechcraft had a really interesting takeoff and landing. And the flight itself was beautiful. I gotta give Beechcraft King Air from Stinson in San Antonio to Isla Maria Madre Airstrip in Mexico the best flight so far of the trip award. Not the best for learning or entertaining banter, but certainly from just a gameplay perspective. And then the Beechcraft Baron G58. I like all the photos for each one. They're very good. This is where we're going to be taking off from. Entertaining banter-wise, I would have to give, if I can pat myself on the back, that would definitely be probably the day before yesterday. The Skyhawk and Bonanza flights had to be like, that was just really fun talking to chat and hanging out. And then on Google Earth, again, this is on the exclamation plane command. We got the entire journey from Vegas. And you can actually, if you're curious about our stops, you can find more information about them by clicking on them. And they'll actually take you to the Wikipedia page, which is really cool. You can see our little zigzag trail through Elephant Butte, Butte, Truth or Consequences Municipal, the Cloudcroft incident, which is clipped in the plane log, went to Roswell, past Midland on the journey to Stinson, and these are the ones from today. Went through Laredo to Monterey. Monterey was awesome. This whole trail was fantastic. The landing that we just watched, oil leak, is actually marked. That's funny. And here we are in Guadalajara. The incidents on there too. So we are now going to be en route to Mexico City, chat. I just wanted to get a nice big sample size. Instead of just going blazing a trail right down the middle, I want to see a little bit more, you know? And I really enjoyed this route in particular. It was fantastic. So I'm glad we took this instead of just, because there was a chance, right? If we just went from Stinson down to Mexico City, we missed that whole area. And this was the highlight of that part of the trip, in my opinion. And then, of course, we got the physical map as well, which we just updated. All right, back to the game. We got to set us up the next leg of the flight. So, starting from Guadalajara, which is MMGL. Set that as departure. We are going to MMJC, actually. Oops. Which, if you'll notice, has less than 5,000 feet of asphalt. And we're going to be actually flying the DA. Okay, so we're not flying a fast plane. I thought we were flying a fast plane. We're not flying a fast plane. But we are flying a new plane. So which one are we supposed to do? NG. Okay. 125 knots true airspeed. Max altitude is 16,000 feet. That's pretty good. A range of almost 1,000 nautical miles. Ooh, we got some liveries. I don't know how many of these we'll actually be able to see. It's 30 planes around the world, chat. So we got to hit all these planes. And this is one of them. I actually really like this one. Black, white, and blue. Looks good. Fuel-wise, let's take a look. Fuel-wise, we should be golden. With probably even less, we could fly a little faster. 'Cause that's a pretty big window of berth. Still under 2-hour flight time, so that's really good. It's probably going to be about 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. Failures should be off because we didn't spin the wheel. This is going to be flight number 3. We'll do tail number 33. Change this a little bit. Let's say just 20 pounds of luck. Nothing crazy. Okay. So that looks good. I actually want to go back and see the plane in the hangar, if you guys don't mind. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Alex, actually gas up from max cruise speed. Really? Okay. Let me read your notes. What do they say? See plane notes. Wait, how do you see plane note? Oh, is there another tab? Last edit was made seconds ago. Oh, there is plane notes. It says the DA-40 has a weird fuel system. The engine only feeds fuel from the left wing. Every once in a while, you have to activate a pump that transfers fuel from the right wing to the left one to keep them balanced. Don't leave the pump on too long. It'll pump all the fuel into the left wing. And for high-speed cruise, gas up more than normal. Fast cruise settings, according to Ace Tech, are 140 knots, 12,000 feet, 85% load. Okay, 12,000 feet is about where we're going to go anyway. Pro tips with Ace Tech. What a quirky plane. Kind of is a quirky plane. That's good to know, because I would not know that. I like that it gives you the cockpit view. Ooh, this is just sharp. Cool looking plane. Why the heck didn't they make the fuel pump automatic? I have no idea. There must be a good reason. I like that they included this garage. It reminds me of like Forza games or just any car game where you just go in and look at the glare. Cockpit looks nice too. Nice dash. Pretty simple dash. Not a lot of space in there. But you got 2 seats in the back. That's better than I thought. The Diamond DA-40 NG Skyway. Okay. So it should remember my flight plan. We're going to go ahead and choose... I don't remember what exactly gate we picked or what we really truly landed at, but gate 19 seems good. I kind of want... I guess we're going to fly VFR again. It's not a huge flight. Kind of want to take off from 20. 0 knot wind. So it'd be nice to take off from 20. Oh, well, if I choose any gate, it's going to give me the long runway. Maybe I can request a different one when I'm actually in the game. So chat, can you guys just remember runway 20? And then here we got a teeny tiny baby piece. Looks like wind 356 at 3 knots. This is good. Imagine spending $500,000 on a plane and they couldn't put an automatic pump. Flight conditions. Live. It's going to be another night flight. Looks like a little bit of clouds. To try and do the entire world tour. Live air traffic, live weather and time. And we're just going to make the most of it. But like I said, the good news is the next time we play this game, we're going to take off from Mexico City in the daytime, and we got some points of interest around the city that we're going to get some low flybys of. So we will get an opportunity to see Mexico City during the day. And then we're going to continue down, obviously, into South America, because I'm not gonna turn around and go back to the U.S. at this point. So it's, I told you we're going to hit all the continents, dude. Spoilers. Spoilers. We will visit South America. Who would have thought? But we ain't there yet, chat. We got other places to go and other things to do first. All right, let's make a save here, just in case something crashes. I don't know. Around the world. Day 3. Flight 3. Plan. There you go. Should be good to load in. and take a bite out of this sandwich before it turns into a rock. I've still got channel point questions from 2 hours ago. Oh, I need to update the title. Oh, you did. Thank you. But we're gonna see all sorts of good places. What's up, Mid-Sid? How's it going? But yeah, this is gonna take some months to do. We just came up with a fantastic idea for future streams, which I will get to work on immediately. For in-flight snacks. You might discover in-flight snacks sooner than you expect. In some capacity, maybe not the capacity you're imagining. But there will be in-flight snacks on the next plane stream, confirmed. But it's not going to be exactly what you think it is. And I don't mean Jimmy Dean sandwiches. By the way, should we show the Etal Air video again with the sandwiches? I don't know why I'm like thinking of that right now. Probably because I'm eating one. Do you even have to ask? Can someone link it? I mean, Liuda is here. Liuda, could you link that in the chat, please? Dude, free content, Pog, for everybody on this plane. You know what's not free? I don't want to spoil it. I'm not going to spoil the joke. Wow, I can't believe Liuda doesn't even know the link to her own meme video off the top of her head. You should know the exact watch !V = code at the end. Liuda was actually supposed to get, and Acetech both. Acetech is still due for one. They were supposed to get a full year of sub to my channel, and then some of that sniped Liuda's account and got 6 months of sub. Before I could do it. So it's not even from me, so I like didn't even do anything. So I feel bad now. So now you're a VIP. That's the only thing I can do that no one else can do. It's my only power that only I alone can bestow. So, for those who missed it earlier on in this series, actually, did we even show this as part of... I think this was just in the normal Flight Sim streams. Welcome aboard Etal Air. We will be flying out of Guadalajara. Specifically, MMGL Don Miguel Hidalgo International. Expected flight time of about 2.5 hours to Mexico City, Mexico, landing on a thin and short strip. MMJC Atizapan de Zaragoza. I have no idea. I tried. Atizapan. Best I got. I think just north of Mexico City. Welcome aboard Etal Air, one and all. Here's your in-flight, well, it's not in-flight video. This is your boarding video. Okay, this is what plays on the monitor as you come in.
Safety, professionalism, hospitality. Those are the principles Etal Air stands by. Whether it's a 3-hour flight between New York and Chicago, or a 3-day flight between Johannesburg and Cape Town, when you're flying with us, you will always feel welcome and cared for. Using our monthly subscription service, you will be able to fly whenever, however you want. The best part is, you can cancel at any time. Just call our customer service with only a small $10 fee, send us an email, tweet us, and notify us on Facebook and Reddit. 3 tiers of subscriptions are available.
3
And
tiers.
with tier 3, you can always be sure that you will not be used as an emergency slot for other passengers. All the passengers can leave at any time mid-flight. Just tell your flight attendant to open the window and all tiers get a free meal, which is a gourmet croissant sandwich. Paper towel is not included. We hope to see you on board. And remember, Ital Air is not responsible for any injuries, deaths, memory loss, hair loss, diarrhea, or any terminal illnesses acquired during flight.
That happened
And
today.
remember, Ital Air, beware you're in for a scare. And also for brake checks. That too.
1 year coffee jazz mix music 2020 live stream world record Arcadia boosted. Is this live? Am I rebroadcasting a music coffee stream? That just auto-played. Beans. What is this emote? El Dorito, it's a check to see who didn't come to the stream that was the day before yesterday, and you failed. So, to answer your question, it's in the title. See, I wanted to make sure no one could question what it was, so therefore I titled it Ital Alien. Because it's an alien. Hold on. I don't want to read any more shit posts for 30 minutes. I'm still here, though. What did you even say today, Syntax Squid? You've just said, Omegalol, Ital Alien Furniture, Rainbow Please, Pet the Chat, Pog, Craigasm, Pog Plane, Crappa, Souls Log, Pride Pog, Monka S, Hold Me Chat. I don't know, it seems pretty normal. Okay, here we are. I got my pre-flight meal. And we got a new plane to figure out as we head into Mexico City. So, step 1. Let's open up the checklist, I guess. Did I not fill up on fuel? I did not. All right, so we'll top off on fuel before we go. Which I don't know how to shortcut that because we don't have IFR. So I know Shift P. Is there like a Shift F to summon fuel as well? Okay, number 1. Parking brake. Number 2, power lever. What airport is this? I think it's in the title, but we also have a exclamation flight plan, I think, that'll give you a lot of details. We're in Guadalajara right now, in Mexico, heading in to one of the small airports in Mexico City. We're at Miguel Hidalgo y Costilla, MMJC. Okay, power lever is idle. Electric master on. We've never flown this plane before, so I'm just going to have to learn where all the buttons are. There's engine master. Got some big red buttons on here. Emergency. There's a test Reset. I love that every plane is like its own toy box. Essential bus, fuel pumps. Let's turn on the lights. Maybe that'll help. Pitot heat switch, oh, there's the fuel transfer button. I need to know where that was. And here's the electric master. Hey, screens. What's up? Okay, starting engine. Just the strobe lights. I love that starting engine, number 1. Strobe lights. That's like, I didn't study for my test. And I guessed C on every single one. Because that's definitely not the only thing you do in the first of 3 to start the engine. Before Engine Master can come on, strobe light must come on. Maybe that is what you're supposed to do, but it just seems out of place compared to every other plane we've flown. Alright, Engine Master on. Wait until glow extinguishes. How do you even do... Oh, ooh, fancy. Wait until glow? I don't know where else to look for glow except glow on. Alright, I guess it's off. And then electric master start. It didn't technically say to turn it off? Okay, so you don't turn it off? Do you ever turn off Engine Master? I guess not. You just wait and then you start after the glow goes off, okay? Enunciations and oil pressure, check okay. How do you test your enunciations? Typically there's like a warning test button. So I know where oil pressure is. It's right there and it's in the green, so I'm just gonna click this to see what it wants. Okay, right there. Well, I still don't know how to test that. I don't see anything. It just says if the oil pressure is not moved from the red range within 3 seconds after starting, set the engine master off and investigate. That's all it says. Avionics master switch on. Now we can talk to ATC. So what sucks is if I need fuel, I need to turn that engine off. So I guess I just need... to kind of undo a couple of these things. And communicate to ground. Taxi, taxi parking and fueling options, that's what I'm interested in. Let me talk. Let me talk.
Guadalajara ground, Midas Tree.
Send fuel truck.
Midas Tree, a fuel truck is on the road.
Okay, thank you.
Roger, Aero Enlaces, 320.
That's very nice. Someone close the car door. Well, now we can check this. Oil pressure, low volts, low vacuum. There, I checked the car door. It's fine. Wow, we got some big planes behind us. Passenger planes over there. We're just here in this little parking spot. At busy airports, sometimes you have to wait a minute or two to speak. No. Not me. Okay. I've been guild leader in my WoW group, and I understand how to make sure everybody else inside of my TeamSpeak channel does not have permission until after I give them the floor. Hey, Talent Chat, what's up, Debbie Dardis? How's it going? Dude, TeamSpeak. What plane is this? The DA-40, one of the DA-40s. Flying it for the first time. TeamSpeak was great. It was better than Vent, okay? Used TeamSpeak for years. It had better codec, voice quality, and then Discord came along. And, was easy and also free. Chat still got their old team. You got your own TeamSpeak server still? It's pretty cool. I have no idea how long it'll actually take for gas to show up. We could probably just turn on a few more of these. Well, we probably don't want to turn on any more of these lights until we're ready for pushback, because we're just wasting our battery. Speaking of which, wait, how do I get this off the screen? Let's just do that. That way it doesn't like darken the rest of the screen. Where can I see my actual battery charge? I've asked this on a couple planes, and I don't think I've ever gotten an answer. Before we even take off, I'm going to change my CDI to GPS. That's just a good idea. Gonna have some PFD options here for us to kind of change the screen. I love these, ooh, there's a fuel truck right there, actually. I love these screens that have, like, the runway display on it. It's beautiful. There we go. We can just turn on the floodlights. We're definitely going to want instrument lights, too. We only want flood while we're getting ready to take off and stuff. But I just saw the fuel truck was right here. This should be him pulling up. You could also set your autopilot. Yeah, I was thinking about that once I got the engine running. Okay, so you want me to go full fuel or what? Because like 70% is like twice as much as the game thinks I need. Because 33% still took me past my target. Because this is like 2x right here. Also, why did it change these? Okay. Check. Got the extra fuel. We can request fuel supply in.
Midas Tree, I am done with fuel services.
Okay, off he goes. Fading into the night. Where exactly is the runway? Why don't we go ahead and get clearance first to taxi? Taxi for takeoff options. We want to depart to the south, right?
Guadalajara ground, Midas Tree, with Kilo request taxi for takeoff departure to the south. Midas Tree taxi to and hold short of runway 10 using
Don't we want runway 20? Remember I told you guys to remember 20? How do I get 20?
Taxiing hold short runway 10 via taxiway Echo Delta cross runway 2 Alpha Midas Tree.
20. I literally can't say anything. Okay, well, we'll just do what they want, chat. We'll just do what they want. All right, it's fine. So, we've got taxi clearance to take off on the big runway, and it'll work, because we do take off the correct direction, so it's fine. It's just going to be a decently long taxi, but it's all right. Okay, so we've already got clearance, so I can't request pushback now, so I'm going to do, what was it, Shift P? Hey, I'm ready. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden I can't request pushback. Let's hit the parking brake. I think we just go straight back. Honestly, your guess is as good as mine, chat. Yeah, I think we just go straight back. I don't know how to tell them to go a different direction anyways. Are you still trying to attach? You, need a lift somewhere? You off your shift? I can swing by your house, drop you off before I go if you want. Is it possible for me to actually turn them? I think I'm just going to make a huge loop. Maybe that's my co-pilot. That makes a lot of sense. The headlamp is a really cool feature. I'm glad that's in the game. Alright, so, based on where the other planes are, I'm gonna say once we hit this line, because this is a line that you can, you know, taxi on and drive on, I'm gonna say Shift P, basically once we're even with that. Looks good. Hit the parking brake, just to make sure we don't drift once we get the engine turned on. Now we're gonna go through this real quick. So let's turn on. Electric Master's already on. We got the strobe light on. Engine Master's on. And then Electric Master, we turn to start. And we check annunciations, which are blank. Oil pressure's in the green. Avionics Master's already on. Parking brake release, and that's it, dude. So there doesn't seem to be any oil mix on this. Ace Tech said 12,000 feet, and we have to do a fuel transfer occasionally. So I guess we'll just watch the quantity and then do it every so often. Is there anything else I need to know? We got flaps. Why are the flaps so far? Alright, we'll do takeoff flaps. They're really far away. Okay. Turn off our headlamp. Turn off... I'm gonna go ahead and turn on taxi lights now, like you're supposed to. I don't know if you turn on position and landing, but this will certainly help us see. There we go. This is a cool little plane, dude. Parking brake off. Throttle up. Really good turn radius there. We're gonna be taking off on the big boy runway. It's gonna have way more space than we need. So it's actually easier if we just look at if you look at the screen, you can actually see the ground better than our headlamps can see it. Okay, so where's the actual runway begin? Not here. This should just be a taxi road that we are like a bypass, because I can see a car already on it. We might get told to stop in a moment. We're gonna have a collision because ATC is absolutely not paying attention. It's like we're going into a roundabout right now, dude. We're in traffic as a plane. How do you tune to the information channel? know what I mean? Isn't there supposed to be like a air traffic control kind of like weather, wind conditions, like that kind of thing? Dude, that car's gonna take off too. You might be right. ATIS, you mean the thing that I just tuned to? Because that's what I'm currently tuned to. So it ain't working. The only other thing about the plane worth bringing up is that it's super streamlined and doesn't like to slow down, so you have to take landings really shallowy. Sounds like fun to me. I like the flight selections today. The Mexico flights are just a little bit better paced so far. This is gonna be our nighttime. Well, we did a nighttime takeoff, I guess, on the way out of Mexico's Alcatraz. How fast we going along here? Is this too fast of a taxi? Eh, maybe a little. But my throttle's all the way back. We're kind of just coasting. Yeah, it should be ATIS. But for whatever reason, that's not doing anything. Let's go and hit the brakes here. Hard turn. Got about, man. Gotta go all the way down there before we can even take off. A real-life flight just took off from Guadalajara to Mexico City 1 minute ago. Was it a passenger plane? You might even be able to see it on the ATC. Check Arrow and Laces. Arrow and Laces 3202 chat and see where they are, where they're going. This is a pretty cool spot. I'd like to see some VOI 671 chat. Going right over our heads right now. That was cool. Taxi is done at 20 knots in normal taxiways. Then in airports that have fast taxiways, you can go faster when using those. 20 knots is normal? Wait, what just happened? Was that... Where's the runway, dude? Is this me? No, this is me. Am I not on the runway right now? This is the runway, right? That I was just taxiing across? Monterey, I know people who live there. Well, we flew over Monterey earlier and it was awesome. The taxi indicator just kind of gave out. I'm just gonna have to find the rest of my way. Because I know that it's to the left. We want to be where they are. Stopped in the middle of the runway. That's because that's where the line took me. I'm just following instructions. Yeah, we're going about 20 right now. Luckily, this thing turns better than the last couple planes. A lot of activity out here, unsurprisingly. VIV 3202. Cruising on up. These are all real planes that were flying in the air maybe a couple hours ago. All right, so now, and some of them may still be flying. I think we need to keep going straight on. I think this is just a exit for people who land or something, or who need to get back to the taxiway. We should be on a bypass. So the actual landing strip should be just to our left. So I think we just follow the blue lights all the way down and curves around, and then we can take off from there. I don't know how to request permission to take off right now because there's literally no options on my screen. So we might just have to say, sorry ATC, but I'm taking this one manually. Wherever runway 10 is, I mean, this is it. But I lost my taxi path. Which is supposed to be guided. I have no idea if these guys are going in for a landing or not. Cut the engines, hit the brakes. And we should be coming to a stop before runway 10. Right here. Okay, so what I want to do while we're sitting here, check my altimeter. I also want to check my autopilot. So we are going to hit the altimeter or altitude hold mode. Seems to default to 5,000. We are going to want to set it for 12,000. Okay. Then we're going to want... Can you configure vertical speed right now too, or no? Side note, how do I change the vertical speed on this? That's a good question to ask right now. Because I can see vertical speeds at 0 feet per minute. Yeah, the option's not, that's kind of what I thought. The option's not going to come up. That happens more often when you are flying VFR than IFR. So we're just going to have to take matters into our own... Oh, they got a nose up, nose down again. Okay. So we're going to want to nose up at least 500 feet. We can take it nice and slow, you know? 500 is fine. And then, what, turn on nav mode or something? So now, if I engage autopilot, we can confirm basically. See, I think it reset. Okay. So how do I lock in 12,000 to the green to make sure it stays there? This is only the second plane I've flown that has vertical speed buttons, so it's still taking a little getting used to. So I've targeted 12. How do I change this green 5,000? Because that's actually my autopilot numbers. You would set a VS to climb to that altitude. Okay, but if I hit autopilot when I'm in the air, is it going to nosedive me up or down to 5,000 feet? Anybody else waiting back there? All right, I don't even have clearance to go. I have to take off though, so I'm just gonna look both ways before I cross the street. All right, chat? There actually is a plane here. I think that one's for us. So we're just gonna chill. No? Is it? There's no way it's gonna... Is it just gonna pass over? 6,000 and dropping rapidly, dude. Why is it at 6,000 feet? They're flying over the runway right now. Yeah, someone's landing runway 10 right now. He's at 5,000 feet dropping like a rock. Where's he gonna land? I can't zoom in any more than that. he just crashed onto the ground and looks apparently fine. Okay. Sure. Uh-huh. Hang on, did I see some rain? There's a little bit of rain, dude. Ooh. Fancy. You only use alt hold when you're at the exact altitude where you want to be. In this case, you don't need that. Use vertical speed to climb up to 12,000 feet. But, okay, is that specific to certain planes? Because I feel like in the other planes I've been flying, we just turn on altitude hold, make a selection, and then use vertical speed to dictate how fast we want to go up or down to that height.
Polaris 671, turn next taxiway.
That's incoming from Mexico City. Really? Well, that's where we're going, dude. So this is, okay, so I'm not crazy. I've been doing it right on the other planes. It's just on this plane, we don't use altitude hold until we're there, and we just use vertical speed and kind of wing it a little bit. Because it's not going to stop at a certain point, necessarily.
Polaris 5732, go around.
What? Dude, he's already here, man! How you going to tell him to go around to the last second?
Next taxiway.
You can't just say that when he's...
5732. Polaris 5732.
Well, he did it, dude. He's gone.
Approach on 119er decimal tree.
They just made that pilot go around at literally the last second. In your case, you want to prime your VS so that you climb into your target altitude, then it automatically turns off. Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, so we'll set vertical speed. It is currently on, and we want it to be 500 feet per minute, basically.
One exit runway when able.
Okay, chat, I'm just gonna go, because they're never gonna give me permission. I gotta take it. The other AI plane didn't clear the runway, so it made the other plane do a go-around. Well, sometimes the AI is smart, sometimes the AI is dumb. There's no way to get clearance for takeoff right now. It's physically not in the game. But somebody else is already on the runway. It's still VOI 671.
Polaris 671, turn next taxiway.
Is he even moving, dude? You know what I really think it is? That's probably the exact same spot where my taxi AI gave out. You know what I mean? Remember I was like, why did it just stop here? And you guys were like, you're in the middle of the runway. I think that the taxi AI stuck that dude right in the middle of the runway too.
Polaris 671, exit runway when able.
ATC knows. Maybe he is moving slowly. But yeah, just to prove it to you.
671, contact ground on 120.8.
See, there's no permission. All right, I just gotta go, chat. So, full rich, which I don't think matters on this plane.
Going to 120.8.
Parking brake obviously is off right now. Flaps are in the correct position. And we configured autopilot, so I'm just gonna go. All right, buckle up, chat. Take a deep breath, and away we go. This thing takes a minute to get going, huh? Oh, there it goes. I heard it kick into gear just now. The wind is fighting me. It's pushing me to the right, even though I'm, like, ruddering left. Getting ready to hit landing gear. If there is any, it might be fixed. Okay, we've never flown this plane before, so I just hit it anyways. And we're already kind of heading the correct direction. So I'm not going to flaps up just yet. I want to keep my speed in check. We're at about 80 knots. And we're just not going to follow we probably would follow the runway all the way in case something went wrong. But we're just going to cut it early and try to get on our path. All right, flaps up. We can start gaining some speed. We're gaining already altitude. Dude, Guadalajara's looking good, chat. Get a nice little view outside the driver's side window right there. Nighttime Guadalajara. A little bit of nightlife. Got some pretty sweet volcanoes in this area too. Don't get to see them on the way out, but there was some cloud cover that just kind of rolled in. Weather's getting a little sour. Rain starting to sprinkle down on our windshield. All right, we're basically all lined up with the GPS now. So what I'm going to do is try to engage autopilot early. Okay, autopilot is engaged. We've already configured it. This is the first time we've ever done anything like this. We got it set for 500 feet per minute, which should be nice and slow. So it's going to casually slow down 550. Then it should go 500. And it should maintain that all the way up to our designated target of 12,000, right? This plane has awesome visibility. One downside is that on hot days you catch a lot of sun. The visibility is fantastic in this, yeah. Let's, wow, this is the earliest I've ever gotten autopilot hooked up. That's a pro tip right there. We can actually get maybe a plane flight log shot like this. And then I'll turn off the lights. I don't know, you got VOI 67 is the only downside there. Do I need to tune? We'll tune in a second. Nice little suburban areas in Guadalajara. We're heading towards the outskirts of town, going east. Pretty much due east to Mexico City right now. Should be a fairly self-contained flight. Approximately 2 hours flight time. So, let's go ahead and, how good at RPM-wise, how do I control that on this plane, if at all? Like, is it okay to have throttle maxed on ascent like this, or what should I be concerned about? This game makes me want to splurge on a new graphics card. It is gorgeous. I think I'm gonna have to. Now, the, we'll talk about the graphics cards in a minute, because I'm curious about them. Almost nothing, so like, is it fine if I max throttle? Even though this is in the red? 2300, just the bottom of the red, is that okay for a climb? Because we're only maintaining like 100 knots right now. We're not really going that fast. So just keep an eye on it and make sure it doesn't go beyond that, I guess. Why do I only have one light? On one wing. All right, we're climbing up to 12,000 feet, so I'm just trying to get a nice view of local Guadalajara here before we ascend into potentially cloud cover. Looks like some kind of school here because I see multiple playing fields. Some football fields. Maybe a couple of baseballs somewhere in here. That's definitely a baseball diamond. Yeah, I know the light's a landing light. I'm trying to figure out why there's only one on one wing. Trying to keep it here for potential screenshots. All right, now we go into the dark and spooky. That's why I kind of wanted to just get some nice angles, you know, before we get into the dark and spooky. So we'll turn off our landing and taxi. Position lights, I'm assuming, are good to have on. And then if we need to see something, we can turn on the flood and or turn up the instrument brightness, which I think is good. Is that too much of an AV nerd? Possibly. Also keep in mind we're going to be flying each plane multiple times, so we will have opportunities to learn more about them. Right now I'm a little bit more interested in the actual locations. Ah, nighttime flying. Nothing but the sky and the infinite void above. And each other. Right? So about those GPUs. Ah, yeah, the GPUs. Specifically, I was curious. Now, the big one, right? The top tier requires a certain like computer configuration. What is significantly special about? What is it? Is it the 3080? Or the 30? Or is it a 3090? What are the three different ones? Not the flagship, the top tier one. Is there a 3090? Does that exist? It should be 37, yeah, 3070, 3080, 3090. So how come that's the case when it wasn't the 2080, the top tier, TI? Didn't they have was there a 2060, 2070, 2080? Why did they ditch 60? It makes 70 the new one. That's confusing. They just pick numbers arbitrarily? I have no idea. Peep arrive. What's up, Edsk? How are you? Oh, the old Channel Point questions real quick. Crane Bolt said, do you think the new fancy burgers from fast food places like Wendy's or BK are a fool's move? I don't even know about these. What are they? Fancy burger. Wendy's. Wendy's, this is from 2015. Is there something more recent? Wendy's new cheeseburgers, Feb 2019. Is that what you're talking about? September 2nd, pretzel bacon cheeseburger. That one? Well, I guess I gotta go to Wendy's. And then I'll let you know. Obviously, the photo that they take is always gonna look better than what it may actually turn out to be. Is this what you're talking about? I'd eat that. For sure. Not even a doubt in my mind. If it looked anywhere close to that. The tasty looking burger right there. How much is it though? I guess. I had it super good. Alright, Constipated Llama has given stamp of approval. I think they haven't announced the 3060 because it's a budget module usually. Budget model. They said the name TI originally meant limited availability card, but there was way more demand in the market, so they ditched it and just gave it another number, meaning we'll have normal availability. Huh. Okay, so the real question is, the 3090, doesn't it require a special extra space on the motherboard? What is like the significant sizing issue with it that requires its own custom build? It's a 3-slot card. Okay, so the other ones are 2-slot, right? Because I have a 2080. That's a 2-slot card, right? I don't know. I built it like 3 years ago, chat. I don't remember. I only pay attention to computer stuff once I need to actually build something, and it's sounding like I'm going to need a new card. The power connect to it is angled. Yeah, it requires an extra PSU connection, right? I think I remember reading that. What plane am I in? This is my first time flying the DA-40. NG? What's it called? I don't know. It's my first time flying. We have a exclamation flight plan. If you'd like to check that out, and if you want to see the log of all of our flights on our trip around the world, you can do exclamation plane. And that might give you some more information. Yeah, RPMs are high. It's okay either. Don't worry. We have an actual pilot in the chat who said it is okay to have max throttle while you're on a climb. So once we hit 12,000 feet, we will throttle down. We're only 1 pixel into the red. So we're just trying to maintain a nice climb of about 101.5 knots true airspeed. Who's the real pilot? Definitely not Kelly McChess, because they ass ain't here, chat. Okay? Get out, Kelly McChess, and never come back. I'm just kidding. It's Ace Tech. Sorry, Jedi. Maybe I had too many drinks. Ace Tech 09. Wow, that was uncalled for. It wasn't even against me. Listen. The last 2 plane streams, Kelly has come in and dished it. So if they can't take a little heat. Okay, I bet you that in the last 5 messages they sent in chat, at least 2 of them are Omega Lulz. Okay, we got 1 Omega Lul out of the last 5 messages. The next message was, you broke it. The next message was, Kappa. Okay, need I say more? He's checking the logs. Peepo G. No, I'm just talking shit. They've been around for a very long time. So I can do that when they're not here. I love plane streams. I'm glad you do, Death by a Matin. Because, you're in one. Okay, I have to do a Pirates of the Caribbean. Do you like plane streams, Miss Turner? You're in one. Speaking of, I referenced that before the stream even began because somebody was in chat and they were like, hey, the schedule says that you're supposed to be playing CK3 today. And I linked the guidelines clip.
Well, thirdly, the Pirate's Code is really more like a set of guidelines. Welcome aboard the Black Pearl!
That's what he said, something like that. I don't know. I don't remember the actual quote. It goes something like that. By the way, I like that my pirate impression permanently goes back to Captain Barbossa. I just realized that just now. Barbossa really shaped my entire idea of the best qualities in a pirate. The first Pirates of the Caribbean movie is a phenomenal movie. And still stands up to this day, I contend, as one of the best live-action Disney movies ever made, if not the best. And it's a shame that the other Pirates of the Caribbean movies couldn't live up to that hype, because it is beautiful. the best combination of swashbuckling, action, actual good plot and storyline that keeps you on the edge of your seat with like real twists and stakes. By the end of the Pirates of the Caribbean series, if you seriously, I remember this specifically because it was the last time I ever had Pirates of the Caribbean on TV. It was when I was visiting.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on. How come I can hear myself now?
Mallory XO just yeeted my Pirates of the Caribbean conversation. I see how it is. Thank you, Mallory, for your 21 months. How you doing tonight? What was the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie that came out that they put on Netflix basically immediately after it came out? All right, now that we're at 12,000, I'm gonna let off the juice just a touch. RPM say I don't care. Chad, how do I get the RPM? Does it matter if I get the RPM to go down? I like, throttle's already at 86. We turned up 14%. Is it just supposed to stay there? Because now I'm at 70%, which is normally a fantastic cruising. Normally you want to cruise at like 70% plus. It's still at 2300. I think it's just automatically pushing it to 2300 no matter what your throttle is. Let's see. It's impossible, but it could be. See, because this is you don't want to fly at 47% cruising. All right, we're just gonna go. Just max it. Let's make some good time. I think this plane is just really hands off. I think it like takes care of itself, you know? Has a really good routine. I'm actually in the middle of rewatching all of them. I've enjoyed them all, says War of the Worlds, but yes, the first one is a masterpiece. It's like Jurassic Park in the sense that the new ones are fine, but the original's beyond all of them. Okay, I would unironically put the original Pirates of the Caribbean on the same tier as the original Jurassic Park. That may be a controversial take, but I would. All right, let's see where we are. So we are on the way. Hold on, let me update this. Let me update our map. Okay, map updated. Boom. So we went to Guadalajara, and we're gonna be passing over, we've already passed over the Laguna de Chapala, La Piedad. Welcome to Piedad. A city, La Piedad de Cabadas is a city and its surrounding municipality located in the northwest Mexican state of Michoacan. Michoacan. I don't know how to say that. Bordering Jalisco and Guanajuato. That's hard to say. Guanajuato. The original colonial name was San Sebastian. That place looks awesome. I kind of want to see more of that. But anyway, we're just taking a short trip to Mexico City. I was gonna come in from... Oh yeah, this is where we're actually gonna... I think we're actually landing somewhere to the north. Because this should be incorrect. I think I just moused over Mexico City. This doesn't actually show the airport we're gonna land at. La Pluma. Very cool. Biopark? Dude, they got giraffes here? It's pretty awesome. Ooh, indoor swimming water slide dome park? That's really neat too. La Manzana. Oh, that's gorgeous. So this is all stuff that's kind of on our route. Oh my. Good photography skills. Long exposure looks like, or at least saturated, super saturated. A lot of landmarks here. A lot of like art landmarks. Excuse me, I'm allergic to art landmarks. Don't mind me. Gran Turismo. Does this Gran Turismo have anything to do with... I'm just kidding. Ooh. City Hall, looking like a basilica. That's cool. So we're gonna be past... I'm interested in La Piedad. Let's find the best restaurant here and find a nice Yelp review about it. Okay? Zaragoza, just to the east. Quesada de Cortez to the north. And then Serra Grande. Why do you think that's called Grande? Is that a volcano too? It's got to be a volcano, right? That's literally a volcano shape. That's just an earth pimple right there in the middle of nowhere. We probably just passed over it, to be honest. We'll never know. Well, let's look at some of our instruments, and this will give us a good idea of what's going on. Okay? So, number one, let's zoom out a little bit. Number two, we can see estimated time en route. We got less than an hour and a half. We're about an hour and 17 minutes. I think we're making pretty good time. Now that we're at cruising speed and cruising altitude, we're heading up at about 144 knots true airspeed, which is pretty good. Nice steady clip here. Ideal cruising altitude. Let's go ahead and change. I forgot to update my altimeter. Barely a change. So what I'd like to do is turn on the floodlight. That way you guys can see more of these buttons better. And let's go ahead and tune Mexico Center. We can request a flight following, but we don't have a flight plan registered, so. Type Diamond, DA40.
Request flight following. -3 Mexico Center. Squawk 4212.
Okay, acknowledge our squawk code.
Squawk 4212 -3.
-3 radar contact 14 miles northeast of Mike.
He got really quiet between these flights.
Altimeter 29.93.
Copy -3.
Okay, just kind of checking out some different buttons. This is how you can set a direct course and change your flight plan. Set one up if you wanted to while parked in the airport. Here's our autopilot functions that we already configured before the flight for once. These are just transmitter buttons that apparently work, but I have no idea how to use any of them, I'll be perfectly honest with you. This is just a menu for our main PFD. We can see wind is at 3 knots, which is pretty much universal right now. That's one of the things I think they're working on patching. It's getting the wind to be more dynamic. We can also set our little destination here that shows us how many nautical miles we have to go. 360 HSI is going to change our compass and move the rose down to like a half rose if you prefer flying like that. We should also be able to update ADF-DME tuning. Don't really know anything about that. VFR code identity. We should have some weather options on... Ooh, actually we don't. We have NexRad, but I don't think we have the scanners like we typically do. So we left the kind of rainy formations behind. Looks like it's getting a little bit clearer as we go more to the east. All right, it's time to do the fuel swap because Ace Tech's probably been waiting for me to do it. So we're just gonna do fuel transfer on. And hopefully these right and left quantities start equalizing as we pump fuel from one side to the other. Probably wrote something sneaky in the Discord. They said that it happens really fast. I was probably supposed to do it before now. I can't tell if this is actually working or not. I think it's transferring. This is like when you think your screen is frozen on a loading bar and you put your mouse on the screen to see if it moves past the pixel. Basically. It's easy to over-transfer because it's so slow you forget about it. Ah, I see. You guys know what I'm talking about because you've done it. But anyways, yes, people arrive fuel, people arrive flaps, now people arrive RPM. Apparently, the RPM's supposed to stay here because this plane automatically gates its RPM at 2300, and that's where it's supposed to be. We can just stay at max throttle because we don't have to worry about any stinky bullshit like RPM levers. It's like got a built-in RPM lever, apparently. Ooh, I wonder what we're flying by right now. Let's get outside and take a look. Whoops. Some more football fields. Maybe one baseball. That's definitely a football field. I can see the goal, actually. So what we can do to kind of identify exactly where we are, you can see the light pollution in the distance. Oh, that's the one, dude. This is the Grande. That's definitely the Grande. How tall is the Grande? All right, we're way above it. I think we're coming up on the Grande right now. Fuel transfer still going, I guess. The Beak. So, the Grande, the Big. That was by Pidan, right? Cerro Grande. All right, let me look up something on Cerro Grande. Cerro Grande. There's a restaurant, El Cerro Grande Mexican restaurant. With 3 locations. Okay, well, let's find out how good or bad they are then, yeah? Alright, I'm just gonna turn on the taxi landing lights so you guys can see a little bit more out here. That really didn't help at all. Sorry. Okay, anyways, as I was saying, hello. I found the restaurant. It has a 3.5 on Yelp. Or at least this location does. Let's see what we got. Let's see some of the food pics, chat. All right, here we go. Here comes the best part of the stream. Wow. I don't know if that's good or bad. These are some pics from one of the locations of El Cerro Grande. Looks like they already took some bites out of this. Looks like a okay quesadilla. See, I don't like these kind of quesadillas because you can tell because they look too crunchy. This is too crunchy. Not enough tortilla. Need a little bit more tortilla on the edges. They should be flattened out and like connected by cheese at the end. Okay? Good. Alright, now that looks good. That looks like a nice photo right there. Pretty good fajitas. Too many tomatoes. Way too many tomatoes. That's a tomato and a half right there on that plate. Kind of already ate it before you took a photo of that. It's exactly the clientele that I imagined when I saw the interior. Looks like a pretty good dessert. Looks tourist AF. It does. This looks like a tourist restaurant for sure. That's a lot of guac. All right, you guys got to see the food. Now you get to hear the review. All right, first 1-star review that we come across here. They got 5 stars all the way down on page 1. All right, this is a 2-star review, but I think it's worth mentioning. From Brittany, lowercase b, in Wilmington, North Carolina. I love El Cerro, and it's honestly the only Mexican restaurant I eat at in Wilmington. Okay, this is North Carolina. This isn't even by El Cerro Grande. I thought that was a tourist. Whatever, I'm committed now. So we're reading about a restaurant named after the location that we're flying after. Anyway, I love El Cerro, and honestly, the only Mexican restaurant I eat at in Wilmington. However, I rarely have time to go out and eat these days, but thanks to Postmates, I'm able to have it delivered now and order it often. Too often, if I'm being honest, but last night was the last time I ever get food delivered from there again, because the quality has been absolutely terrible. I always order a large queso and the ACP or the 1 taco combo, and 2 out of 3 times it's either incorrect or the food quality is disgusting. Last night I got the large queso and I don't know what's wrong with it, but it's literally chunky and lumpy and not at all like it should be. This has happened more than a handful of times, but since I get a large, the bottom half is normally alright, so I just deal with it. Until last night. Not only is the queso disgusting, but the chips they sent me are completely stale and inedible. And that was my last straw. Since I order it through Postmates, there was literally nothing I can do about it. I can't call and get my money back, and since it's a third-party delivery service, they're not going to take it back and bring me a new one. So this is very disappointing. I already overpaid just so I can have it delivered, and then they send out shit quality that I know for a fact they would never serve in the restaurant. So long story short, I will not be eating at El Cerro anymore, and for anyone else looking for Mexican food, I highly suggest eating in and not having it delivered or doing takeout unless you just like to waste money. Two stars. All right, here's a 1-star review that actually has a response. From Kenneth in Illinois. Yeah, I've been coming here for a while now, and today was just horrible. Food and service were not up to par today, incorrect food, and it seemed like an overall attitude of not caring what we got or anything. Our first complaint would be the choice of seating for my family. The hostess chose to add a chair to the table, which would have been fine, except they chose the busiest walkway of the entire restaurant that is beside the bar and leads to the kitchen. Next, after reseating us to a booth, we're waiting for at least 15 to 20 before our orders were taken, and finally our orders were either completely wrong or just not good. We ordered a taco salad and the shell tasted stale. Didn't receive the lettuce and sour cream on an order of enchiladas, and for the kids of my group, they didn't receive their french fries, so all in all, a pretty poor performance from your staff, as they didn't make any effort to try and make up for any part of this dining experience, even after we complained. By the way, okay, there was one period in that entire statement. Response from Felipe. Good afternoon, Kenneth. We are sorry about your experience today. Can you please send us more details about your order? We would like to know more about it and correct our staff. If this is a one-time issue, please let us correct it and have your back. Our email is info@the email. We hope to hear from you soon. All right. Chat. Guess what? We overdid the field transfer. Okay, as predicted. But the good news is I caught it, and we're fine, because I think it drains from the left. So we're good. Right. Now, I want to find an actual restaurant from here. The sad thing is about flying, like, while it's actually not, like, new night, the moon's not out for, like, another couple hours. But you can still see the beautiful, actually accurate skybox. The constellations do change depending on where you go, realistically. And you could fly by stars and constellations. Like, Chad, do you guys recognize that? Does that look familiar? That's the big toe. We'll see if we can. What constellations are even here? That was Pleiades? Is that actually that? Did you just make that up? Yes, it's basically horoscope time. Dude. Like, it's still just wild to look up and see the galaxy. Is this the Andromeda? Like, that just tear across the sky is just so crazy. Right there. Do you have to stop fuel transfer? We just did. Dude, we're so small, dude. I know, we're so small, dude. Let's talk about it. Alright, we did the right thing. Everything is good to go. We got T-minus 1 hour. We're about to pass the M&M factory down here. Let's find out where M&M is. M&M. That is Morelia International. Which is here. Boop. If you wanted to take a peek at that, neat little airport, single strip. parking right there. Nice passenger trips. All right, so we are going to be flying by that pretty soon because we just left Piedad. Right here in Alvaro Obregón. Ooh, nice waterfall. Has modern high-rises and fine dining restaurants clustered near the Expo Santa Fe Mexico complex, leading to suburban sprawl and montane forest with hiking trails beyond. I think it's horoscope time, yeah. Got some big lakes here. Looks like a man-made bridge that spans it. Wow. Pretty big bridge, dude. Or, I mean, it's up on land. It's not like not just a bridge, but still. I think they just wanted to do a shortcut. I like how this splits off two different ways, city skyline style. And they're like, well, I need to go this way, but I also need to go that way. Let's just make two. It's easier than driving all the way through the city. All right, what do we got? Actually, a restaurant. Oh, yeah, on Facebook. Restaurant Hermanos Reyes, seafood restaurant. We got a target in, how do you say this? Cuisio del Porvenir. I tried. I don't know how to say that, but I tried. Oh, only one review, and it's a 1-star. Did they write anything? Yeah, they did. The only review from Angela. This might not even be where I think it is, because the person that wrote it is from Farmington, Michigan. Yeah, and the link from the Yelp page goes to a location in California. What is the deal with this? There can't be two places called this, dude. Okay, well, let's just try... Let's go on Google. I have to go Google reviews, so I'm not going to be able to show you photos and stuff necessarily. Google reviews just, they're not written as well. They're always like 2 lines. Yelp reviews are serious. If you log in to write a review on Yelp, then you're going to write a book. If you write a Google review, you just don't care. Yeah, I'm not finding any good reviews. Also, unsurprisingly, they are translated by Google, because they are in Spanish. So you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay, let's try. How do I sort? All right, let's try this. I got an idea. From E, a local guide who has 41 reviews under their belt. Translated by Google. Horrible food, and the attention is even worse. The plates and glasses in which the food was served were dirty. The table we sat at was not cleaned. The food took it took a long time to bring the food. ... The ceviche toasts were watered down and pure tomato. The garlic mojo fillet was a weathered fillet with fried garlic on top. This sounds like a haiku. My daughter ordered a hamburger, which they did not even bother to heat the meat. Least of all the bread. They brought us the jug of water, and we had to ask 3 times for the glasses that finally arrived. Dirty. 5 angry emoji faces. From Jose, translated. Terrible service, and food a little worse. Pity of facilities. Natan says only calamitous. A single word, 1-star review. It's pretty damning. It's gonna be a pretty difficult nighttime landing here, chat. Calamitous. Lots of light pollution over there. Let's do, oh yeah. This is definitely what it is. Celaya. Municipal Cemetery has a small museum of mummies. Celaya mummies. The mummies of Guanajuato are a number of naturally mummified bodies interred during a cholera outbreak around Guanajuato, Mexico in 1833. The human bodies appear to have been disinterred between 1870 and 1958. During that time, a local tax was in place requiring a fee to be paid for perpetual burial. Some bodies for which the tax was not paid were disinterred, and some, apparently those in the best condition, were stored in a nearby building. The climate of Guanajuato provides an environment which can lead to a type of natural mummification, although scientific studies later revealed that some bodies have been at least partially embalmed. By the 1900s, the mummies began attracting tourists. Cemetery workers began charging people a few pesos to enter the building where bones and mummies were stored. Imagine dying of cholera in a pandemic, and then you accidentally get mummified, and then people pay to see your dead body for like 2 centuries. All right, I'm gonna show you the mummies on the screen, chat. I guess, I don't know, trigger warning, because they're actual dead people. It's a mummy though, dude.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
Can I get banned for showing mummies on Twitch? It's on the Wikipedia page. Are they icky? They're mummies. Fine then, I won't show them, I guess. I don't know. I can link it in chat though. Alright, click it if you want. Here's the actual page. You can just go there yourself. Alright, I'm not gonna make you, oh, well you gotta copy and paste it because Google, or they're not sure how to do that. There's a comma in there. Link broke. Drag your mouse over it, okay? Stop being lazy. Ah! So we're gonna need to start our descent in about, I would say, 20 minutes or so. We're passing by the M&M factory now. I saw some mummies in Venice once. Was it pretty cool? I haven't been to Venice, but I think I've seen mummies before. I don't remember exactly where. It's a pretty easy, chill flight. See a mountain over there to the right. Out the passenger. I want to try looking around at some more of these, like, what is this emergency switch for? Horizon. Display backup. Big red button. All right, the fuel on the left has almost caught up with the right. We should have plenty. We're getting handed off.
118.5 minus tree.
Change my altimeter. Still don't know how to do that manually. It just kind of does it automatically to the best one. Barrel roll time. You want to hang on? Actually, it's called save game time. Anytime somebody asks me to do a stunt, it reminds me that I haven't saved the game. Day 3, flight 3. There we go. Yeah, I can do an aileron roll. That's easy enough. All I gotta do is turn off autopilot. You want an aileron roll? All right. Here you go, I guess. Easy. Easy. Do a stunt and we'll forgive the error. I didn't even do an error. I almost maintained my altitude too. Now I can just turn autopilot back on and we're good to go. Dude, the coffee gnat's still in town. Dude, you guys see those stars when I took a drink of Coke? Do it again, I wasn't looking. Why? Easy. By the way, damage is on and plane stress is on, so this is not a riskless maneuver. Fun stream, laughing my ass off. Do a loop. All right, that's where I draw the line. A loop in this plane is actually hard just because climbing in this is not a very powerful engine. We're only going 100 knots true airspeed. I mean, indicated airspeed. 130 knots true. It's not very fast. Not enough power there. So where are we flying past right now out of the driver's side? See some more mountains in the distance. We're passing directly in between two pretty big metropolitan areas. Hey, can I cheat on your homework? All right, C, then B, B again, C, D. What are you flying? We're flying the DA-40 NG Skyway. Our first time flying this, and the first time it's been registered on our trip around the world. I'm glad that we got 3 flights today. Feels good to make up for the time, because like on the last, even though the last plane stream was super fun too, it's nice to kind of get a little extra distance without waiting a full week. Plus, I've got some plans for the next one as well, because we'll still be in Mexico. So I'm going to have a couple of additions to the Around the World trip that we're going to check out next time. Hopefully we land well. I'm kind of talking about it as if the stream is over. It's very much not. I actually have to make this nighttime landing with GPS. We have no approach baked in, and I'm going to have to figure out how to do this on my own. And also, Ace Tech has said landing this is kind of hard. So, we'll see. I legit majored in aerospace, and I can't remember what true versus indicated is. Low fuel. Nah, we're good. Don't backseat me on fuel, dude. True versus indicated is basically indicated airspeed's here, true airspeed's here, so it's converted automatically. But our indicated airspeed is how fast we use this to fly, because it is measured by our pitot, which is an instrument that is taking in the ambient air outside and then registering a speed. So what that means is it's basically a guide to how air is hitting your plane and thus your wings. So because your plane needs air for lift, even if we're going, let's say we were going 200 knots true airspeed, well, if we're only going 40 knots indicated, because that's based on the density of the air, we still won't have enough to actually generate lift. So true airspeed is how fast we're going on the ground. This is the actual speed we're going if we were a car on the ground. But indicated airspeed is how fast we're going when factoring in air and air density and how it is coming across the aerodynamic aspects of the plane. This is why we use only indicated airspeed in order to dictate if we're going too fast, like overspeed, or too slow. So you can stall even if you're going the same speed in true airspeed, just because there's not enough ambient air outside because of density to create lift. That makes sense? That's what I've learned. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure that's close enough to be correct, even if it's just generally correct and not technically. But yeah, TLDR, indicated is factoring in air and density. True airspeed is just how fast you're actually going. But how fast you're actually going doesn't matter if there's no air, because you still stall. Man, I just noticed the screen reflecting in the canopy. Yeah, it's got a lot of detail there. And you can actually see the total details and numbers. If there is no air, you die. True airspeed and ground speed, yeah, would be convertible. So you could Google how fast is 145 knots, and you could see how fast we're going on the ground. What's our ETE? Under 40 minutes, 42 and a half. So we're probably going to start a descent around 25 to 30. We could probably start 30 minutes out and do a controlled descent down, like really nice and slow. Because if you could map that out. If we do 500 feet per minute, and we want a controlled descent down to like probably 6,000, 5,000 feet. What I'd like to do is look up this airport on the maps and get some more information about it. So I'm going to pop in. It should be MMJC. Okay, again, just a little epilepsy warning, because the screen I'm about to show, when I zoom in, it flashes white on the screen really fast. So if you have a problem with the screen kind of just flashing, I'm letting you know ahead of time. It's not that bad, but still, Just figured I'd warn you anyways. Okay, so here is MMJC. Should be like right here ish. Okay, MMJC. Do we have, it's, I see 1311M. 8120 to 1311M. I don't know what that information actually means. I'll be honest. I barely understand how to interpret this. But if we wanted to fly VOR, we totally could. They got waypoints here. I assume it's just 1300. But why M? Yeah, why are they measuring in meters? If our plane is measuring in feet. Are there any planes in the game that measure in meters? 80, oh, it's 8,120 feet above sea level. But 1300, wait, what? What is a 1311 M? There's no way this is 8,100 feet above sea level, is it? I think you just made that up. Mexico City's high up? Is it really that tall? I don't know, I have a lot of learning to do. I have no idea how to interpret the sky vector data. We're starting to hit a little wind. Getting 7 knots. Which is a bit of an oddity. I googled, it is that high? Oh, really? Huh. Can you fly a little above the city before landing? I could, but you won't really be able to see anything of it, Timber. So what I'd recommend is the next time we stream this game, I'll be taking off from Mexico City during the day, and we're going to do a flyby of a couple of tourist spots. So we'll spend a little bit more time in Mexico City before we leave. Give it some attention and love, you know? And not just blaze on through. This will be the last flight today. See, maybe an airstrip over there, possibly. Should be one out this window. If we look back and right, we should be able to see one. There it is. There's a landing strip right there. Sorry, just peeking over the passenger seat. Mexico City is 7,380 feet up. Wow, that's crazy. I had no idea. It's on the mountain range branching from the Rockies. That's super cool. $1,311 memes, dude. But yeah, we're gonna be doing a nighttime landing. And when we pick up from there, we will take off from the same airport, or rather strip, that we land at. It won't be much of an airport. It'll just be a little bit of asphalt. And we'll keep on trucking from there. So, since we just did this is kind of the second airplane stream that we've done in the last couple days. We'll probably give it a little time to breathe this week, since we kind of did 2 back-to-back. We'll still do it by the end of the week. Maybe we'll do like a Saturday plane game. But I don't want to burn out on it, and also I want to give you guys, I don't want you guys to burn out on it, but also I want to give us some time to kind of set up some of the ideas that we got stewing, you know, for some more in-flight entertainment. But we've been in, we started in San Antonio today. Again, you can do exclamation plane to check out our flight log. Crossed over Laredo. That was my favorite flight, I think, of the whole trip so far. Mexico City has a pollution problem because of their altitude. Yeah, because the pollution just doesn't have anywhere to go, right? I was busy, but the altitude is in feet. The M is runway length in meters.
As a premium member, you are highly valued and will be used as a flotation device in the event of an emergency water landing.
That's true, Dandy Kitten. Absolutely true. Highly valued indeed. Thank you, Dandy Kitten, for 11 months. I appreciate your sub. And good evening to you. Toggle increased marker beacon receiver sensitivity. So we got a physical, I didn't really notice this until now. I guess if you have any screen malfunctions, you've got airspeed indicator here. We got a physical attitude indicator. This is attitude, right? And then altimeter, bearing, test, reset, emergency use only. Wait 1 second, press arm. These buttons are going to be, I don't even know what these buttons are for.
And then I says to him, thanks for subscribing. Hey, hang on, how come I can hear myself now?
What's the temp? 24C. Let's do a fuel transfer again. Try to get the right tank back down to meet up with the left. It's crazy. I kind of like that hands-on approach. It just adds a little extra something to think about. Yeah, it's the fuse panel. Danny Kid, thank you for the sub. And Constipated Llama, what's up? Appreciate the prime. Thank you, Constipated, for the brand new sub. Glad to have you. Also, Igloo 2 pogging out 3 times. Sorry if I missed you, Igloo. How you doing tonight, Igloo? Chad, how you guys feeling, dude? I'm feeling good. Honestly, this is this little bottle's pretty good, dude. I'll stop at 2 drinks. No need to overdo it. You've been drinking? Bro, I had like 1.5 drinks. I didn't even drink the first one, which was to here, by the way. It was 1 finger, and then I topped myself off back to 2 fingers. So I've had less than 3 fingers of whiskey tonight in the last 4 hours. Absolutely blasted. But it is 101 proof. That's the only thing it's got going for it. So why do we have caution here? Low fuel on both. Well, I'm glad we topped off, yeah? What kind of pilot stops at 2 drinks? Boring ones. Wow. Just taking the edge off. Alright, we got T minus 35 minutes. Therefore, we should be. We take a little look. Should be making a beeline to Mexico City. So I want to say that we're probably somewhere in this area. Because if I look out my passenger, I'm seeing city after city. We're probably just flying right through all this. San Jose del Rodeo, Maravatillo. That had a 1-star review for some reason. That had a tiny picture for babies. No pictures at all, but some good farmland. Looks like some winding rivers. Not going to be a ton of information, I guess, on Google Earth. Guadalupe. A city and surrounding municipality located in the state of Nuevo León in northern Mexico. I've been to Guadalupe, like the actual Guadalupe. Not that that's not one, but the island of Guadeloupe in Baja. So it's interesting that there's two Guadeloupes there. Where is Guadeloupe Island, dude? What is this? What is this, actually? I have no idea. Some kind of island formation. There's Cozumel. Pretty common stop for a lot of folks. Kind of looking around the, like, eastern coast. Tampico. And then we're back in Texas, if you're not careful. Dude, this route's been going pretty good. We're gonna head a little bit further east and south next time.
I promise I'm not drunk, Jumpman.
I'm a little worried about this landing. I'm a little nervous. So if Mexico City is as high up as it is, we really don't need to descend that much then, yeah? We probably just need to go to about 10,000 feet. We're gonna tune Mexico Center.
Mexico Center, minus tree 12,000 feet. Minus tree Mexico Center, continue as planned. Altimeter 29.9.
Yeah, I think the next flights are gonna be real good. What's local time here? We were flying east, so we might be back 2 hours ahead now, is my expectation. 12:40 a.m. local, yeah, we're 2 hours ahead of my Pacific time. After midnight here in Mexico, the part of Mexico that we're in anyways. Dude, where am I? We just passed the MMMM. So MMMM is right here. So if we just passed it and it's directly east, it has to be around Santa Ana, San Juan Huerta, because there's this big mountain right there just before you get to Mexico City. And if you look, big mountain right there. Coincidence? I don't think so. Togs, I took a cruise ship to Cozumel. They threw a bunch of teens off the ship there because they threw their room furniture overboard.
As a premium member, you are highly valued and will be used as a flotation device in the event of an emergency water landing.
Maybe you can use some of those pieces of furniture as a flotation device too. Burnt Muffin's another Tier 2 premium member. Wowee. How about that? What's up, Burnt Muffins? You're here just in time so I can get my quarantine horoscope. Hey, it's horoscope time. Can you guys hear me out here? Like, if I talk while the stars are up in the sky, you know? Oops. Can you hear me like this, or is this too loud? Here's my quarantine horoscope. The last time we read this for context, it basically was just like like a psyop. COVID's not real. Strange. It's 3 paragraphs again. Here we go. Daily quarantine horoscope for Tauruses. That me. Did you go to bed angry about something last night? The emotional Cancer moon squares aggressive Mars in the early morning hours today. reminding you of what you were mad about and renewing those negative feelings all over again. But do you really want to start a new day this way? This aspect acknowledges your need to hold on to the pain and emotional discomfort you've been feeling, but is also an advocate for finding a healthier way to deal with your frustration. Avoid making coffee or handling knives this morning. Cuts and burns are probable when you're trying to move around the kitchen while angry. Luckily, you get a slight reprieve from your irritability while the moon goes void, of course, right after this trying aspect to Mars. Next up, it enters fun-loving Leo in the afternoon, and you should forget about all your troubles. This playful energy aims to put you in a good mood and focus on having a good time. If there's work to do, accomplish it as early in the day as possible. This way, you can forget about your responsibilities and do something you'd much rather be doing. Interaction with children is good for the soul today, but if you don't have any in your life, you can still bring out your own inner child. Playing games, especially ones like charades that allow you to demonstrate your acting ability, is super fun. Lion energy loves to put you at the center of attention, even if you're the type who would rather be behind the scenes. You're ready to come out of your shell today and enjoy the spotlight. All right, so like comparatively, that was still silly, but actually a horoscope, whereas the one that we read 2 days ago was very much like an angry newsletter. Notice how this author used the actual horoscope signs to make up their advice, instead of just like the one we read 2 days ago had almost nothing to do with actual any horoscopes at all. All right, regular one. Here's just the regular one. The regular one's always only one paragraph, and the quarantine horoscope's like 3. Okay, the regular one. Expect some positive changes in a current partnership, Taurus. If this is a business partnership, a new agreement between you shows promise of success and good fortune. If this is romance, you might be so perfectly compatible that you're considering moving to the next level of commitment. Any new partnership begun today should be promising and bring you whatever you hope to gain. That was just a fortune cookie. Any new partnership begun today should be promising and bring you whatever you hope to gain. That's a fortune cookie. There you go. You got to see the High Priestess card. Sorry, I didn't mean to flash white screen. Wake up! Are we there yet? I just got here and don't know where we were going. Kind of? We kind of are there, actually, Chargoth. So, like, notice how both horoscopes are generally positive. Those were generally positive. It was like, get your stuff done early and then you'll have more time, play a game, free your spirit, that kind of stuff. Sometimes they're just fun to read because it's interesting to observe how people come to believe them and take them seriously, because you can draw connections between your horoscope and your actual day-to-day, even if they are extreme. And it's just interesting to observe. Yeah, we are almost there. Estimated time, 23 minutes until we actually just hit. We'll turn off the topography here. This is a little easier for you guys to see what's going on. So we do need to be a little careful because there are some mountains. This is a fairly treacherous approach in that sense. Like, you can see the little ridge outlined here. I have no idea how high up those mountains are or when I should start my descent. My favorite fortune cookie I ever got was I got the day after I quit my summer job to start the school year, and it said, you will find new romance at work. Well, that's what I'm saying. My horoscope just told me any partnership or relationship I start up right now is destined for success. Dude, I gotta like, make a connection or something. I only got an hour and 10 minutes till my day is over, and then I gotta go buy my next horoscope, dude. Listen, Xenophanes, I know this game's realistic, but turning off the floodlights actually doesn't help you see any of the other lights. Do you notice how the outside is still just as bright? You know why? Because you use your real-life eyeballs to see pixels on the screen, and your pixel character
And then I says to him,
doesn't
thanks for subscribing.
have
Hey,
real-life
hang on, how come
eyeballs.
I can hear myself now?
So actually, we have high dynamic range vision, where we can see both things exterior and interior at different brightness levels, because we have HDR eyeballs. It's crazy. Getting some chop. Wind's hitting us at 6, 7, 8 knots, dude. How can our eyes be real if pixels aren't real? Chargoth, hope you're having a good one, dude. Thanks for dropping by just in time to see the dramatic landing in a small airstrip in Mexico City, which we are coming up on after PTJ. Let's see what PTJ is. Portland Airport, within the locality of Cashmore, 7 nautical miles northwest of Portland, Victoria, Australia. Is that not an airport? What? Hang on. Guys. Where are we? I thought we were in Mexico. We're in an airplane. That is true. Peepo G. Help me out here, chat. All right, let's go ahead and start descending. We got under 20 minutes to go. We're at 12,000 feet. We need to drop at least 7,000. So we don't need to get permission from ATC because we don't have a flight plan log. So it's kind of just up to us. I'm gonna choose my destination at 9,000. Let's say like just to be safe. Oh my god, I hate when it does that. Let's say there's 2 knobs. Let's start at 10,000 and then set vertical speed. At like 300 feet per minute for now. And just start a little descent. Oh god. So, we almost transferred all of our fuel from right to left. I forgot that was on. What would have happened if that happened? Yeah, we got low fuel left and low fuel right. Even with like 70% fuel, we're still running out. But I got it before the right went to red, and left has got 5 gallons left, so we got plenty to make it the rest of the way. I had these lights turned on just so we could see the plane. But now we've got light pollution to see the plane. And that's way better. So, if you were a little to the left, that might be dangerous. Actually, do we have to go over that mountain? Or is this not Mexico City? Because there's a lot of stuff going on here, dude. It's just not hyper detailed here. Because if we have to go, I think we do have to go over that mountain. But we only got 15 minutes. Yeah, because we cruising fast. We are cruising fast. Going like 152 knots true airspeed. Peepo comfy. Okay, I love that Peepo comfy has been co-opted to be situations that aren't actually comfy. Like, hey, are we gonna crash into that mountain, guys? Oh, Peepo comfy. Like, I don't care where we end up or how we get there. I'm just buckled in, dude. It's like, oh, there's imminent danger. Peepo comfy. Getting settled, yeah, it's like, you're not actually comfy, you're just ready. It's like Peepo popcorn, but different. You're just ready to see the emergency that transpires. This is my bracing position. I fear death not. I actually don't know. I don't see an airfield, so I think we need to go ahead and elevate to get over this mountain. Alright, well, in that case... I guess I'm gonna go back to 12,000. I have accepted whatever may come. Huh, I expected Mexico City was gonna be tough because how short the runway is, not because of how tall the mountains around it were. So even at night, I'm getting to learn a little bit about the topography here. Because we have 15 full minutes. Do I really think it's gonna take less than 15 minutes to get to those mountains? At a speed of 33 knots now. I don't know, dude. I feel like I would have seen some kind of landing strip lights if they were on this side of the mountain. We could just look at the map. Because here's Mexico City. And here's a bunch of mountains. Now, to be fair, there's also a bunch of mountains, including volcanoes, on the other side. But we should be able to see the Mexico City International Airport. Which is what? Which one of these is the main airport? Right there. Mexico City International. So in theory, if we were coming up on that, I should be able to see... I assume that's MMMX. We have MMTO. Let's see MMTO. That's the international. That's Mexico City International. Okay. So Mexico City International is coming up on our right. That's it right there. Okay, so we're not gonna... Wait, what? Bro, where is... Is this Mexico City too? Mexico City big? Is Mexico City this big to this big? Across the mountains? Wow. It's one of the biggest cities in the world? Really? Well, we're gonna learn a lot about that on the way out. Because I don't have time to Google and do some research on that now. But we'll learn ample about Mexico City on the other side. For now, I'm just focused on landing in one piece. I'm really glad that I chose Mexico City. Sometimes we're gonna skip the biggest cities in a country or area, and sometimes we're gonna hit them. And this is one of those cases where we're gonna hit them. And I'm glad we did, because I really just don't know that much about Mexico City at all. That's got to be the international airport right there, though. Okay, we are then, therefore, going to have to cross these mountains. Okay, so let's work on that, chat. Let's go to 14,000. Vertical speed mode on. 500 feet per minute. I'm gonna go ahead and go to 15,000. And then we're gonna have to make a real quick drop. It's one of my favorite cities, amazing art and street food. Huh. Number 2 in the world? Wow. Really? I'm excited to learn more. What I'll try to do before the next time we stream, when we come back in here, I'm gonna try and research some of that on my own, on my day off, and like kind of get some things together so we don't have to Google them like on stream. And I can already have a few things prepared. But I didn't have much time between, you know, today and the day before yesterday. Refuel. Hi, welcome to the stream. I can see that you just got here. Peepo ride. I like the silhouette of the mountain surrounded by the lights. I do too, yeah. I'm shocked that Mexico City goes all the way across to this side. And like splits these two. I want to look at that on Google Maps again. Because I'm trying to figure out how this works. We must be going... Okay, if this is the international... Right there. That's the international. This is the mountain that we're about to pass over. Sierra de Guadalupe, or Guadalupe. So we could go, the city just goes around that, right there. Hang on, I gotta take a phone call.
Going to 128.9 Midas Street.
Okay, contact Toluca. I don't know why my character and the other characters are so quiet. Used to be the Aztec capital. That's insane, yeah. Sorry, number 5 in the world. Okay, close enough. We are close enough now that I'm going to go ahead and request... We're 10 minutes from MMJC. And we're definitely high enough to clear these mountains now. So what I'm going to do is find MMJC, tune traffic there, select the runway for landing. We can either do 4 or 22. 22 is going the opposite direction, so we're going to pick 4. And I guess we're going to announce a full stop landing. It's a little premature. 10 minutes out. We're just going to announce our position.
Mike, Juliet, Charlie,
I don't know the difference between upwind, crosswind, downwind, or base leg. 20 miles west, 13,600 feet inbound to land, runway 4. So I know you guys can't really see anything, but we're about to be passing over the mountain now, basically. And there is Mexico City in the background, with the international airport just to the left of the propeller. We'll be able to see this a little bit more in detail, obviously when the sun is up, and I'll try and cache the maps so it like has this all downloaded as well. Then here's the other side, this way. You can see our fixed landing gear under there. The plane's bobbing because as we pass over the mountain, the wind pattern changes, creates some drag, tries to pull us down a little bit. You can see my homework in there in the cockpit. So the real trick is going to be finding our little airstrip. It's only a 5,000 foot long patch of asphalt or similar. And we've got 8.5 minutes until we arrive. So I need to start a descent. I just wanted to make sure I was plenty clear of the mountains, because the higher we are, obviously the easier time we're going to have dealing with this kind of turbulence and chop. So now we're going to start a descent down to 12,000 and probably even lower. Being able to see is obviously better, but seeing the cities from the air at night is awesome. Yeah, that's why I like doing this real time, even though we could totally tweak the weather and everything else to what we want. It's because it's just that extra air of ambiance, that extra bit of believability. It grounds us in reality to some extent. We know that this is actually the real time of day. You could probably go outside in Mexico City and see something similar to this, even if the clouds are different, because it's weather patterns based on, 2 hours ago. But still, this is an actual 1:06 a.m. local time right now, looks like. Yep, 1:06 a.m. local. So part of our trip around the world, another leg completed. Started in Vegas last week, and it's going to keep going for a while. I do see a strip right there, but I don't think that's ours. About 5 minutes away. Need to continue our descent. Probably a little faster even. This 4.5 minutes is going to sneak up on us. So we're going to go at about 1,000 feet just to kind of drop it a little faster. Mexico City's also currently sinking because it was built on a swamp. Really? Huh. How about that? It's a big swamp, dude. A big volcano swamp. These are really some good nighttime views, to be honest. I mean, look at this like winding road trailing through the mountain pass that we were just looking at. Specifically the Sierra de Guadalupe. We're just on the other side of that. And then there's another spot called El Caracol, which is a national reserve. That's kind of neat because it's just, well, it's very round. Nice big crop circle of dirt. And I'm sure even more volcanoes around here that we'll be able to see a little bit better during the daytime. Alex, upwind is passing the airport's same direction of landing. Okay. This is letting people know that you're there, basically. Crosswind's going across the airport. Downwind is going opposite direction of landing. I'm not going to remember that, but I'm glad that somebody knows. I'm watching my speed to make sure that we're not going to overspeed it. We got 2.5 minutes, and we're still at 12,000 feet. I don't even see the airfield, so that's perfectly fine with me. Because I will be happy to do a little go-around pass to make sure that we have plenty of space. There may not be any lights. What is this Imager link? It's apparently right here somewhere. Obviously, we're not approaching.
Mike Juliet Charlie traffic minus 3 is
It
on
should be
final
going
runway.
from here to there, from 4. So it might be just. We're gonna just fly over it, loop around, and then come in for an actual final approach when we have a little bit more time to lower ourselves. But a flyover might be nice because it'll show me where it is. All right, we should be passing over it in a minute and a half. It's got to be right here. I can't sit up any more in my seat than I already am. It's possible there are 0 lights. Hello, Schrodinger. Well, you're about to find out how the flights are going because we're coming in for a landing in an airfield that I can't see. And we'll apparently be at in 60 seconds. It's got to be this. All right, I see it now. There's no lights on it, but I see it. It's right next to this mountain. Okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and just take over. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and just take it from here. Throttle down. We're going to turn on landing lights. No need for landing gear because we are fixed landing gear on this particular plane. Dude, this is a super cool approach. Getting a little elevation warning. I would like the full screen so I can actually see what's going on here. Yeah, surrounded by mountains. What a cool airstrip this is. Oh, wow. This is definitely the most visually engaging nighttime landing. I'm glad that this one's in a city. The last couple night landings have been like a little bit more desolate. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and hit the flaps, which is probably not a good idea on a turn. It's okay, this is not a passenger plane chat. Me and you are the only ones here, and you're not gonna complain about it, right? Over some houses! Not a lot of room on this one, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's done it. 0 lights on here. We're gonna turn on our taxi lights. And, we have landed. Airport or airstrip? Definitely an airstrip. In fact, there is nowhere to go. And no one to talk to. We're at the other end. I have no idea. We're gonna have to turn around and taxi back, I think. I don't want to say that it was a little rough because I don't think it was. If it was a little rough, the game would have told me game over, you crashed. I want to say that that was probably our best alignment in terms of glide slope, manually kind of taking us. I felt really confident in terms of our elevation. I think we touched down at a good point. I didn't feel like I overshot anything, and I feel like I landed almost dead center with the dashed lines. So all in all, super happy with that. I don't know how to They're not going to let me taxi, though, because nobody's here. So we're just going to have to find parking. Compared to Cape Town. I even remember to turn on my landing lights. I got my flaps down. Which I guess we can just leave down for now. Did everything pretty much as good as I could, I think. Especially considering this is my first time flying this plane, and my first time landing, and it's a night flight with an unlit runway. I would say 9 out of 10 is pretty reasonable, Epi. Super enjoyable. The approach was beautiful, like the city lights, flying over, having to fly over the mountain, identify the airstrip, and then like descend rapidly and kind of create my own custom approach there. Really, really happy with how that turned out. Probably one of my favorite landings, just in general, for the trip around the world so far. Gonna have to do like a tier list of all of them. All right, well there is a way to taxi off of this. There's just nobody to talk to.
Mike Juliet Charlie traffic Midas Tree is clear of the runway.
See, I can only select a runway for takeoff. There's a, hang on, let's just look around. Because there's a fuel truck there. Oh, I see some parking up ahead, I think. I don't know why I can't, like, I guess there's no ATC here. I think this was technically your most proficient flight, no errors. Yeah, the only thing I could do better is maybe fix the fuel swapping, but if you look at it, we were just low on fuel in general. 70% was just right. If we did anything less than that, it might have gone south. Yeah, here's a little plane right here parked. Got to kind of dodge it by going off-road. You don't have to, there's no collision, but it's kind of fun. And this looks like a good parking spot. They actually know I'm coming. Oh, well, you were guiding me like really far right. Then you decided not to anymore. This seems like a dangerous place to be considering I have a propeller. Okay, we're good. Parking brake. Engaged. Whew, low fuel? Certainly, but wow, that was really fun. I know it wasn't super eventful while we were just in the air, but I think it was a perfectly length flight. It didn't feel too long, wasn't too short. Really enjoyed the approach into Mexico City at night. Super cool. Last one was pretty good too. Yeah, I think the last one was decent, considering I had like a an oil leak on the last one, and we still got it. That felt good. I'm excited. Okay. Nicely done, everybody. Kairatobi, you got a picture, right? I don't know if Kairatobi's still here. If not, that's okay. Did we get a screenshot on the plane log? Because, I mean, like... Need I say more? Hey, Kairatobi, did you get a picture for the plane log? Welcome to this tiny baby airfield that probably actually does have lights in real life, but just doesn't in the video game. And that's okay. That's just extra challenge points right there. Welcome to Mexico City, everybody. Partly cloudy. Temperatures, I think, in the 80s. Let's find out, actually. It's 60 degrees Fahrenheit here. Precipitation, 68% chance. Looking like a good chance of showers all throughout the week. Every single day has a rain, and some of them have thunderstorms. Guess what? They're predicting thunderstorms on Saturday, which is when I think I might play this game again. It's only 62%. It's only 62% chance at 2 p.m., but still. That might be hard to actually see the landmarks that we want to see in that case. Aerodynamic resistance increases with speed exponentially. We were cruising 25% faster than rated, burning 60% more fuel. Well, we made good time, and we got there with fuel barely to spare, so I'm going to count that as a big win. Now, let's try and turn this off. There's not really a lot to do. It's just going to be turning off avionics, which I have already forgotten where that is. Right there. Turning the electric master off. Oh. Well. Okay. Engine master off. All lights off. Power lever idle. Parking brake set. Unless I'm missing something. I think that's everything. Right? We just don't get the float away into heaven because we didn't have a spot. Flashlight is Alt-L. But I don't think there's anything else. Heat switches are off. All right. Good flight, everybody, and a really fun landing. Good ending on that one. GG. Another plane for the books, another flight for the books, and also another map for the books. Oh, Peepo Comfy. You guys thought it was going to end in mountain disaster, and actually it turned out to be very smooth. Okay, so if we zoom in here. We are now in Mexico City, which is basically dead center of the entire map. So let's update our trip around the world here. We'll be taking off from there next time too.
He's so handsome. Look at this handsome pup. All right, Mexico City.
Now we have to make the cut. All right. Another day in the books. Of course, we would pick pink string, and of course Mexico is pink on this map, so maybe that was not the best idea. It's too late now. You can still see the green pips. It just blends in a little bit. It's good. Wait, did you guys have a problem? Was there some kind of technical issue? Frames were sucked. Oh, what? Yeah, you guys got coxed. We're down to 2,000 kilobits per second. For some reason. Apparently, they didn't like that I was marking our Mexico journey. It's back up to 3,000 now, so it should be clearer, plus the screen's not moving. Anyway, we'll pick up from Mexico City on our next flight. Let's take a look at the overall. There's the whole trip with, well, I guess I could have done the camera better. There we go. From Vegas, zigzagging, that each pin is its own landing, and of course takeoff after that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 total flights so far, with the 8th coming soon. Nice big zigzagging trail. We've seen Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and actual Mexico, and we got to see 3 different spots in Mexico today. Guadalajara looks like it'd be fun just to fly around regularly. And this whole area of Mexico has so many volcanoes and mountains. I like that Mexico City on the map was not a circle like the other cities. It's so big that it is a square. I don't know if the other cities have squared icons, but it's so big. They picked a different shape to represent how big it is. Whew. All right, well. Let me fix the camera. All right, that's close enough. That'll work. Very bright. Indeed. Fixed. Looking good. All right, a lot of fun today, chat. Thanks for hanging out with me. We are going to pick up from there next time, but we're going to do Crusader Kings 3 next. And there might be a stream later tomorrow, okay? Not late, but like, there might just be a stream tomorrow. So let's just say that there is going to be a Crusader Kings 3 stream tomorrow, and if there's, I may have to push it back or cancel it depending on how I feel or what comes up, okay? So we'll see how it goes. Hi, Talks in chat. We just finished we finished 3 flights today, Blazing Lord Soul. But if you missed them and you want to check them out, let's actually do a little recap. Thanks again to everybody who helps with these. They are super cool. Total flights 7. No errors on the last 2. I'm gonna load up the VOD after this. Nice, Renicat. I hope you enjoy it. I had a lot of fun hanging out with everybody today. So, we began in the Beechcraft King Air. 2 Beechcrafts today, 2 twin engines. San Antonio probably had the most interesting takeoff and landing today, for sure, and also the most interesting visually trip. The Beechcraft Baron had its own share of fun. Not gonna, well, you can see spoilers, I guess, but suffice to say, it's not as uneventful as you might anticipate. Ooh, nice photo for the DA40 NG Skyway as well. I like it. I like that these are, even though they're harder to see, it's like representative of the conditions in which we flew them. Yeah, we got McDonald's, of course. And the DA-40 was probably the most uneventful just because I figured out... Turns out figuring out how to configure your autopilot before you even take off is called cheat codes. So that was a very, very welcome kind of change of pace. Made some really good time on this flight. And I think had probably one of the smoothest landings. And was, in general, just a really fun plane to fly. I liked the DA-40 because I like that it keeps up with the RPM itself, even if it maxes itself out. And it seems like it'd be a fun plane just to fly around, like, sightseeing and stuff. This would be really fun to just make some low-pass maneuvers with. Is that the never give up? Yes, don't give up. Don't you give up. Why are you quitting there? Just try a little bit harder. No, 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 don't give up. Think of all the people around you and the people cheering you on. You're almost there. Look at me. It's minus 10 degrees Celsius and I'm here harvesting Asiatic clams. You just have to try. You will surely accomplish your goal. That's why you must never give up. Because traveling around the world is a pretty big endeavor. So, as you might imagine, it ain't gonna be easy, chat. The world is big. When you look at it like that, the world is big. But we're getting there, okay? Remember when we started here and it seemed like we wouldn't even get out of the US? Now we're in Mexico. We're on our way to Central America and eventually South America. But we got tons of stuff planned. We're gonna have in-flight snacks on the next plane trip. I'm looking forward to that. We're gonna be flying more new aircraft to come. In fact, the first duplicate is coming up soon-ish, but not for still a few flights yet, I think. Don't forget, we still got some of the most, I would say, fan favorite planes to go. We still haven't even flown a single jet. We are flying all the planes, so you can rest assured we will eventually get to the passenger planes and the jets. Some like nice little sightseeing planes that I personally like the Icon. I can't wait to get out of the desert. I like trees. Well, where were you when we were passing over Monterey? And Isla Maria Madre. Because we were tropical. We went tropical today, Kimmy Kicks. Did you see our tropical flight? We're actually like not in the desert, kind of at all. It was just nighttime. We're in lush volcano land, which is very fertile. See how green all the volcanoes are? Volcanoes are super fertile. I learned that from Civilization. It's a good source. But as we take off from Mexico City, takeoff is going to be awesome next time because we got a lot to look at over here. And we've got some points of interest around Mexico City as we boogie on out. But you can see our trip so far with Exclamation Plane Command. If you want to keep up and learn some more info about the places where we have been traveling. Have I seen any new indie games I like? I liked the space game that we played the other day. I just want it to be developed more. I thought that was pretty cool. That was probably the most recent indie game we played. The space game. Call it by its true name, Astronauts. I thought that was neat. All right, everybody, good night for now. We'll be back with some Crusader Kings later today, unless plans change last minute. But if they don't, we'll hop back to it. Nice 9-hour stream, got 3 flights in, had a lot of fun. Thank you guys for flying and being my co-pilot and learning a lot, not just about the new planes, which is its own endeavor, because it's not easy flying a new plane every single time we hop in. I mean, we flew the King Air. I guess 2 of them were new. But the King Air was still tricky in its own way. It's just so fast that I'm looking forward to doing it again with you guys. So we might do it again sooner than Saturday. I'm not going to put like a hard cap date on it, but I do know that I'll probably, if I stream tomorrow, I'll probably take another day or two off and then hit it back again. All right, we're going to go do a little raid, chat. We recently got raided by Hipponanimous, who is now also playing Microsoft Flight Simulator as we speak. So get your planes ready and get your hellos to go, okay? Because I'm sending you off on another plane adventure. Tell them hi, and I'm gonna grab some food. So I'll come hang out in a little bit, all right? Planes or aliens, I guess. It's very disorganized raid. But whatever you prefer. Good night, everybody. Thanks for spending time with me and making each of these plane streams more than fun. Very memorable. Each one for a different reason. This time, I will always cherish panicking, running out of an engine mid-flight and having to land with only one engine on an emergency landing in Guadalajara. Until next time, catch you for some CK3 later on. Bye for now. Good night. Check some hippo flying out, and maybe they can give you some pointers. Because we all know you ain't learned nothing here. Bye, everybody! And thanks again, Chargoth, for the gift of sub to Flanker. Indoors Toy Mr. Parker asked if I listened to Neil Cicirega's music. I don't even know who that is. I'm sorry if I butchered that name. I have not. Indoors. Good night. Goodbye. Get out of here. Just go.